Yo, what's good, everybody? What's good? What's good? What's good? Yo, check this out real quick.
Uh, uh. I rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal. For how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My family's on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Yo, I don't care. I don't care. I don't. I already know what y'all gonna say. I already know what mindset y'all in, right? I know y'all, right? I know y'all. I know what mindset y'all are in right now, and I'm in the same mindset, right? I don't care. I see y'all. What's good? Joe Madden, what's good? Jermaine Royster, what's good? Jermaine Royster says, Freezy don't care about turnovers and missed free throws. They stole that from us. Dwight Howard was pushing people all game, and they call that BS with 5 seconds left. I don't care. I don't care. Michael Hansen, what's good? Chef NYK, Delano Stillman, and Still was good. Jeremy Nussbaum was good. I see y'all. I don't care, right? I don't. Don't tell me that this is, well, it was cool, man. We hung with them. I don't want to hear it. I've been telling y'all the same thing all year long, and nobody would even acknowledge it. Everybody's so passive. All the way back to Dripmore was good. All the way back to the Miami Heat game where Bam Adebayo got 16 free throws against us, and they called 0 fouls on him. I told y'all, man, this is what we go through every doggone game. Right? The Brooklyn game. Come on, man. People picking that last play apart every way from Sunday to make it look as if Julius Randle should have did something different. It's a sucker move, man. I'm tired, man. I'm tired of this mess, man. I mean, what else can you do? If you're a New York Knick, what else can you do? What else can you do? I'm frustrated, man. I'm frustrated that I saw Philadelphia 76ers reaching around our players for steals all game and they called nothing. They called nothing. Ben Simmons and Danny Green reaching around our players, fouling our players from behind. They call nothing. Nothing. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. As Knicks fans in our fan base, I already heard them. Already heard them on the Knicks at Night podcast last night. And y'all check out the Knicks at Night podcast every night from 11:45. Right? They already laying down. They passive. Right? Like livestock at the slaughter. Right? They already laying down. They don't even care. They're like, well, If we hit our free throws, the referees wouldn't win. Man, I don't care. Trying to justify that BS. I ain't justifying nothing. I ain't justifying nothing. I'm tired of it, man. We've been seeing it all year long. All year long. We've been getting screwed by referees all year long. All year. We've been getting screwed all year long. Right? All year. All year long. We've been getting screwed and we justify it. Well, if Julius Randle would have did such and such, come on, man. Really? Whose side are you on? Who was the number one pick in your referee fantasy draft? How about that? Who's the number one pick in the referee fantasy league draft? Right? Y'all buying those referee jerseys on fanatics.com? Somebody tell me. What's the hot referee jersey this year? Okay. Who's a hot referee jersey this year? Right? Wait. Who won referee MVP last year? Come on, man. Y'all know this is ridiculous. And we stand for it. We stand, man. We stand for some of the weirdest stuff. Sharon Cloyd, what's good? Mate, Freezy, what's happening, man? Get him today, bro. The blasphemy. I said, yes. The referee, the referee from the Brooklyn game. I thought he was gonna be the referee MVP, right? Right? Last night was egregious. I'm sorry, egregious. I know egregious starts with an E. I know that. Last night was egregious, right? I watched Ben Simmons and Danny Green all night long on fast breaks or breakaways where Knicks have the ball, go to body up a Knick and reach around them for the steal and have it not be called, right? And we just stand by, man, and Julius Randle's getting fined today. You can guarantee that because I saw the post game press conference. Julius Randle is getting fined today, but you know what? Some money is worth it. Kendall Rivera, what's good? To be honest, I'm players. I'll boycott because at this point you can't win if the rep's going to keep robbing you. So what's the point of playing, right? Come on, man. Come on, man. Hey, Josh, aka Uncle Fulio, what's good? Hey, man, Uncle Fulio, I'm not up for it today, bro. I'm not up for it today, man. I'm not. I'm not up for it, man. I promise you. I'm not up for it today, man. You can only get picked on so much. You can only get picked on so much before. Man, listen. I know some of y'all are peaceful doves, right? And I know a lot of y'all have beautiful hearts and spirits, right? I know y'all are lilies in the valley. I know that. I know that. I know y'all gonna grow and be peaceful regardless of the situations. Y'all gonna be lilies in the valley, right? But I had enough, man. I'm telling you. I'm tired of this mess, man. I'm tired of the disrespect, man. I'm tired of the blatant disrespect, right? And Julius Randle was getting fined today. You can guarantee that, Jack. But you know what? Some of it is worth it. When you look at when you ever been to somebody's house, you ever been to somebody's house and they have like a big pickle jar full of change, right? And you're like, man, that's a lot of change over there. And then when you walk up close to that jar, it has swear jar taped on it. Yeah. Some of it, sometimes, some things are worth it. And this right here is worth it, Jack. You can believe that because we tired of being, man, we tired of getting games taken away from us. We're tired of being disrespected. And I wish I could see Dwight Howard face to face. Did y'all see when Mitchell Robinson was entering the game for the first time and Dwight Howard was doing that fake mock clap? Like, yeah, come on out here, son, so I can give you something. I wish I was Mitchell Robinson, right? I wish I was Mitchell Robinson. I wish that was Uncle Freezy that Dwight Howard was doing that mock clap for, right? Dwight Howard, your Mitch is a lily in the valley, Dwight Howard, but I'm Uncle Freezy. That's right, Uncle Freezy, Dwight Howard, punk, soft behind, shoving people around all night long, and they'll call nothing on Dwight Howard. He just take his hands and just move you out the way, right? And referees call nothing. Nothing. Ben Simmons running down the court, just reach around you, take his arm, reach around you, grab your waist and reach around the other side to poke the ball loose. And they call nothing. Danny Green was doing the same thing. They called nothing. And Julius Randle attempted. Oh, wait. Hey, y'all sit down for this. Y'all sit down for this and prepare yourself. Y'all sit down and prepare yourself now. I'm about to say something, and it might blow your mind. Right? Julius Randle attempted a box out on a missed shot. Now listen, I know it's strange to me too. It's strange to me. Why would somebody attempt a box out on a missed shot? What? Is this something new, you ask me? No, it's not new. It's what everybody does on a missed shot. It's called boxing out. And I know he didn't do a good job of it. He didn't do a good job at it. Whatever. It happens. Nobody's perfect. Nobody's perfect. But are you serious, referee? You watch Nerlens Noel grab a rebound and get bumped. You blow the whistle at the end of a game and point out that somebody away from the play fouled another player. Jay Boogie, the homie, what's good? Hey, Cornerstone Kev, look. Cornerstone Kev, look. I'm not up for it, man. I put a smile on my face every day, right? Because I feel like days of blood, no day is given, right? But today I ain't doing that, man. I'm not with it. I'm not with it, right? I know y'all want me to come on here and smile and tell jokes and stuff and stories from stuff that happened back in the day. But look here, man. Today ain't the day, man. I'm tired of getting disrespected by referees. What's up, Cornerstone Cat?
I'm pissed. I'm angry, and I'm being kind because this is your show. But there was
this is our show.
Because this is our show. This is our show, and there was no shortage of 4-letter words that I was using last night with that foul call. That was atrocious. That was ridiculous. What's up, Joe? How you feeling, man?
What's up, Joe?
What's happening, guys? How we doing? Long time no see.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. What's up? You know what's up. You saw referees.
That was man. You gotta swallow your whistle, Unc. You gotta swallow your whistle.
Right, but Kev, if it was egregious, I'd have blew that whistle and I'd be like, you did it. But bro, when Julius Randle basically rubs the nameplate of Tobias Harris, like pats the nameplate of Tobias Harris, basically, right? He calls a foul and sends the dude to the line.
Sends him to the line
to take the lead. Man, are you serious?
And then didn't give Tibbs the audacity to not the audacity. That's the wrong word. Give him the challenge.
The challenge. Everybody saw
it. What's that? Hey, what's up, Jay Boogie? How you feeling, man?
Jay Boogie, what's good?
I ain't even woke up yet.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey,
exactly. Oh man.
So you know what that means? I've been up all night.
Right.
Not that I've been asleep.
Right.
Man.
What I'm saying is this, man. I'm not asking for a call from the referee, right?
No.
What I'm saying is be fair.
Be fair. Be fair.
Dwight Howard was legit taking his hands and pushing people all night long.
Yeah, man.
Right? And you call nothing.
Like he was some thug. Like he was some thug. Just pushing everybody left and right. Oh man. Oh.
Bro, I'm frustrated, man. Clearly y'all can tell I'm frustrated, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I feel like our team shorthanded with the questionably talented roster is punching above their weight. We legit fight with all the big boys all the time, right? The big boys have way more talent than us.
Mm-hmm.
Way more talent than us. And them big boys come out of that fight with the Knicks players.
The only hiccup we had.
Think about the Knicks. Yeah, the Knicks defensively, the Knicks are the best team in the NBA. The best defensive team in the NBA, and it ain't even close. The way they play them boys, there's a couple of things they should have done. They should have hit more free throws, blah blah blah. But at the end of the day, the referees are against us. We've seen it against Brooklyn. They tried it against the Magic. They done it again last night. I'm like, how are you supposed to, with a team of lack of talent that's punching above your weight class, how are you supposed to win games or sneak games you're not meant to win when the referee's on the opponent's payroll?
Right. Joe, it was 3 times. 3 times. 2 with Philly, and then 1 with hey, what's up, Dominic? And then 1 with Brooklyn. 3 times.
There was the Magic game. There was a couple of questionable calls too in the Magic game. I think we slipped up. Like, we were lucky. We got the win, and Bullock stepped up. And Bullock has been stepping up defensively the last couple of games, and we need that dude in that lineup. Like, our defense is special, but we need that offensive punch. And I think the game last night, we should have won that. We should have hit more free throws and stuff. But at the end of the day, you don't make a call like that on Randle. If that was a playoff game, that wouldn't have been a call. Because the game gets more physical in the last 2 minutes when the game's so close. It's getting more physical. So little touches like that are going to happen. If that was any other team, if that was the Lakers, it was LeBron James and Harris, wouldn't have been called.
You have to have to swallow your whistle in that motion. Now, it's one thing if a guy's taking a shot and you're calling something, which is still outrageous as well, egregious as well. But something like that, we were seconds away from winning that game. We were seconds away from winning that game.
When Bullock hit that 3, I thought it was
bro. Let me just point something out of that game. Knicks, why did you choke that? Should have won that game. We lost by 1 point.
Well, we didn't choke it. We didn't, Dom. We didn't choke it. It was taken away from us. We didn't choke it because the game is.
I think it was both.
Yeah, it was both. Joe is right. It's both. We lost by 1 point. Should have won that game. So upset at the Knicks right now at this point. I don't think we're gonna make the play-in.
You could say choke, but that 3-pointer that Danny Green over RJ Barrett, that was the best defense you can play.
You can't get any better than that. You can't get any
without
better
touching
than
them. That's not choking right there. You know what I'm saying? Danny Green hit that shot. You have to tip your cap to Danny Green.
that.
There's nothing RJ Barrett could have did differently there. Danny Green hit the shot. You know what can you do? Because if you say choke on one hand, but at the same time, that 3-pointer Julius Randle hit to tie up the game at 88. That was clutch.
That was clutch.
That was clutch. Because if he missed, we wouldn't have anything else to talk about.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Also, this is for my buddy Cornerstone Kev.
Frank.
And if we're gonna go, I see CP and CP the artist saying stop crying and everything. If you really want to go there with that, all right, maybe quickly probably shouldn't have started, maybe, because that's kind of what put us in a hole. But still, we was right there, and I'm glad that he came out of his funk, towards the in the game and everything. But still, we did everything we tried to do to try and win that game. That was all refereeing right there. That was all refereeing. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Right.
Sometimes you gotta look. I mean, it wasn't like he's saying that Knicks did Knicks things. Well, there were elements of the game where, we did some Knicks things as you're saying, but a lot of times the refereeing was, first of all, you only had 2 refs throughout the whole game anyway.
Right.
Yeah.
The other one was sick.
You only had 2 refs at the game anyway. And is it ironic that one of the refs was an actual 76er?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a 76er back in the day. He got drafted by
Yes. Yes.
I thought all I know is, like, when I watch a lot of soccer, what they do with the referees is you have to have no connection to any team when you're a referee.
No connections whatsoever.
So they shouldn't have they should have like an outsider, like a guy that played, maybe if it was a ref that played with the late, like just somebody outside. Like, they had a referee in there that was a Sixer. He was drafted by them. The Sixers gave him his opportunity to play in the NBA. So he's going to give them a little bit of an advantage because that was his team.
Right.
Which is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah. Ashley on Knicks Fan TV said that the NBA should have in an instance like that, they should have like backup referees, right there, so that they can, come in like that. Because that was
this isn't the only time though. I've seen there's a lot of games where calls like that are happening, like even in the first, like throughout the game, and players have been complaining about it. I think Draymond Green got fined for mentioning something. Randall's gonna get fined because he called him out last night after the game.
Yeah, did y'all see that?
Yeah.
Him and Thibodeau.
Yeah. Well, Thibodeau kind of kept his mouth shut a little bit. He wanted to say more, but
yeah, exactly.
He has to keep his mouth shut, because then if they could, even if they go too far, they could suspend them. So if you lose Thibodeau and Randall for a game or two,
Oh, here's another one, Joe. Here's another one. So, during the game, he gets fouled when who's the starting center for Philly?
Tony Bradley.
Tony Bradley pulls him down when he's trying to get up, and they give him the flagrant, but didn't give Randall a tech. What is that?
What is that?
Randall's reaction. I think Randall went over and then one of the guys pushed and pulled, kind of moved him away. I love Randall's mentality. I love to see that next game when he went to go for the referees. They had to pull like Worldwide West, Obi, and them had to pull him back. I love that.
Yes.
He wants to win. He wants to win so bad.
Yeah. Now, Joe, if somebody's pulling your legs like that, you're gonna be pissed too. Am I right?
Yeah. If you're standing over a guy and the guy's down and he grabs your legs and pulls you down, guys can get injured that way. Like, freak accidents can happen that way. And Randall got hurt. That's our season done.
That's our season.
You know what I mean? So that's what, like, he's one of the main guys. Like, you can't be doing that. You can't be pulling guys down to the ground.
Yeah.
You can't be doing that.
Off this team, you take him out of the equation. We're not even in contention of the playoffs.
No, he's a big part of this team. Which to me, like, I went from big Randall critic to loving Randall. He changed everything from last year.
And you know why?
He did it all about last year. And you know what that is? It's the front office now, and it shows a lot about Fizz.
Yes.
About this team last year. The people are saying we're overachieving. I think we underachieved last year because of coaching.
Right. Oh, absolutely. Malpractice, as Ron says.
Mm-hmm. But that swarming defense, my God.
Yeah. Absolutely.
We just need that one punch scorer, and I think we could make noise in the playoffs. Not about just getting to the playoffs, but we could bring a team to 7 games.
Yeah.
Defense.
Hey, Jay Buggy, what's good with you, man?
Yeah, I need some knowledge. Come on, I need some knowledge.
I need an apology from Adam, the commissioner. I need you to come in and start getting situations right. Because first of all, the refereeing situation, that's terrible. How you don't have a substitute ref riding around, you know what I'm saying, as a crew. So when they go down one, you're supposed to have one come right in. You know what I'm saying? The NFL got it like that. So you're supposed to have it like that. You know what I'm saying? And make things right. Go ahead and pay for all the fines. This is a disrespectful game to take it from, you know what I'm saying, us at the end. Even though we had our situations, our times to win the game, you know what I'm saying, shooting only 53% at the free throw line, having 17 turnovers, you know what I'm saying? We had our chances, but still in all, when the game is on the line, take yourself out the game. Don't be the reason, you know what I'm saying, for a winner or a loser, you know what I'm saying? That's a terrible call for you to be calling a call on a backside, and you're not even in position for that call just to go off of opinion, you know what I'm saying? That's a touch foul. This is a playoff game, man. This is a division game and a conference game, a seeding game, and everything is involved. Games is on the line, attitudes is on the line, position is on the line. You know what I'm saying? We got the 25th coming. I ain't talking about Christmas. That's the trade deadline. We got a lot of things riding right here for you to just jump out there and have your own voice and your own opinion. Like your whistle does matter, but that's just a zebra form, man. Cut the nonsense out. Too many games we've been lost because of the referees making terrible calls, you know what I'm saying? And it's got to stop. Stop picking on our situation. What we ever done to anybody besides be a mecca? We can't help so many stars is born inside our hospitals, you know what I'm saying? But stop pulling us down and trying to find a way to tear us up when all we trying to do is Dougie Fresh to start rising to the top. Don't make the game matter into your own situation. Leave it on the parquet floors, you know what I'm saying? Let them 10 guys on the floor handle their business. Let the coaches handle their business, not the rest and not the desk. I need the commissioner to come in and do something about this game. I'm really pissed. I ain't sleep last night. I got a move to go make. You know what I'm saying? My temperature is way up. I don't even normally get like that. I speak in motivational terms, but right now I'm amped up. Man, somebody should have done something. One of the referees threw something at him or something. I was in the garden. I done hit him with something. You know what I'm saying? They done kick me out and ban me. You want to ban me for the gun? Ban me for something like that, man. But that was terrible last night. And I'm pissed all the way off. All the way from last night. Everything, man. Everything about that game.
Right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Kev, so check this out. So I've been hearing it last night and I've been reading it this morning. People are saying, well, the Knicks could have won if we did such and such and such and such. Well, what about Philly? Philly missed shots. Philly turned the ball over.
They turned over just as much as we did.
Right. How come they deserve to win if they did the same exact thing we did?
Exactly.
How do you arbitrarily pick them and say they deserve to win?
If Philly had 19 turnovers, we had 17. Philly had a lot more turnover, or a couple more turnovers than we did.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Philly missed clutch shots last night. The layup that Julius Randle got the foul call on. It was good defense, but Burke ran by the man, and my man doing it. When you go back and look at the replay, when our player runs by him, he legit has a wide open look and clanks it, right? And Nerlens Noel gets the rebound. The referee looks at Nerlens Noel and blows a whistle, and then points at Randall. How you saw Randall, dog, and you looking at Noel? What's really going on?
He got the rebound, and then they called with the whistle.
Yes, my man blow the whistle and pick out something like 30. Come on, dog. What's really good?
Man.
Now, you know how people see you? They be like, "What's good, Uncle Freezy?" I'm like, "Nah, what's really good?
Really good, man.
What's really good?"
Really good.
You know what I'm saying? You like,
hey, yo, peace and
Uncle-
love, man. I'm gonna run up in this house, man. I gotta go do this move, man.
Hey,
But y'all help me. I appreciate y'all helping me.
Try to get some sleep, Jay Boogie. Try to get some sleep, man.
Sleep, man. I'm getting ready to go move these people. You see this building over here?
Yeah.
Ain't no sleep. Ain't no sleep. I just go to sleep after we win the next game.
Hey, let me tell you this. Let me tell you this before we go. First of all, be safe out here.
No doubt.
Secondly, we love you, bro. Keep doing your thing. Keep being a motivation to other people, man. Because while you looking at others, other people are looking at you. So keep being a role model, bro.
Appreciate that, man. Love y'all, man. Y'all have a joyful day, man. And all y'all people, man, that ain't up yet, man, get up, man. I know y'all got to go to work like me, man. Get that pillow from your head and put a book in it or something, like Karen's once said. Go enjoy your Monday, man. The weekend is over, man. Let's get it, man.
Let's get it.
All right, bro. CP, what? Drink your tea, man, or coffee, whatever you drinking, man.
I hate to be the bad guy.
But you wrong. You wrong.
I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Tosh Gibson, why weren't you boxing out last night?
Yo, man, because
Tosh Gibson,
because Tibbs wanted to go with the young guy and take a look at him, so I had to sit the bench. You know what I mean? He had to see what Mitch could do.
He can't, man. He can't, man. He can't be in there no more.
Who?
Obi. He can't be in there no more.
Man. Oh my.
He can't.
I wanted Obi in the draft.
Yeah.
But I did have, like me and Sim talked about it, I did have worries about him balling out like a 23-year-old kid balling out against 18-year-old kids, and he looked good. Now he's in the NBA. He looks a lot smaller than he did in college. Yeah. What they done in college was put him at center and put shooters around him. Now he's playing from being the main man to being on the bench, and he's not. It does not look good for him. No. I'm worried about him. I'm like, and us drafting quickly, I think it's taking the pressure off him, because if we moved up like we thought we might have had to and drafted Obi, the media and the fans would be going crazy.
Yeah.
So quick
malpractice, as Ron says. Yeah.
Us winning and quickly has saved that. Obi, maybe you might have to give him a little bit of time, maybe another year. But after that, I'm like, I'm more. Tibbs don't even want to put him in. I don't even think he was a Tibbs pick. I think he was Leon Rose's pick.
I agree, and that's what I was saying before about now we hired Perrin from Utah for our to pick our rookies pretty much, and I don't know if Perrin was on the same page with Leon to pick Obi, because I truly believe I think he probably would have picked Halliburton or someone else.
Worldwide West wanted quickly. I know that I seen that. Worldwide West was calling out for quickly.
Which I have no problem with. Which
I thought maybe was a little early. I thought you could get him in the second, but it's looking good now. But that A pick is like, we need to start hitting on these, because that's how good teams, like look at Denver. Even though they haven't won a championship yet, they've built mostly through the draft, and they hit on their draft picks.
Right.
You need to hit on these picks, because these picks, like any lottery pick, is huge. And if you miss on it, it sets franchise back a couple of years. Look at what Frank and what Knox. It set us back 2-3 years.
Oh, no. The Obi pick is worse than Frank. The Obi pick is worse than Knox. Yeah. Right now. And people are going to say, man, Uncle Freeze, why you keep saying that?
And so Friday? Yes. I said this on Friday.
Right. So when I'm saying the reason why I say that is because as bad as Frank has been over the years, right? We at least know that he can bring one thing to the floor every time he steps on the floor.
Right.
Every time Frank steps on the floor, he's going to bring you one thing. Now, the other things in his game may need a lot of work, and sometimes he shows flashes, like that 3-point shot. Sometimes it'll look so wet. You're like Frank made it. Frank is here, and then the next 3 games, he can't even find the rim, right?
Right.
But the defense is still there. And with Knox, you like, God dog it, Knox keep getting beat back door. Knox keep getting beat back. Every time you put Knox on the floor, he get beat back door. But if he ever get that corner 3 off, you in trouble.
You in trouble.
Right? You in trouble. If Knox ever catch that ball in the corner for 3, you are in trouble.
Trouble.
Right?
Trouble.
Right? But what does Obi do?
Exactly.
Freezy with Obi, the thing is, what I noticed on a lot too is, since Rose has been out, he hasn't looked great. They're not getting him the ball. There was a point where Burks was running point, and Obi set a pick, and he was running to the rim and he had a wide open alley-oop pass ready for him, and the pass into the corner to Bullock for the 3, and he missed. They're not getting it. It's like he's wide open, ready up for an alley-oop. That's how
This is why I say we choked. We didn't lose this game because of the ref. Man, shut up.
We did not choke.
Shut up.
You shut up. Shoot. We did not.
I'll let you talk all morning. You were getting at me in the chat, and now I'm up in here. Hey, you called me out in the chat. Now I'm here.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay? So
I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here. And I'm looking at you. Where my camera? I'm looking at you right here.
Let me do first things first. So first of all, CP, the hat is fly.
Thank you.
The hat is fly.
Yeah.
Right. I just want to establish. That. Now that's established,
because he's the definition of cool. He's the definition of cool.
He's the definition of Taj Gibson.
Yeah. The 3 C's: cool, calm, collected. Yes, that's it.
We can't pick on Taj. Taj has been balling. Taj is doing what he was brought in to do when Mitch's was out.
Taj needs Obi's minutes right now. Go for it.
Can I say something today? Like, come on. Like,
no, you can't. Go.
You want to hear the truth, Kev?
Yeah, I want to hear the truth.
All right, listen. With 1 minute and 37 seconds in the 4th quarter, Philly was up by 4 points. Okay? 4 points. Somehow, we blame the refs for us losing the game, but for some reason, we're able to get back into the game and tie it.
Why didn't you just say Philly choked?
Let me finish.
They had a 4-point lead. We're under 2 minutes.
No, but the narrative is blame it all on the refs. We only scored 88 points last night. 88 points last night. You know the league average is 100 and what, 4 or 5?
103 or
points?
4.
Right. Philly played the night before. They played the night before. And we gave up 27 points in the first. No, I'm sorry. 23 points in the first quarter. And we only scored 15 points to start that first quarter. We missed 10 free throws, which are free throws, shot 56% from free throws. We got no really bench production, really. Our point guard situation was obviously our point guard situation. You know what I mean? But to score 88 points at home to a team that played the night before, I'm not blaming the refs at all. I'm blaming us because Knicks do Knicks things. And I guarantee that nobody in this chat could tell me they were confident that we were going to win this game. I got a phone call last night from my light-skinned brother on some business, and we were talking, Uncle Freezy, and he was like, man, forget the game, man. We need to talk business right now. So even him at that moment knew that this was a game that we were going to lose anyway. And in the overtime, you know, the defense on Danny Green was just like, it was like, you know, he got off. He got off in OT. And I will say this other thing too. My last point. Tibbs' rotation is so bad. In the third quarter, he played the starters that whole third quarter. Philly brought in their bench at the 3-minute mark. And usually that bench, when they brought in that bench in the first half, right? Frank would come in with Obi and Burke, whatever. Tibbs stuck with his starters. That was 3 minutes where they started to make a run. That was 3 minutes they made their run with that dude Shockley or
Shake Milton. Shake Milton.
Yeah. Who did nothing on Frank, and then he came. Then he was going off. So don't give me this ref thing, whatever. Yeah, the refs were bad. But guess what? The refs were bad, but they're bad all over the league. They're bad all over the league. This is what we got to deal with. 88 points is not good enough.
Yeah.
My rant is over.
You
with the smoke today.
So
okay.
CP.
You can puff, but you ain't blowing no smoke in nobody's butt. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's not my thing, man. That's for you. That's not my thing.
Pause. So here's the thing, though. CP, how in the world can we only score 88 points and we lost 101 to 100?
What do you mean?
You said
88 points in the regulation.
Right.
Regulation.
How many points did Philly score in regulation?
88 points.
We tied.
So your point is
a team that played the night before, playing us at home, we weren't scoring enough. We didn't put the ball inside the basket. We should have blew them out. There's no excuse for just, being at home. And we had 3 days of rest?
Mm-hmm.
3 days of rest?
Right. And TP, did you hear what Doc Rivers said? Doc Rivers was saying that Danny Green had to the team was tired and they didn't look, the body language wasn't good, and Danny Green had to come in and lift them. So you're playing.
How about that?
Yeah. You're playing a team
that's
completely gassed. And
they were giving us the game.
Yeah, I'm blaming the refs, but I'm blaming us too. We should have shots. The free.
I know, man.
I ain't going for it either. I ain't falling in that rabbit hole. I ain't falling in it.
No, I ain't going.
Because with seconds to go, we had a 1 point lead. With seconds, under 5 seconds. Under.
Yeah.
Kev,
and the Zebras just came in. What?
Kev, how well did Julius Randle shoot last night?
Not great. I think he was 7 for 23.
Exactly, 7 for 23. When he shoots like that, I'm no analytic major, but I know we rarely win when he shoots like that.
Yeah, 7 for 23, 4 from
7 for 23. Right.
Yeah.
RJ didn't even hit. He played well. Quickly was 4 for 12.
Yeah, Quickly went 4 for 12. Yeah, that's the problem. I love Quickly.
We had a bad start.
He shoots too much.
Yeah, we had a bad start with that, and we also let Joe. Who's the guy that's on Philly that started last night? The white guy.
Oh, Korutz.
Yeah, we let him get off too quickly.
Oh, he's nice. He's nice.
Yeah.
Three-point specialist.
Yes, absolutely. And that was Quickly's man too. That was another thing.
He went off early. I thought we played well. Our defense was fantastic.
Yeah.
But our offense needs work. We need another guy, because you can't just lean on Randall in overtime and at the end of the game.
We got
absolutely.
You need somebody else.
Only scoring 88 points in regulation. That's the 90s Knicks. That's not even the 2001 Knicks.
Go ahead, CP.
Yeah, and for Philly to play last night, and then we all know they were quote unquote tired. In our house, we're not supposed to lose this game. I'm sorry. I'm not. Look. I've been a Knicks fan long enough to remember. You when a team is playing a back to back, and guess what's going to happen, right? If we lose tonight,
tomorrow. play tomorrow.
Tuesday
and Thursday. Okay. Tuesday and Thursday.
Okay.
Yeah, it's tomorrow. 2 games against Washington, which I'm scared about because they're starting to hoop.
Exactly.
Their defense
See,
is bad, but their offense
this is what I'm trying to get the average Knicks fan to do is face reality.
Yeah.
We're scared of the Wizards. Uncle Freezy always say, "Oh, you scared? How could you be scared? If you're scared, go to church. Don't be scared."
You're looking at a Wizards team when we played them. You're looking at a Wizards team that didn't have Beal.
Scared of the schedule.
We beat the Wizards marginally without Beal. Their defense is about everything's getting better now with the Wizards. The Wizards are starting to win games, so we're gonna have to play them.
They're still the Wizards.
Yeah, but they have Beal back. When we beat them by like 4 points without Bradley Beal.
Right. Yeah.
We had Rose. We had Rose. Didn't we have Mitch? Was that the game Mitch got hurt?
I think so. But you know who else I think is going to be out for the Wizards?
One more thing. Right? How many minutes did Quickly play in the fourth quarter?
None.
I think he played none.
Didn't we need his scoring?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ain't that another choke?
No, well, not really, because his defense isn't really, on point.
He was injured the game before, so they had him on minutes restriction.
Yeah.
Because he was out.
Oh man, he started the game.
The CP, he started the game. I honestly think that they should have started Frank first and then let him come off, because that's what Quickly's really accustomed to, is coming in off the bench and then trying to go off on like that.
They need to build Quickly down a little bit, because Quickly, I rather build it instead of like Knox building a player up. I rather bring a player down. Like, his confidence is super high. It's too high because he's taking a lot of shots. He's taking threes from like Steph Curry land. He makes some of them, but a lot of them he can win you a game, but he can lose you a game too with a lot of shot selections.
And the thing about it also is, unlike Rose and Alfred, he really doesn't get anybody involved. You know what I'm saying? And that's what missing. Go ahead.
But the offense is not allowed to get him involved, to get other people involved. All it is dribble handoff. The offense goes through Randall. Right? Let's stop the nonsense. Randall is the point guard for the Knicks. He averages the most assists because the offense rotates around him.
17 the other night. Like, when we didn't have a point,
and he leads. And I don't even have to look at the stat, but I already know he averages and leads the team in assists.
Yeah,
because everything goes through him.
Right.
And that was another thing too. He was giving people the ball, and people were missing. People were missing. We only got from Reggie Bullock. He only shot the ball 5 times. How you be a starter and you shoot the ball only 5 times in 40
including overtime.
Minutes.
Including overtime.
Yes. 47 minutes. You only shot the ball, I think. We got good.
And you play a scorer's position.
Right.
And you play a position where most people score from.
Well, the one thing I have to give Bullock credit for, though, is like he hit a big shot last night, and his defense has been very, very good. I've noticed our defense, when he's off the court, our defense takes a step down. That's why I think Tibbs loves him, because he can hit threes on his defense.
Listen. Here's the thing. I know that our bench got outplayed. I know that we didn't start the game well, and I know we were missing a bunch of free throws. With all that being said, with all that being said, we still had a chance to win the game, and the refs took it out of our hands.
Yeah,
I don't. If you put the referees in the position to do that, it's your fault. Don't put them in a situation where they could decide the game.
They shouldn't have been able to, because
88 points, man.
Once the ball went up, Noah called the rebound, and then that's when they called the foul.
I get that.
Well,
and
no,
all
well,
that
We had
is
a 1
true.
point lead.
All of that is true. Everything is true. But when you are at home versus a team that played the night before and you only scored 88 points in regulation, you're supposed to have
Wait.
won by 20 last night. At
Hey,
least.
CP. So
Yes, sir.
is this a team that played the night before? Is it just a normal team that played the night before? What you saying?
What do you mean? Say again?
I'm asking you if this is just some random run of the mill team that we played that played the night before.
No, they're the number 1 seed in the East.
Case closed.
Okay. So there's the best team in our conference. Okay.
But
Okay.
crazy without Joel Embiid. Without Embiid, if they had Embiid, it'd have been different.
But that best team, time out. That best team only scored 88 points for a reason, because they were tired.
Wait. Let me ask you this. Okay. So they were only the best team in the East because they had Joel Embiid, right? Is that what we're saying?
Yeah.
Because in the last 10 games, this team without Joel Embiid is 8-2.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Who are the 2 losses against? Let me look.
I don't know. I don't even care.
No,
one of them is the Knicks. One of them is the Knicks.
Wait, whoa. Say that again, Freeze. Say that again.
One of those 2. I mean, I'm sorry, not one of the 2 losses.
Oh, they lost.
One of the 8 wins is the Knicks.
You know what one of those losses were too? The Cavs. The Cavs.
So wait, okay, all right.
You went down this road.
And CP, by the way,
Time out. No. He brought it up. Man, hold on, Kev.
I'm just saying.
They beat the Mavs. They beat the Pacers. They beat the only team that they won that they beat that were over 500 was the Jazz.
You said Golden State, right? Golden State was over 500.
That's not the no. They play Golden State tomorrow. I'm looking at the last 10 games. The last 10 games, which was your point. They only beat one team that was over 500, and that was the Utah Jazz.
Oh, wait a minute.
Spurs. They beat the Mavs. The Mavs are over 500.
The Mavs are not a good team. Stop.
Yep.
They're not a good team. The Mavs are not a good team. They're not.
See, they're the 8th seed in the West.
They're only like a game over, like a few games over 500, maybe.
3 games. 22 and 19.
Okay, 3 games.
That does mean winning record, though, right? Okay, that's what I thought. All right.
Okay.
Yeah. So the excuses are piling high for the other team. It makes me think that you are CP, the Sixers supporter.
I was born in 1976, so might be some correlation. No. If they could only score 88 points, if I told you before the game the Sixers are only going to score,
you sound like a movie trailer right now.
Let me finish. If I told you the Sixers will only score 88 points in regulation to the Knicks, you wouldn't think we won that game? If that was the only information that you had was they were going to only score 88 points, which is putrid. Most NBA teams are scoring 88 points by halftime, third quarter at least.
Hey, Taj Gibson, we live in an information age, so we can't use an example of limited information when we live in an information age. I mean, come on, dog. It sounds like you're making 1,000 excuses for the 76ers.
No, I'm Elan's Van Zant, beloved. I'm Elan's Van Zant. I tell the truth when the pain is so deep. There's stages of grief, right? There's denial and acceptance, right? You guys are in denial. I'm already in acceptance mode. You know what I'm saying? I'm in acceptance that the Knicks are the Knicks. The Knicks are going to Nick. You know what I mean? And they nicked last night. 88 points in regulation. No. We are supposed to score. We're supposed at least 5 more points would have won us the game. A handful of free throws would have won us the game.
2 points would have won us the game.
Come on now. What are we crying about? What are we crying about? The Knicks. I can get hate in the chat. I don't care. I'm CP the artist. Spell my name right. I'm here today, man. I am here today. I will burn this thing to the ground. I don't care.
All right, CP, I have a question for you. The after Randall's foul. What do you think about that? Them not
that's a bad call.
Not giving the challenge. Tibbs challenge, and they didn't give it to him.
Oh, look. Everything you guys say, I'm not even going to take away that the refs were bad. I'm not taking away that the refs were bad. So please hear me out. The refs were horrible. But my thing is you know what? We put them in the situation to be horrible. You know what I mean?
You gotta swallow your on that, man.
listen. It's like in a relationship, right? You go with you're with an untrusty. You're with an untrusty woman, right? You're dating her, she's untrusty. Then you marry her, right? And then something goes wrong, where she breaks your trust. You know, you put yourself in that situation for her to be, the word I want to use, but I'm not going to use it.
But you just want to be a bachelor. That's all. You just want to be a bachelor. That's all. That's the reason why you even brought that up. That's the reason why you brought that up, man. You are not fooling a soul. CP, you are not fooling a soul. And Mama Sita, if you watching, we are not co-signing this message. Mama Sita, if you watching, we are not co-signing this mess.
Yo, loves
this message is about and we do not approve this message.
We do not approve this message at all.
You know what? She loves y'all more than she loves me. I'll tell you that much.
That's because we're trustworthy.
Oh man! I gotta give props to. Lawrence Noel. He balled out last night, man.
He did.
Trev, he secured the game.
Yeah, I know.
He secured the game last night.
You know that. I know that, but somebody down below don't.
No, you don't know. You don't know.
The way he took it to
Dwight Howard.
Dwight Howard. Yeah, that was. And that's all we're asking Mitch to do.
Right.
How do you think Mitch looked, CP?
He looked rusty.
He looked rusty. He looked rusty. And he's hurt. He might be out 2 weeks with that ankle injury.
I hope not.
Oh no.
With that ankle injury, did y'all see the ankle injury?
Yeah, but I've seen him come back from ankle injuries. You think he's going to be out, and then he comes back. So I'm not worried. I'm not really worried about that and everything.
Well, what I'm going to say is this, because we've been talking about the referees for an hour, right?
Yeah.
And the dudes in my referee fantasy league, they didn't perform as poorly as these guys. So I didn't get as many points in my referee fantasy league. You know what I'm saying? These dudes are refereed last night, maybe up for the referee league MVP because of what they did. They were so egregious, right? I may go buy me a referee jersey today just because of these dudes, right? Oh, wait a minute. There is no referee fantasy league. They don't sell referee jerseys. So why are these dudes out here trying to get all the spotlight?
Actually, I saw on Twitter. I saw on Twitter that they do sell the referee jerseys.
Oh, jeez.
That was hilarious. They were like, "Yo, who's buying these?" Oh my! Twitter's undefeated. It's by Nike.
So hey, so you know what though? You know what? You know who needs to step up right now? You know who needs to step up right now? Leon Rose. You watch the Knicks. You watch this team that you put on the floor. go out here undermanned every night and go out here and take these heartbreaking losses. And we're frustrated, Leon Rose, that you sit up in the ivory tower and don't do nothing. The last transaction that was made was Todd freaking Gibson. I'm sorry. Or was it Derrick Rose? It was one of them. One of them was Derrick Rose, right? So you didn't even, Derrick Rose is not even here. And Todd Gibson on most nights gives us the same thing CP the artist gives us most nights. Right?
Reliability.
Leadership. He gives us leadership.
Yes, he does.
And great advice, right?
Yes.
A great personality, a great locker room.
Even though today is kind of suspect, but okay.
Right, but neither can stretch the floor. Neither can shoot the three. Right?
I can shoot the three, man.
He can shoot the three too. He can shoot the three here and there.
Yeah, here and there. Right. Not a high percentage. Not a high percentage.
What's up with Dwight Howard hitting jumpers now? What's up with that?
I don't know. It only took him 17 seasons. It only took him 17 seasons. I mean, you know. But Leon Rose, if you don't do something this week, the ire of the fan base is gonna roast you every day. And see, you don't know what it feels like yet because you ain't been in the spot to be the man, Leon Rose. But I'm telling you, and Leon Rose, if you're watching the show, subscribe to the channel, smash that like button. Join us in the video chat if you feel like. You know, turn on notification bells, share on your social medias and such. But if you're watching right now and you've seen all these heartbreaking losses because the team is shorthanded, understaffed, and you don't go get somebody.
Well, what I'll say to that is you don't want to get someone, and then we have another Carmelo Anthony situation. You know what I'm saying? When we gave away all four of those players and picks.
Yeah, what did I tell you on Friday? I saw a report that New Orleans, for the price tag for Lonzo Ball, is a lottery pick. Yeah. A lottery pick. That's what they're asking. That's what they're asking for.
That's what they're asking, right?
That's what they're asking for, a lottery pick.
Right, ACP. But guess what? I told the dude this weekend, no lie. I swear to God, this is a true story. True story. Mm-hmm. Dude said, "Hey, Uncle Freezy, so what's your budget?" Right? Mm-hmm. And I was like, "Hey man, under no circumstances can I go over $1,000 per month, period. Because not only do I have to pay the $1,000 a month, I also have to put full coverage insurance on it, right?" Dude is like, well, I mean, $1,000 a month. I mean, y'all can. No, listen to me. I'm not going over a certain amount, right? Because I want my budget to stay intact. So this is what I'm asking if we could do. A Cornerstone, and she's beautiful too, man. I mean, she's beautiful at SUV. You know what I'm saying? I was like, yo, I gotta have the panoramic roof because that was my dream. I've never had a car with a panoramic roof in it, right? And so when I saw it, I was like, that I got to have it. And then plus the brand is one of the high reputation brands and such. And I was like, listen, I do all this stuff on the side. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna pay for this with all the stuff that I do on the side, but the full coverage insurance I got to pay out of my monthly budget, right? So I'm like, I can't go. Man, I'm crazy. Look, man, you could do, and I'm like, no, this is it. And so you know what I decided to do? Walk away, right? Sometimes it's best to walk away in a negotiation than to overstep your bounds, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And so the thing with Lonzo, they can ask for a lottery pick all they want, right? But my budget says we're not paying that, right? And so what I was saying to you is Leon Rose, go get some reinforcements. You don't have to go get Lonzo Ball. You can get complimentary. You know what the Knicks need now more than anything? The Knicks need right now more than anything is backups, legit backups to Julius Randle and RJ Barrett.
Absolutely.
Because it's a shame before the Lord for Julius Randle to be playing 46 minutes in a game. 46 minutes. Dog, 46 minutes.
I agree.
And the last shot of the game,
Yeah.
where he got bumped by Tobias Harris.
Yeah.
And the ball rimmed in and out.
Yeah.
If Julius Randle had played 36 minutes, do you think that shot would have went in? If he was rested?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
But
you understand my what I was saying about the Melo reference, right? You understand what I was saying about that?
Well, yeah. I don't want to do that kind of trade. What I want to do is get somebody. Listen, man. Obi ain't ready. Obi Toppin's not ready. Sit him.
Yeah.
If Obi don't get near another minute for the rest of the season, I'm okay with that. Right?
Yeah. Me too. Right now.
Go get a guy that's going to legit be a real backup to Julius Randle. Go get a guy that's going to be legit a real backup to RJ Barrett.
So what about I see in the chat, and I was thinking the same thing from Anthony 212. Either Terrence Ross or Evan Fournier. One of those two.
I would do both. Why can't you have both?
Who are you trading for them though? Who are you trading for those? Because they're gonna take somebody's minutes.
So Evan Fournier is a free agent after the season, and Terrence Ross has 2 more years on his contract. Okay. So the most valuable player in this transaction would be Terrence Ross.
I like them both.
Right. I like them both also. And so what you can do is start Evan Fournier once you get him, and bring Terrence Ross off the bench. Right. And then
so you would put Evan Fournier in Bullock's place?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Reggie Bullock is playing out of position. Reggie Bullock is the 8th man on your roster. Right. But right now he's playing as your 4th man on your roster. Right. Think about that. He's playing as the 4th most important person on your roster.
Okay. So
and he should be the 8th.
Right. So taking what you just said, that whole thing about the car and everything, what would you trade?
Dude, he almost had me too, Kev. He almost had me, boy. He was like, so the leather is not the conventional leather. It's not the stock leather that you get. It's a certain type leather that's hand stitched the seats, and you know what I'm saying. So they hand stitch the seats in a factory, but the factory only services this brand of vehicle, right?
Right.
Did he tell you, wait. Did he tell you? You see, this leather is from cows that were imported from the Alps. And they ate like the finest grass.
Right.
And so their hide is the richest material on earth. And we put those on the seats.
No, he said they were nurtured in a stress-free daycare. Basically, is what he called it.
Oh, not the daycare.
Basically, is what he said. Something. There was another name for it, but yeah, basically, yeah. he used another name for it, but I was like, okay. So basically, they were isolated and they were basically pampered. Okay, I got you. Right,
so what package would you give them for those two? You two, CP. What package would you give them?
Everything. For Ross and Fournier, I would give them. I would be willing to give them
Knox. I'll give them Knox. I'll give them Frank.
I give them Knox and Obi, and Dallas's first round.
Yeah, Obi.
And that's it.
No. I'm not touching those picks, man. I'm not touching those.
I would give them Dallas's pick.
How about second picks? Second round picks.
Yeah, maybe a second. But
the only reason why they do the deal, though, is in order to get draft picks. That's their motivation.
Okay.
Yeah, and so if they don't, I'm willing to part with the Dallas pick. I don't think this draft. I told Legion of Knicks podcast earlier in the year that I think this draft is overrated.
Really?
Yes.
I think we haven't been paying attention to it. But those kids out of the G League are pretty good. Was it?
Yeah, but by the time they pick, you won't be able to get to them. By the time
we don't know though, because like it's a lottery. It's a lottery. Anything can happen. I'd rather be in it than not to be in it, To be honest with you.
Okay.
I
can see that.
And even if, and how about this, right? What if you could package those picks to get a certified player? Because teams will do that. You know, if somebody wants to move a really, really good player, you know what I mean? You know, there's these picks that we could package and give them, and plus we have expiring contracts. So I look at that, or we could just move up in the draft. You know,
right?
You never know. You know what I mean? I'd rather have the leverage than not to have the leverage.
Or keep all of our options open with the draft picks. Keep the assets. Keep the assets fluid.
Right, and here's the thing. It's like, let's say we do trade, as you say, we trade them. How much better are the Knicks going to be in the future? Is Evan Ross and Fournier going to make us better than Brooklyn?
It's Terrence Ross from Terry and Trey. It's Terrence Ross. So Terrence Ross from Terry and Trey. A shooting guard from the Orlando Magic, and then he does
he threw that in there again.
Yeah, my thing is like, if I'm going to give up picks, that player better be able to take me over the proverbial hump. Make me
but CP, I'm trying to get there. I'm trying to get there. I'm telling you, with reinforcements, the Knicks are not just a playoff or play-in team. The Knicks are dangerous, bro. What I'm telling you is look at what Brooklyn had to do in order to get away from this Knicks team. Look at what the Sixers had to do to get away from this Knicks team, right? I'm telling you now that with the right pickup, if they pick up say if they do a Satoransky and Otto Porter deal with the Bulls, right? Say we go to the Bulls and we don't get Zach LaVine, but we get Satoransky and Otto Porter. Teams don't want to see us. They don't want this because without a point guard and without a legit wing defender, we don't have legit wing defenders, man. RJ Barrett and Reggie Bullock do the best they can for their size.
Now, right? Somebody in the chat said that Fournier is not a great defender.
Right? No, he's not. He's not. But he's a facilitator scorer.
Okay.
Right? And CP just said the Knicks only scored 88 points. Right? Fournier is a facilitator in that Euro sense where he can get shots for himself and others, and then he can also create shots for himself. And you know what else? Cornerstone Cav?
What's that?
Him and Frank Ntilikina start in the backcourt.
Come on, man.
France.
Come on.
That's the FIBA France start backcourt.
Come on, man.
Evan Fournier and Frank Ntilikina.
Come on, man.
Look, I love Frank.
Do you think that would motivate Frank?
Come on.
I don't think. I think he's going to be involved in that trade. If
I hope not, man. I hope not. I really do. I
will be shocked he's still a Knick on Thursday. I'll be honest with you. I love Frank, but my thing is like I don't believe this franchise believes in him to keep him. I'll be shocked if he's gonna Knick on Thursday night.
So by I'm gonna tell you by 3:30 Thursday afternoon, you'll be shocked. And if he is on there, then what you gonna say?
Hey, wow, he's a Teflon Don.
I get
it. Look. Someone said he's like a roach, in a nuclear blast. He's gonna survive.
Oh my God!
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Hey. But CP,
he didn't say a bad penny. He said a roach.
Yeah. Hey, but you know what though? You know who's gonna be in that deal? The sleeper in that deal. Where you think it's gonna be Frank? I'm telling you, I think it's gonna be Austin Rivers. I think it's gonna be Austin Rivers instead of Frank.
Forgot about him.
Because Austin Rivers got here and thought it was gonna be one thing, and it turned out to be something else.
Absolutely.
And
I thought it was gonna be one thing, and he turned out. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
His play style just doesn't fit. His play style just doesn't fit. And plus his contract is super attractive. You got him. So he's on a 3-year, $10 million deal, and he's a vet, and he's a combo guard that defends, can shoot the three, and create for others. Right? He just doesn't fit with what we want to do.
We're trying to do.
And there's no shame in that. There's no shame in that. It's like me trying to put on CP the Artist t-shirt. I don't fit, right? It's fly. It's fly and all that. It's super fly, right? It's super duper fly, right?
And
but I ain't but at 6'5.5", 301, I'm not fitting in that shirt, right? It is what it is. Me and CP the same height. Me and CP the same height. I'm 6'5.5" without shoes on, and CP is 6'6". CP is 6'6" with shoes on. We the same height. You know what I'm saying? So the shirt normally would fit. but at 301, I'm not fitting in that shirt. I promise you. You ever seen confetti?
Yeah.
You ever seen confetti? Let me try to put that shirt on, and that shirt will be confetti.
That's a good one.
That shirt will explode, bro. I got big manly shoulders.
Okay, so I got another player for y'all. Kevin Middleton says Norman Powell. What about him?
That's been a rumor. I like him.
He's a combo guard, super athlete. When do you play him?
Well, first off, would he start?
Yes.
Okay, so you put him with you do the same thing. You put him in Bullock's position.
Yeah, because Norman Powell in the last 5 games is averaging 28 points a game.
Yeah.
On the season, he's averaging almost 20. But what motivation does Toronto have to trade him to you? You're in the same division.
Is he up for free agency or something? Maybe they don't want to pay him or something.
I
mean,
and as much as I hate to say it, they like Frank too. So there you go. So there's your package right there.
Yeah.
Toronto wants Frank.
I think Frank would be pretty okay with. I think they would develop him. They would focus on developing.
Oh, absolutely. Frank. And then they come and bite us in the rear end.
Yep. And you know what's gonna happen? They're gonna develop Frank, and then every time we play him, they're gonna put him on RJ Barrett.
Yeah.
RJ.
Yes.
And then you're gonna be like, well, dog. Why wasn't Frank doing that with us?
Yeah. Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Come on, man.
I'll say to them, I say malpractice.
Right. Right. Hey, so PRJ. So shout out to PRJ. Hey, so Jay, is that Latin? PRJ, is that Latin?
PRJ.
Yeah, PR. I think PR is PR Puerto Rico?
I don't know.
Put it in the chat. But PRJ says I'm 5'3".
Yeah.
Bro, I wish I was Prince's height. No, do you know what? Hey, CP the Artist can attest to this. Do you know what we have to spend in money on clothes?
Fam.
Do you know what we have to spend in? Dog, we don't wear like the medium like PRJ wears.
Wait a minute. Y'all ain't big and tall now. Y'all ain't from big and tall.
No.
Yes.
He's big and tall. I'm tall and skinny. There's a big difference. I walked up at big and tall. They had nothing for me, man.
Right. And good. You should have been in there. Yeah. Buying up all the good shoes and white feeders.
But yeah. Being tall is it does suck, especially when you bump your head on everything.
Yes.
It's like this is not supposed to be at this height for a person my height. You know,
especially in cars. Especially cars, man. You got especially cars.
Real quick, Kevin Middleton says free agency, Norman Powell can walk. So I guess what they're saying is if we trade for Norman Powell, he can walk. So okay. I don't want that. You know.
That might be the motivation for Toronto to trade him because they probably don't want to pay him in the offseason.
Right.
Yeah.
And so it's like, well, we might as well get something.
Hey, so Cutley says no. Norm is playing the 3. Why will RJ play the 3? Hey, because Powell is what 6'4"?
I don't know.
Powell is 6'4", right? He's not a big dude. He's like 6'4".
He's not. He's not at all.
Yeah, he's like a little dude. He's a little guy. You know. So shout out to the chat. We see y'all.
Okay,
Leon Rose, we see you in the chat.
Yeah, so Nick the Wick says, would you give up a first, Obi, Knox, and Mitch for Levine?
Obi, Mitch, Knox.
Which first is it? Which first is it, Cal?
Yeah, which first? He's not saying. It doesn't say.
If it's Dallas's first, done. And I love Mitch. Mitch, I wish I could give you a hug.
I take that. I'll take that deal. I take that deal.
But done. Some things you just can't pass up. If it's Dallas's first, that's done. That's easy. Because if we had Zach Levine,
why Dallas's pick? Why?
I just like to keep our pick, man. I don't think Dallas is a better. I don't think Dallas is a better team. Like for instance, if we had to play Dallas in a 7-round series, I think we beat Dallas, right? But for some strange reason, I just feel like Dallas's pick is going to be worth less than our pick.
You think so?
Yeah. Think so? Right now it is.
Yeah. Because if we make the playoffs, right? Doesn't that mean even if their record is worse than ours, no, better than ours, and we make the playoffs, right? But they miss the playoffs because they're in the West. How does the seedings go? You know, do they penalize us for making the playoffs?
If we're playing, I don't think it does. I don't think they'll penalize us. I don't.
Does that make sense? Like you know, they can have a better record. They can have a better record than us and miss the playoffs.
Yeah, they could.
They could.
In theory, they could. Right. We're in separate.
But even so, I think ours is unconditional. I mean, even if they what you just said, CP, we wherever they pick, we're gonna have that no matter what.
Yeah, I got that.
Okay.
No, it's not a matter of, you know. I'm saying, like, you know, if they miss the playoffs, they become a lottery team, correct?
Yes. Yep.
Right.
Yep.
But if we make the playoffs, we're not a lottery team, correct? But what if they're?
Well, yeah, you're right. Yes. You're right. Okay. I apologize. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Right.
Yeah, that pick is going to be like in the wherever the back. Absolutely. And then I guess it goes in the order of when you bow out of the playoffs, pretty much.
Yeah, afterwards. Yeah.
Okay, so I see right now on Tankathon that the Dallas's pick would be number 16, and we would have that. No, sorry, 20. Yeah, but we would have number 16.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
And both teams have been sliding down and down and down in that thing, because I think at one point we were like 7 and they were like 10. And the more teams we knock off and the more teams they knock off, the more we slide down. So now that pick 20 is not as appealing as when it was number 10. That's the reason why I'm saying I would have traded that Dallas pick. You know what I'm saying? Because by the end of the season, that pick may be like number 25.
Yeah, you're right.
You know what I'm saying?
You're right.
Here's the thing. We trade that pick, and then like either Doncic or KP goes down.
Yeah. It gotta be Doncic because KP ain't doing jack. He shot like what, 3 for 11 the other night, I think, against the Clippers. And I'm like, dude is 7'3".
Yes.
There's no reason for you not to have a high percentage,
right? Yes.
Yeah.
There's no reason for you to be out.
I'm glad we got rid of him. I was a proponent of not keeping him. I was like, I got murdered. I got murdered on Knicks Fan TV for that. But
you didn't. Hey, so shout out to Knicks Fan TV, man. Shout out to CP and Jay Ellis and the lady that they have on there. I keep forgetting her name.
Ashley.
Shout out to Miss Ashley.
Well, Jay Ellis ain't on there no more.
I'm a married man, but
Jay Ellis.
I'm a married man, but she is fine.
Hey, Kev, you married? I thought you were a bachelor.
Yes, no, I'm no bachelor. Come on.
What,
man?
What?
Hey, I gotta shoot. You see the invisible collar around me, man.
What? What?
The only thing I was missing is little ones. That's it. It's just man. That's it.
What?
That's it.
Kev,
so that's why I highly respect CP.
So why'd you go to the wedding?
Huh?
Why'd you go to the wedding?
What you mean? Those are my friends, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you went to the dudes usually go to the wedding all fly. You know what I'm saying? With their best shoes.
Oh, I was fly now.
I know. We saw you.
Went to Macy's and picked that suit up, man.
We saw you. We was like, when we saw you, we was like, this dude is Jet Man of the Month right here. Yeah, you remember that? But they said a dude.
I was gonna say, CP don't know nothing about that. But I forgot he was born in '76. So
about Jet Magazine, about the dude in Jet Magazine doing like.
Yeah,
come on, you know what I'm saying? Dude be fly, yeah, man. Yes. That was my dream. Like I used to take them. Oh, you remember Jet Beauty of the Week?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
My God. My God.
You know what? That was like the only representation of black women was the Jet magazine, because we hardly seen it in TV and until like the 90s when black women really were started to be appreciated for their beauty and became stars, real stars. We always had to watch black exploitation films. We had to like Thelma, from Good Times, you know what I'm saying, or Lisa Bonet.
What was that? Hey, what was that little girl from across the thing with Walona? Ooh, Walona was fine too.
Penny.
Remember Penny?
Janet Jackson.
I had a crush on. That was Janet Jackson.
Yes, sir. Come on.
That was Janet.
Yes.
Jackson.
She got burnt. She got burnt with the iron.
Yeah, you remember that child abuse?
But she was fine. But she was fine on different strokes.
Ooh, talking about Willis' girlfriend.
She was fine on different strokes.
No. Kim Fields was.
Oh, Tootie.
Tootie was fine too.
Oh, man.
Fine as well. But what I'm saying, CP, was when Janet was on different strokes and she was going out with Todd Bridges on there.
Willis, yeah. and his sister was Jelly. Remember
man. Yeah.
Kev, so you never heard my Janet Jackson story.
Oh, here we go with the stories. Let me go get my pillow.
Hey, Kev, you never heard the Uncle Freezy Janet Jackson story.
No, I have not.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
I see Janet Jackson once, and that was at the during her tour of the Janet album when her boyfriend had his hands on her breast and everything. Yeah, that was the only time I got to see her, man. That was it.
I gotta get more coffee.
That was it. And I was wishing that I was the guy that she would bring up on stage too.
Yes. So Kev,
but she'll pick a CP because he's good looking. That's what it is.
Thank you. Kev, I ain't gonna lie to you. Janet Jackson was almost Janet Freezy. I'm gonna just say that.
Oh God. Okay. All right.
So listen.
It's getting thick in here. It's getting thick.
No. I ain't being disrespectful, and I'm not fluffing up the story, right? I'll tell you. I promised this dude named Legion of the Knicks podcast I would only tell the complete story on his joint.
I'm listening. In 1 second. I'm listening.
But I will tell you this, right? So what happened was I went to this thing back in the day called the Budweiser Superfest, right? It's called the Budweiser Superfest. It was like where all the hottest acts in R&B and soul music would be on tour together, and it was like Belle Biv DeVoe, Bobby Brown, Albie Shore, Keith Sweat, Janet Jackson, everybody that was hot was there, right? So this girl, I was boxing at the time, so I was mad. So I was in my little thing, you know what I'm saying? So I was in my little thing, right, at Fort Hood, Texas, right? It was on my little thing. I had a little popular, little teeny bit. And so this girl asked me if I'm going. And I'm like, nah, I ain't going that mess, man. You know what I'm saying? I ain't saying not no field, just listening, no. So anyway, this girl is like, if you go, I'll go with you. And she was fine, boy. And she was like a dime. I was hollering at you the whole time. And you like, nah. But if I get these tickets, you want to ride with Uncle Freezy? So I'm thinking like, I don't know. Anyway, the tickets wind up being easy to get. I get the tickets. Right? I get the tickets. And so this girl that was like dissing me, she thought she was Halle Berry. Right? She was like, thought she was. I was like, I don't know if I'm taking you. And she was like, but such and such, we could go to Dallas and then, we'll do such and such and such and such. And then I was like, okay. So she's like, yo, we go to Dallas, we can spend the night in Dallas and whatever, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay. So we get the tickets and we go. Right? And we get out there, we having a good time. And so we get there, and this dude is performing this song called Vibe. Vibe, vibe. It's this dude named R. Kelly. He got the crowd going crazy. He was brand new. He was like a brand new dude on the scene, right? Brand new dude on the scene, right? And so I got not my girl. I got this girl. She's like on my neck. She can't see because everything is level. She can't really see. Everybody jumping up and down trying to see whatever. So I put her on my neck so she can see, right? R. Kelly brings out this girl. And I'm like, dang, that girl small. That girl little. And she come out there, she starts singing. Right? I'm like, oh, she can blow. The girl winds up being Aaliyah. Right? So it's Aaliyah. I'm like, okay. So R. Kelly is, they rocking the crowd and they going over, right? R. Kelly going over his time. Right? So finally, R. Kelly and them are coming off, right? Janet Jackson comes on and she do all her joints. And I'm like, she looked better in person, but the songs is kind of, I could do without the music. I wish I had a mute. I wish I had a remote control.
See the view, but no sound.
Right. I wish I could turn the volume all the way down.
And just have a nice look. Yeah.
And, just look. Yeah. So anyway, so after Janet's last song, they legit starts playing the beat for the song called Poison. And the crowd goes crazy, right? Because BBD is hot as fish grease at the time, right? I mean, I'm talking about hot as fish grease, right? I'm talking about like the hottest group in the universe, right? They going crazy, and the girls in the crowd, even the girl on my neck jumps down, and they bum rush the stage, right? But what happens is while Janet is coming off, those black fences that they keep the crowd separate from the artists.
Yeah.
I'm talking about those the black rails.
Yeah, the barriers in front of the stage, right?
Yeah. So I'm at the rail, and guess who's walking on the other side? It's Janet Jackson. They trying to usher her off because the crowd is getting unruly because the girls are losing their mind over Belle Biv DeVoe, and they trying to climb on the stage and kind of trying to go around the fence to get to Belle Biv DeVoe, right? To get the BBD, right? So her bodyguard. So at the time, I was big at the time. I was probably about. I felt like I was in my bag. I was probably in the best shape of my life. I was about 199, soaking wet, right? So I was in my bag, man. I had my shirt off, you know what I'm saying? Rocked up, whatever. So her bodyguard makes Uncle Freezy look like an ink pen, right? That's how big this dude is. This dude is legit 7 foot tall, about 350 pounds of muscle, right? The tank top he got on, dog, he looked like a He-Man doll, right? So he's like, wait right here, Miss Janet, wait right here. And so Janet, wait right here. But guess what? She about 5 feet away from Uncle Freezy. Everything is going crazy at one end. Look down here. Everything happening crazy at another end. right? And then there's me and Janet Jackson face to face, right? And so Janet, she wouldn't look at me. She was like, "Oh, this is crazy," but she can't go nowhere because it's a riot on one side and a fight on another side. So she got to wait right in this little teeny spot across the barrier from Uncle Freezy, right? So in my mind, I'm like, I came out here with this chick, and she going over there to try to screen. She trying to get to Belle Biv DeVoe. You know what I'm saying? She trying to get to Belle Biv DeVoe, right? And I'm like, she going, so what? If I don't see her when it's time to leave, she left. I ain't looking for her, right? That's what I'm saying in my mind. But I see Janet. Janet Jackson was about 5 feet away from me. So I get in my bag. I'm like, hey, Miss Jackson. And she stuck her teeth like, and fold her arms and turn the other way and look away, right?
Oh my God.
and so I go in my A game. I start macking big time. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, yo, this moment right here, Janet, we can have this every day. And she started giggling, you know what I'm saying? I was like spitting my little game. I just, you know what I'm saying? So she walks to the barrier, right? She walks to the barrier and she's like, you have some audacity. You don't even know me, right? Janet just talking now. Arms still folded. It's drizzling rain. It's a fight happening down here. They bum rushing down here trying to get the Belle Biv DeVoe, and it's me and Janet Jackson, right? She's like, you have some audacity to talk to me like that. You're a perfect stranger. And I was like, not for long. You know, not for long. So Janet is like, the audacity, who are you? And I'm like, I'm Uncle Freezy. Janet, you don't know what? So Janet, like, yeah, I'm Uncle Freezy, baby. And so she looks like starts giggling, like she wants to get into this conversation, but she know better. She Janet Jackson, she an international pop star, and I'm some random dude standing in the field in the rain at a concert, right? So everybody keeping this thing in perspective. But I'm like, yo, I got to shoot my shot right now. I got to shoot my shot right now, right? So Janet looks over, right? She leans on everything, and she like, come here. And I walk over, and she takes her hand and pats me on the chest and says, nice try, right? And I'm like, before I could grab her hand and say, listen, this is just the beginning. Her bodyguard, the dude that I said was 7 foot tall by 350. The dude shoves me and I almost fall down, right? And I jump up and I'm like, I'll jump over this fence. And then I look at the dude, he's 7 foot tall, 350. And I ain't scared of nobody, right? I ain't scared of nobody. But right then I had to make a business decision, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Right there I had to make a business decision. Like, do I jump over this fence and get beat up? And then not only lose Janet, but lose the girl that I came there with too. And then, you know what I'm saying, be looking all beat up? Or do I just let this moment rock? You know what I'm saying? And then whatever. But I'm gonna end the story right there. I ain't gonna say nothing else because I promise Legion of the Next podcast that one of these days, eventually, I would finish telling the story on his thing. But Janet Jackson, we were legit about from CP, we were legit about from where you're sitting to the other side of your desk apart, right? Okay. And I'll spit in that game, boy. Like Janet, you like this moment, right? This moment right here could be every day. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, I was in my bag, right? But anyway, I'm gonna just do dot right there. Just leave it because maybe sometime this year I'll finish that story with the Legion of the Knicks podcast because it doesn't end quite like how everybody thinks it does, and this random occurrence actually happened. It's not like somebody hooked me and Janet Jackson up on a blind date. That's not what happened. What happened? It was like the most random of occurrences happened, and it just like she was on one side of the fence and I was on the other side, and I was like, "Yo, Uncle Freezy, if you don't holler right now, you might miss the opportunity of a lifetime." So I go in my bag. I go in my bag. You know what I'm saying? I'm like,
one of my crushes lives here in
Yo,
Atlanta.
Anthony, what's good, bro?
And my goodness, I had that. Everybody knows Carrie Hilson. Something about Carrie Hilson I just love. I'm an artist. I was invited to an art event, and she was there hosting it, and she was right next to me, and she was this is like after the breakup with Serge Ibaka. Remember, she was with Serge Ibaka.
Right.
And I was like, well, I guess she's into tall guys. I look a little bit like Taj Gibson. Well, if I could shoot my shot. I couldn't get up the courage, man, because my bank account was low. I knew me and her was in the same tax bracket.
Right. Right.
But Carrie Hilson, she is fine.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Hey, Anthony D, what's good, man? How you doing this morning?
Hey, good morning, everybody. How you doing, CP?
What up, man?
What's going on, Joe? What's going on?
What's happening, buddy?
Freezy, I'm gonna help out your Janet Jackson story just a little bit. I'm gonna jump right on there for you. You know what made it even more real is years later you saw that she got with Jermaine Dupri.
Yeah,
and you were like, I had my chance. Right. Because if she was willing to get down with Jermaine Dupri, why not Freezy?
Why not? Yeah, man.
Because of the bank account.
But
Jermaine Dupri's bank account is taller than Freezy and me put together.
But you know what though?
All four of us together.
The thing about it though is if you had told me that at the beginning of the day that I would have an encounter with anybody famous that was there, because it was like 12 acts. Everybody. It was Jodeci, Belle Biv DeVoe, Boyz II Men, Janet Jackson, Al B. Shore. It's this thing called the Budweiser Superfest, right? So, and I think it started like in 86 or something like that. 86,
I
87.
remember it. I remember it. I never went, but I remember.
Yeah. And so it was out in this field. But if you had told me at the beginning of the day I would have met anybody famous, man, it would have made my day. Right, it would have made my day because I was hood famous then because I was boxing on Fort Hood. No pun intended. But I was boxing at Fort Hood, so I was a little hood famous, right? But like when I walked around Post, people knew me because I boxed for the Post team, right? Outside of Post, nobody knew me. I was just a regular guy. But on
Post,
Post,
Jersey, right, Freezy? You're originally from Jersey.
Yeah, from Jersey City, Greenville, up on the hill between Ocean and Jackson, right? So, but you know what though? The thing is the Janet Jackson encounter was so amazing to me because it brought me to because you legit, and it's how some people, it's like CP and AD and Joe, y'all probably feel this, right? Like when we do the live stream, right? And somebody new comes on the live stream and they'll be like, oh my God, I'm Uncle Freezy. Thank you. Thank you for having me on, man. Thank you. Like, dude, calm down, man. It's just a live stream. And they're like, but you be on every day. And I'm like, dog, I'm just a regular person. I'm just a regular Joe. I ain't nobody. I mean, but people be like, yo, I appreciate you giving me the. I'm like, man, but when people see you on the screen and then they have a direct encounter with you, it's like they can't believe like the moment is kind of big for them. You know what I'm saying? Like people are like City for Real told me 2 days ago. City for Real was on the Knicks at Night podcast, and he's a regular, right? He's a regular on there. So City for Real was like, "Yo, Uncle Freeze, I just want to say this before we go," and I was like, "Yo, don't get in that bag, bro." He's like, "Nah, I got to do this," and I'm like, "City, I already know this. I already been through this before." He's like, "Man, I just want to thank you though." And I'm like, "City, come on, dog. We just talking Knicks, bro. We just talking Knicks. I'm just an average dude." And he like, Nah, man, I just want to thank you for the opportunity, man. I'm sharing the screen with Uncle Freezy and all these people in the chat showing me so much love. And I'm like, bro, just because you see me on a live stream, I'm an average person, dog. I'm not rich, right? I'm not necessarily good looking like CP the artist, but I do love the Knicks. I do love the Knicks though. And so I get on here and I want to share my Knicks fandom and also fellowship with people that I know and people that I will soon know. You know what I'm saying? That's all I really want to do. But people see
it's just like a platform for Knicks fans just to talk.
Right.
Because how many other fan bases have all these shows like Knicks Fan TV? You got Blorange Tears, Legion of Knicks. Not too many fan bases have this.
Right. And so the thing is, like people legit come on and they'll, you know. So the thing is I don't want to say the term because it makes me seem like an egomaniac, but I'll say it anyway, and I'm not an egomaniac. But sometimes people get on and they get starstruck, right? And I'm not a star, right? That's not what I'm saying. But you can tell, like they get overwhelmed with the love that they get once they come on and you know talk for a little bit in the chat. You know, start saying their name.
I think the thing is that it takes a lot to do this. It takes a lot to, like, I'm sure that day one of this, when you started, there was some butterflies, there's some trepidation, but you did it, and then there was 2, 3, and then you know, whatever the number is now, and you know how people are so petrified just to start. You know, I'm on here. I told my girl the other night.
Shout out to Mama Cita, by the way.
Yeah, she's mad at me though right now, but I'm sure she appreciates the shout out. You know, it's for me to finally get to practice and speaking my mind. You know, people want to hear a podcast from me, and I've been thinking, man, I should get into this space. You know, and so when they see you and you're doing what you're doing without effort, you know, it's second nature to you. They're probably thinking, man, like he's making it, you know, and and they're afraid of even getting on television or on this type of platform, or even, you know, trying it. So it's like a supernatural thing, you know, that you have the confidence to do this.
Right. I'm a ham, bro.
Not only that, I think because Freezy and I, we've talked about this before, and Freezy has a way in making people comfortable. And I don't know if you know that you do it, but it's a leisurely setting. You know,
a guy that got teddy bears in the back of him should make you feel
absolutely. Teddy bears and the duck and everything. Absolutely. But it's there's no like a put on nature. You know, it's, you know, come in and let's talk. And I've seen other podcasts, not just Knicks podcast, but when you look on YouTube, it seems like everybody has some form of a podcast to get off. And I'm sure radio is noticing this now, because with all of these podcasts and so forth, radio numbers are slowly dwindling, because you don't have to listen to people who want to regiment your thoughts and when you get on and how long you get on for, versus I can meet with some like-minded people or close to like-minded people, and we can have, you know, a debate and so forth. And, you know, it can get raunchy, it can be really conversational, it can be intellectual and so forth. Right. So, you know, your podcast, as well as a few others that I've seen, that, you know, it pulls people in. And when you get on, there's something about getting on the screen and being able to look back at yourself later and seeing something within yourself, like, wow, I can't believe I said that, or I can't believe I had that shirt on, or, you know, it then becomes a, you know, there's a vainness or a vain quality that would then come out, you know, and, you know, things of that nature. There's something about this.
And the funniest thing, You know, I love looking at myself and hearing myself talk afterwards. I'm like, yo, I like this guy. I tune in for myself.
Right.
And I'm gonna play this back to see all the stuff I said earlier.
So I've done it. Someone said to me, you know, I think after the first time or two that I went on with Freezy, and I didn't know that they saw it, and they said, "Hey, Ant, hey, you were pretty cool on there the other day." And I was like, "What, you saw that?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm on whatever, and now I look to listen to Freezy show all the time now, not because I was on there per se, but because it opened up a new avenue to similar sports talk that they want to hear. Right. So, you know, kudos to you, Freezy, and everyone else, you know, like you, that's, you know, got this type of content that where people can come on and vent after a loss like last night. And, you know, we got some place to go.
Right,
So,
right.
Freeze, Freezy, I advise you to do the best of, you know.
Oh yeah, I'm working on it.
Yeah,
just
do
clips,
the best
right?
of the best. Yeah.
Right. So I'm working on it, man. But we have I think we have a total of 300 shows because we've been doing day and night, and others and putting videos. So I think it may not be 3, it may be 200. But we have so many, and to rewatch them, we rewatch all of it to find the clips and stuff. It's a little daunting, but I just had the idea, I legit thought about it in January, and I was like, nah, it's too soon. Right. And then I thought about it again last week. And so it still may be a little soon, but we definitely have some stuff. But here's the thing though. And I want to get back to these Knicks too, because I'm not gonna let Leon Rose off the hook. But the stories I tell on here are 100% the truth based on what I remember. Right? Like the Janet Jackson joint, nobody could have told me that day when I woke up that I'd be talking to Janet Jackson. Nobody. I would have bet money against myself. You know what I'm saying? Because some things some things just don't happen naturally. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like for instance, I remember being in this club called the 9.9 in Houston, Texas, right? And this lady, she was a reggae star. This lady called Patra was performing at the 9.9, right?
Yes.
So she performed, and she walked off the stage and went straight to the bar. Guess where I was at, CP?
Where were you? On the floor?
At the bar.
At the bar. Mm-hmm.
So she walks over, and you know how there's a line at the bar, like they have the bar set up. There's 4 lines, and the lines are stretching all the way back. It's a big club, right? So I see her, and I go holler. Right? I'm like, yo, you fly. She's like, I know. What you want? I was like, I want to buy you a drink. She was like, I'm rich. I could buy my own drinks.
Damn.
Yeah, she was mad.
That sounds like Patra though.
She was mad, and just imagine that in her accent, right? So I was like, yo.
You Jamaican too, right? You have Jamaican and AD. No. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, he is.
Okay, I'm not.
We know what you're talking about, man.
Okay.
was absolutely just one of those beautiful dark skin chocolate women.
Yeah, man.
That was able to take the game by storm. And I want to throw out a name out there because I heard y'all referencing, women from back in the day that, that were the object of your affection. There was no woman outside of my mother that I love to look at so much than Miss Jane Kennedy.
Oh, wait!
If there's 2 things that Cleveland, Ohio has that a lot of other cities don't have, Jane Kennedy,
yes,
Ellie Berry.
Yes.
Nah,
that's it.
I got somebody for you. Vanity.
Okay.
Vanity.
All right. Oh, Vanity. Right. Sheila E. Apollonia.
Absolutely.
Bro, CP, I'm here to tell you, in the 70s, in the 70s, when I was growing up, man, Jane Kennedy was it.
Jane Kennedy was it. She was absolutely it. She was absolutely. I mean, that was it. She was the first, real Black woman from my era that I can remember before, before the other, superstars that came before that. From I was a little kid.
Right.
That she was the first one on first Black female sports reporter on a regular show.
Yep.
She had the what was that show that you would meet, that's kind of sports reporters that you would interview the latest of the greatest sports athletes of the time, greatest sports legends. Yes. Right. So she interviewed everyone from there, and then she, came in, her and her husband, because remember Leon Isaac Kennedy was her husband. They just came out to Los Angeles, and then the next thing you know, they're making movies, and it's on there. But she was absolutely super, super beautiful, super fine,
and smart, and
yes, very intelligent.
You guys like smart women? Shame on you.
Well, the thing. Hey, sometimes.
I'm just
kidding. So the thing is with that though is like,
smart women.
I used to have a picture of Shaka Khan, who I kind of still have a crush on. You know what I'm saying? But back then, like my pops used to have this record, right?
Hold on. Dominique is too young for this conversation, man.
Yeah. He's like, y'all talk about the Dominique's like, y'all talk about them grandmas.
Dominique had no idea who we talking about.
I don't either.
Yeah, all right, yeah. We gotta get culturally right. We gotta turn this conversation kind of, equal opportunity.
You distracted me because I wanted to get on Leon Rose. Because Leon Rose right now is in the ivory tower looking down at the soldiers on the battlefield and know they are outmanned and don't have enough supplies. Yet he has not done anything to reinforce his troops. Right? Like you legit have seen Julius Randle all season long play a whole ton of minutes, and you have not gone out and gotten an adequate veteran backup for Julius Randle and RJ Barrett. And you don't have to get two guys, right? RJ plays some 2 and 3, and Randle plays some 4 and 5. So if you go out and get a big wing, a big 3, right? A big small forward, like an Otto Porter Jr. type. I'm not saying him per se. That's French, y'all, for an example. But you don't have to get Otto Porter Jr. or Harrison Barnes, but you can get somebody in that player prototype, right? 6'8", 220-ish, that can guard some shooting guards, guard mostly small forwards, but also guard power forwards and play some 2, 3, and 4, right? The name that comes to mind right off the rip is a Jay Crowder type. If you get a Jay Crowder type, it takes some of the weight off RJ, off of Julius Randle, and he can play some small forward.
Not enough of scoring for me out of Jay Crowder, and I don't think he's going to leave the Suns. They're making a run to playoffs, but I understand where you're coming from. Right. I think the move that they might make last minute on the deadline, and they'll get him for cheap if Houston gets desperate, is Oladipo. I don't want him, but I think that's the move that they might make. If they basically have to give up like Frank in a second, like if they get him for really, really cheap, because they're going to use that $15 million somehow.
Right. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Right.
I was going to say, how does the salaries match?
No, because Oladipo's making $20 million. We have 15 sitting, so you have to only send over $5 million. Frank is making around 5.
Here's the thing:
you can send Austin Rivers in a first round pick and have Victor Oladipo.
I'm not saying for a first. He's
right. No, I'm using that as an example.
Yeah. You might have to give them the Detroit pick this year, which is going to be a high second. You give that and Frank, you'll get Oladipo. Because I think the market for Oladipo is really, really low. And Houston, he knows Houston know they're not going to re-sign him. So they're probably, if it's last minute and they get desperate enough, the Knicks can throw them Frank and a second, and that'll get it done.
Okay, here's where I disagree with you, Joe. Look what they got for PJ Tucker. Ooh. They got a first-round pick for PJ Tucker.
They swap picks.
I thought they got a first-round pick.
It was PJ Tucker and their 2022 pick for was it DJ Wilson and a couple of other guys and the first-round pick. So they basically swap picks.
Okay. So Houston gets the better of the picks.
Yeah.
Okay.
More or less, Houston gets the better of the 2 picks. I think that's what it is, but it wasn't a straight out first.
But
that'd be crazy if you would give up a first for PJ Tucker.
Yeah, but I've heard you guys talk about this a bit earlier, and what would you be willing to give up? And Freezy was the only one that sees the earnest. Like we can't, as Knicks fans, we have to stop talking about this Melo trade.
Yeah, forget about it.
That was just it's like we have to move away from our feelings about something that was a decade ago.
Yeah, right. And people are making up like saying that we gave up a lot of young players, but we only gave up 1 first-round pick and a second. So people are saying, we gave up 2, 3 firsts. No, we gave up 1 first and 1 second. But that first turned into Jamal Murray.
But you can't help that though.
No,
and you can't help that because we didn't even know that there was such a man on the earth named Jamal Murray.
Right, exactly.
No, he was in high school. He was like 15 years old when that trade was made.
And us as people who are paying attention to the NBA should not know of a 15-year-old.
Right.
Don't worry. The Melo trade was a decade. The same thing. I'm a Giants fan, and Giants fans are still talking about Odell Beckham. I'm like, Odell Beckham was 4 years ago. Yeah, Freezy. What's good,
Cool Keith? Then he's sporting the rhyme. Let's go, Cool Keith. Let's go, Free.
Free Keith is in the building, ladies and gentlemen.
Man, what's good with my family, yo? I love y'all. Salute the chat. Salute everybody, yo.
I know that Jane Kennedy reference got you up. You was ready after that. You was ready to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
You know the kids. You know the kids.
Yo, they love you, dog, because we put a video out with Knicks versus, right? And the love that we get for that, man, is crazy. I'm looking for it right now. I'm gonna see if I can find it so I can post a link in the chat. Man, bro. Hey, Knicks freestyle is crazy. It was crazy, bro. When I went back up.
That was fun. I like that.
So AD, man.
It was good.
I watched it. So it's an hour long, and I probably watched it 20 times. Like
we gotta edit that thing though. We gotta edit that thing, but like I dig it. I like the direction.
Yeah, man. So we good for the night, 7:00?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to change that.
Okay, you told me Monday.
Yeah, I did, but I'm not. Okay. I'm not gonna be back in the crib by then.
Okay, that's all right. We'll do. We'll reschedule.
But we handle it offline. This is next time, yo. This is next time.
Yeah.
This is next time.
Yeah. And so I want to get on Leon Rose. Leon Rose, if you're watching this video, if you're watching this live stream, first of all, subscribe to the channel, smash the like button. Secondly, get on the telephone and send some reinforcements for your troops.
Absolutely.
Get some reinforcements, man.
No, man. Randall needs some serious help, though. Randall needs help. He needs consistent help. I like what Burks is trying to do. I do like it. I enjoy it, but like he needs consistent help at his level. I really like the team needs Rose so bad. It's crazy. Like it's crazy how much.
It's criminal. It's criminal.
Right now.
Yeah, it's criminal how much help my man needs. It's this thing like no shade against Bullock, Burks, Barrett, Quickly. It's no shade on them, but they're playing above their pay grade right now. right? What they should be doing, like Quickly should be coming off the bench. He shouldn't be starting.
We need a go-to guy.
Burks and Bullock should be coming off the bench. Burks and Bullock are a tandem that is probably should be your 7th and 8th man in a rotation. Both playing together as your 7th and 8th man. You know what I'm saying? With the either breaking in a very young point guard or playing with the old man point guard, like how Chauncey Billups.
Did I see my man Randall actually taking on the mantle of superstar yesterday?
Superstar.
Everybody, yo. I don't care who hate him, who still don't believe that what he doing is real. Like, this man is out there. Like, we got a superstar like growing right in front of our face, yo.
Right.
He hit that three. To tie the game, like
Allen Houston type style. Allen Houston.
Yo, I got Allen Houston. I got Mellow vibes. It was like, the dude is legit a superstar. He's ready for the moment.
Emerging. I won't say superstar. He's an all-star. Real life is a superstar. Let's give him a few more years though.
Dog. If the guard
not carrying the team like he's carrying the team, like Big Bro is a superstar, bro.
Right. It's not like if the Garden
Big Bro is a superstar, bro.
If the Garden, think about it, if the Garden had 20,000 people in it, right, and Randall down 88, 85, ISO in the corner with nowhere to go, Trap can't put the ball on the floor, with that 3 in the goal
with defense, like with good defense,
Right, with the game on the
lockdown.
He looked Tobias dead in his eye.
Right,
back and was like, "Wow."
If the Garden had 20,000 people in there,
they would have blew the roof off.
Right, right. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to say to some of these things, man. It's easy for us in this climate that we're in, where we have to be super careful about what we do going forward in order to prevent a pandemic from catching a second wind and whatever. But bro, instead of 2,000 people in the Garden, can you imagine if the Garden had 20,000?
We'd have won that game if the Garden was full.
Yeah, we would probably.
Yes, I 100% agree. That was a game that the crowd would not have let us win would have let us lose in overtime, yo.
Right,
we would have not lost.
The energy, bro. And then when RJ Barrett took over for that stretch, you're like, you seeing like
RJ's improving, man. It's getting
like anybody ever seen Bambi? You remember how Bambi was born? He was like the baby deer, couldn't hardly get his legs up under him or whatever. Remember that? And you like Bambi legit hit the ice and was looking all weird and awkward or whatever. Yo, it's
RJ is all right. He's progressing. He's progressing in the direction that he needs to progress. And his whole thing is consistency.
And you look,
but hey, April 1st, the Guards got a lot more fans to come April 1st.
Yeah.
We played Dallas, I think.
Yeah,
right?
Some of these teams are kind of lucky that they're not playing with Garden fans in there. Like,
right.
And I honestly believe if we had a fully healthy squad, we was taking both those Sixers games.
Mm-hmm. Both.
Excuse me, April 2nd we're playing Dallas, Michael. April 2nd.
But you have to look at it too. If they had Embiid,
that is true, and Seth Curry.
I feel you, but like the guys that are out for us right now, like Rose is a very stabilizing professional factor. And I think the difference that he makes in the game and the help that he gives to somebody like a Randall, like there's very few cats who, and when I say play at their level, I'm not talking about talent level, like Rose and Randall play grown man basketball.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's very few guys on the team that is playing grown man basketball like Randall is playing grown man basketball.
Right. Freaky, do you see that Obi's been terrible since Rose went out?
Yeah,
Obi's not even looking to score, man. Here's what's crazy. Obi's not even showing. He's not even looking to score. He's passing up shots.
He was meant to be a dunker, and he's missed like 6 dunks this year.
He airballed a dunk in Philly, remember?
You listen to him in interviews. You listen to him in interviews, and he's still too size to be in the league. Like he's still too like appreciative and too like.
I'm very happy to be here.
Yeah, he's too happy to be here. Ish, like you're gonna have to give him over the offseason.
He might. Keith, what he might be is one of those guys you see as a late bloomer. He might be like Randall at like 26, 27, and he might come out.
I'll give him before that, but like right now, he's a little bit too juiced to just even be in the league. Like he just like
he's not league ready. We thought he was league ready. Imagine we were.
I think he is. I think he is. I think he's just like not. He's mentally too humble right now. Like he needs to get out of like the like. I think he's still a fanboy, like not believing that he's in the league. Like I feel
he can't even believe he got his own locker. Like, he's
still on that. Like, dude, you've been playing for like, come on, man. Like
you've been a pro for 5 months already, Obi. Come on.
He hasn't realized he's a pro yet.
Right.
No.
And you know what?
He hasn't realized he's a pro yet.
I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna say this.
But I'm not ready to let him go for nothing. Like,
you know what Obi reminds me of? He reminds me of Aaron Gordon's rookie year.
You talking about Dunker Aaron Gordon? You like Aaron?
Aaron Gordon's rookie year. He was picked 4th overall, but he was only getting like 15 minutes a game, and he was only averaging like 5 or 6 points.
And he was doing. And Aaron Gordon was doing dumb stuff, like he wanted
just
to do
dunks and crazy windmill slams. Yeah,
he wanted the windmill slam in the crowd. Yeah, and we like Aaron Gordon.
Yeah, Obi's not doing.
Yeah, but Aaron Gordon, he's a decent player, but he became more inconsistent when his career went on. His best year was probably like 2019.
I'm not a big Aaron Gordon fan, so if that's the Obi comparison, get rid of him now.
Well, let me say this. I'm gonna say this real quick.
His rookie year reminds me.
Right. So I'm gonna say this though about Obi. So Obi was a late bloomer in high school. It's the reason why he didn't get a lot of offers going to college, right? And then he goes to prep school, right, for that 1 year, right? And it's like kind of like a late bloomer there. He like almost didn't get an offer, even after prep school. So he goes to Dayton. And he's a late bloomer. But halfway through his redshirt year, they're like, "Yo, this dude's a player. This dude is special. This dude is like top 10 draft pick, maybe number 1 pick special from Dayton."
March Madness happened. He'd been the number 1 pick.
Right. And then. Like his sophomore or his freshman year, even though it's his second year, he started off slow towards the end of his freshman year. They're like, maybe he a 1st round pick, right? And then because he started off slow, but then his second year, his redshirt sophomore year, and it's the reason why Obi is older than everybody because he got a late birthday. Yep. Right? I mean not a late birthday, but he was a late bloomer in high school. Did a prep year and then redshirted. And then came out as a sophomore. So it's the reason why Obi, So, but the thing is, next year's version of Obi is going to be like Star Wars.
I agree.
Right? Next year's version of Obi, right? Next year's version, because if you look at his track record, high school he went from 6'3", a 6'3" guard who was like a John Morant explosive type guard, to 6'9", and now you have to learn your body. Now you have to adjust. Right, then he go to prep school, then he go to Dayton because he got an offer from Alabama. He should have been playing with Kira Lewis Jr. I mean, Colin Sexton. He should have been at Alabama with Colin Sexton, right? But he chose Dayton because of Anthony Grant. You know what I'm saying? Anthony Grant was recruiting him and blah blah blah. You know how the story goes. But I'm here to tell you, next year's version of Obi is gonna be ridiculous.
Well, Freezy, where does he get the minutes? Because they're probably going to pick up Randall's option and then work on an extension.
And they should. And they should throw the bag at him.
And here's the thing about Obi. Like, I feel like we're gonna see a lot. We're gonna see more of his work at the 3, and we're gonna see more. And we're gonna see more work with like Randall as a small ball 5, and Obi at the 4.
Freaky, what I would do is to see the same way he was used in college was he was at the center and 4 other shooters around him. That's why he exceeded because the floor was so open. Now he's in a team that has lack of shooting. So they're using him as a perimeter guy. He's like Knox where he stands. He'll come and set a pick. He'll go to the corner. I see times where he's they're not passing it to him. There's one yesterday where Burks had the ball. He set a pick. and Obi was wide open for an alley-oop or a pass, and he passed it to Bullock, and Bullock missed a 3.
Rose is about the only one that really looks for Obi.
Yeah, and that's why I think Obi's minutes and everything's gone down because Rose is out. He doesn't look good without a point guard. He needs a point guard, and that's why I think Lonzo Ball.
Derrick Rose could have helped him. Derrick Rose could have helped him. A guy like
I think
Derrick
Lonzo
Rose
Ball
is the perfect
point guard for him. Is Lonzo,
or even a Rondo, or he had a Rondo, or you know what I mean.
I'd rather Lonzo because of his age. You trade for Lonzo, or not even sign Lonzo in free agency if he's not traded before the deadline. Sign him in free agency. Lonzo's only 23 or 24, so he fits the timeline.
If Ben Simmons is on our
trade, you trade.
I want Lonzo. I feel like Lonzo is one of the most gettable guys, and I feel like we should make sure that he is on our team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if we had a Ben Simmons on our team, Obi would be better. If we had a Ben Simmons
and I was not a fan of Lonzo before this season. Like
I was, but I worried about his free throw shooting. But everything's gone up. He's shooting 75%.
Yeah, dude, it's undeniable.
Everything's gone up.
It's undeniable. Better. It's undeniable. Like
and
I can't.
They're playing him off. They're playing him off ball, so you could still use him, run the offense through Randle, and have him off ball a little bit. That's what he's doing with the Pelicans. And
dude, he has more threes. He has more threes than Curry.
Yeah, he's like 7 or 8 threes a game. And the thing is, what they were saying about him was, will he fit in Tom Thibodeau's system? He's playing for Van Gundy. Van Gundy runs the same system as Thibodeau.
I'm not even concerned about that. I'm not concerned about that. Like Tibbs will make it work.
Give up the Dallas pick, because is that Dallas pick going to turn out?
He's worth to me, it's worth it. And
is the Dallas pick
every game is looking like, and unfortunately, I hate to say it, but like every game, like this mofo freaking Kristaps is looking better and better. Like I don't know if we're really gonna get the premium number that we're gonna get out of that pick. Go ahead and trade it now while it has some speculative value.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying is like if the pick turns out like the 20 or 21st pick, is that player going to be better than Lonzo Ball?
Probably not. Probably not.
Unless you.
Although I do trust our guys with late picks, though. Yeah. I do say that. I do trust our guys with late. We're gonna have a late pick. So you bring Lonzo in. That's more wins. We're going to be a playoff team, so our pick could be into the teens. Just out of the lottery, anywhere from 15 to 20. So we still get a player out of that. You still have assets, another pick if you want to move up a little bit. And you get Lonzo with a Dallas pick. Unless their whole plan is to trade a load of picks to get high up in the draft. But I think just go get Lonzo. He's perfect for here. But under the right circumstances, though, like if they could definitely finagle into the top 5, a pick in the top 5, I think that might be worth a look. Like
to get into that top 5, you're going to have to give up. They're going to be looking for RJ. They're going to be looking for Randle. They're going to be looking for picks because them top 5 is.
Well, I mean,
I'm not trying to get into the top 5.
Then that's undoable.
Top 10. If you get like the 8, move up from where you are. And get like the 8th pick. You can get like a James Bouknight or a good player out of there. You're not going to the top 5. Nobody's trading out.
I feel like numbers wise, like technically we could get the 6th. We could get like the 6th seed in the playoffs and still actually like be able to get a lottery pick.
Yeah, hopefully we get some luck. But Lonzo, trade that pick and get Lonzo in here. I think it's perfect.
I mean, we are a half game back of Boston, so for 6.
Because that's the thing with Lonzo is if you trade for him, you have his rights in free agency. When he goes for unrestricted free agency, if you wait till then, you might get outbidded. Somebody might just throw a massive offer.
Like Chicago and Atlanta,
yeah. I think he's definitely worth a trade. I think he's definitely worth a trade. And those bird rights might be really what's more worth it in the trade than
what's the full packet you think for Lonzo? Because I seen Atlanta were offering, I think, was it Cam Reddish and 2 seconds, and Pelicans turned it down. They want a pick, and they're looking for a close.
I'll go ahead and give them I'll give them our pick or the Dallas pick, whichever one I feel like may be the worst of the two. I feel like our pick might be might be worse than the Dallas pick, so I might give them our pick. Hold on to the Dallas pick,
Put it protected.
Mm-hmm. And protected, like top 5 protected.
Yeah, top 7 protected. As long as, because then if injuries come in and we do slip, at least you have the pick if it lands in a high lottery.
And now, if you want players, then like I'm a throw in Frank and Knox. You know what I'm saying? Like you're a young developing team. Like they probably fit more now into your timeline.
Yeah. I heard someone say trade Obi in a pick, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know yet.
I don't know about that yet. I really think I feel like we're gonna see something much different from him coming out of this next season, yo. I'm telling you.
Because
let him get the glitter out his eyes. The glitter is in his eyes a little bit, still too much.
And the thing about these kids that were drafted, that's why none of them are playing like big 18, 20-point games, because these kids were drafted and 2 weeks later were in camp. They didn't have the time to start getting ready and get used to the system.
They don't have no summer league, it was like they started playing NBA basketball.
Drafted in 2 weeks. 2 weeks later, they were playing NBA basketball after being drafted.
NBA basketball.
Yeah, I mean, as Knicks fans, we have always had propensity to kind of forget what the original plan was at the beginning of the season because something changes. A superstar comes along, then all of a sudden we get bright-eyed and say, I'm going to give up the farm because I want this shiny new piece right here, right? So when you get an Obi Toppin or you get a quickly is outperforming what we picked him at. Nobody expected for him to have this kind of performance.
Well, the people who picked him there probably did, though.
Yeah, I seen a redraft. I seen a redraft, and the redraft had him drafted 6th.
Yeah,
that's hindsight, though, right? So whenever you draft a player, you go in with all the expectations to think that the performance they have in college is easy transferable to whatever system you got. And quickly from where we drafted him at, he's basically outperforming that pick. But on the flip side of that, we drafted Obi at his position and expected more performance out of him than we did from Quickly. Now, all of a sudden, when we start winning,
Quickly can't be a bust. It's like an NFL player being drafted in the 5th round. If he can't be a bust.
That's right. Absolutely, 100%. But at the same time, I think that again, when we start winning, and these other shiny new pieces become available on free agency or whatever the case may be, we want to cut off our arm to spite our face. Stick with what we got. You don't know. It's just like going to buy a brand new car, right? You buy a brand new car right now, drive it off the lot. As soon as you get off the lot, you get a recall. Are you just going to get the car back because it's got a recall? No, because it's under warranty. You're not paying for that. You need to sit there and figure out what's going on with what you just bought. Give it time to develop. Now, after you put some due diligence into that and you feel like, well, you're not cutting the mustard, then, oh, well, you cut ties, move on, and do something different.
Yeah.
I think we along with that, we are very emotional fans too. I've been a Knicks fan my whole life, so I know about the emotion. I know how it feels to be relegated to second place in the 80s, watching George just come in the Garden and have his way.
But Reggie Miller too.
Yeah, Reggie Miller too. I can't stand Reggie Miller either. But the shot you get like shiny sparks when Starks got that dunk going baseline. See, those things like that, I kind of hold on to. So we're emotional fans, right? Yeah. But at the same time, if you're running a business, okay, this for the New York Knicks, this is a business. We're passionate fans, but there is a business aspect to this, right? We're not in the Knicks are not in this to lose money, and they want to put a good product on the floor for the fans to enjoy. So I trust the front office that we have right now. Yeah. So whatever they're doing, I'm gonna give them time to let that thing marinate, and then when they put that meat on the grill, and then let it get to that sear mark, and then flip it over, I'm gonna be standing right there with my plate just like this. I'm ready to eat.
What do you guys think about what the front office might be thinking about expectations? Because at the beginning of the year, it was like we're rebuilding, and now we've jumped expectations. Do you think the front office is like, okay, can we make a little push for the playoffs? Or are they going to be like, so. You know what? This team got us where we are now. Let's ride with it for the rest of the season.
I think they're going to make a move or two.
Change the game.
Yeah, Randall changed the whole look of the the whole look of the rebuild.
Nobody saw that.
You can't tell me that Obi would be here right now if they thought this Randall was actually even possibility.
They were going to trade Randall and start Obi. That was the plan.
Yeah.
The whole idea was to build Randall's value. Like they thought he would be better, but like trade him to a contender and get some.
Yeah, they didn't get what they want from him.
Assets.
So they tried to build his assets.
Dude, Randall made himself untradeable.
Yeah,
he did. He did.
His game became more polished.
These are good problems to have. Like not bad problems. Like he made himself untradeable. So now, like, and this is with 9 months of off season, 9 months of like no team basketball.
He said he was
taking
like
to know that this man is coming back like this.
Yeah. And RJ, the thing with this team now with RJ's is making that leap, and he's only people were complaining, put him in the G League trade. I'm like, RJ's 20 years old and he's putting up like 17 and 6.
His three balls falling, his mid range is improving.
45 from the field, 35 from 3. Whoever thought RJ was able to shoot 35 from 3? Nobody. And he can get better. He's going to get better, and he's going to be an all-star. And if he gets
sometimes a lot of that has to do with the energy that's around you. Yep. Like if your man's is hitting, like you're apt to hit too, because just the energy. Mm-hmm. The energy is up on a team. Like we don't have a bad shooting team.
Yeah. And this year you see Randall's trusting RJ a lot more. Last year I don't think he trusted him. This year he's trusting him.
Yeah, because he couldn't hit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He got better, yeah.
We just need a go-to guy. We have a lot of good young players who compete. We just need a go-to guy.
I just wanted the playoffs.
Me too. It's been 7 years.
I don't even want no play-in. I want us locked into the playoffs. Like,
or at least the 7 or 8 seed where you get if you win 1 game you're through instead of 9 and 10 where you have to win 2 games.
And here's the thing: the play-in tournament format is stupid. The play-in tournament format is dumb. Why not just have the 7 seed play the 10 seed for the 7 and have the 8 play the 9 for the 8?
All checked up.
Because it's like, look at the play-in tournament format. You're gonna have the 7 and 8 play each other for the 7. That's stupid. And you're gonna have the 9 and 10 play each other for the 9. And you're gonna have the loser, the 7 and 8, play.
The interwebs didn't like your rant.
But he's right though. I don't like the format either.
The format is crazy. It is. But I think going back,
I dig it. I have zero problems with it. I just like give me a reason to watch more basketball.
Exactly.
But the one thing about it though, it's making the league less competitive because you're looking like over 50% of the league is going into the playoffs, or like, you know what I mean? It's like it's a little bit less competitive. It's like most of the league are in a playoff run. There's only like 10 teams that are out of the playoffs.
Yep. I mean, we're only I think we're the game and a half back of Atlanta for the 4 seed, so we still have a shot to get 4. Atlanta's playing in LA against the Clippers.
Atlanta's popping up. They have an easier schedule. The Heat have an easier schedule. The one thing I'm happy though is the Raptors are falling off.
Toronto's lost 8 in a row. How did they lose to Cleveland and Detroit?
I think they're playing in a new arenas.
Yeah, they're playing.
It doesn't matter.
They're not playing in Tampa.
In a way, it does. They play in Tampa. So when you're playing at home and you're used to the way that your rims fall and your shot falls, that's a little bit to that. So the Amalie Arena is not. The Amalie Arena is basically known as an ice skating rink, a hockey rink. That's what that stadium was built for. So when you transition that from hockey to basketball, I'm not a chemist or archaeologist or anything. Not archaeologists. People that build houses. Who are they with the A's? I just had a brain fart. Never mind. That's not my profession. So the only thing I'm saying, I think that in that building, in this different atmosphere, it affects you a little bit. You live in Toronto. You know how hot it is in Tampa right now. So in December, our weather is 78 degrees.
Around that, I live in Long Island. By the way, I don't live in Toronto. I live in Long Island.
No, I'm saying that's where the Raptors are based at. They're based in Toronto, so they got Canadian weather. Now I was in northern New York for a hot minute, and when you get that lake effect, weather and wind coming off that lake, that ain't no joke. With sub-zero weather,
Mm-hmm.
that does something to your body.
It's chilly in Canada. Yeah, it's very chilly. No one. That's another reason why Kawhi probably left, probably because of the weather. So all I'm saying is, we're a half game behind Boston. Boston's in Memphis tonight. Big game for the Grizzlies too, because they're trying to make the playoffs themselves. Indiana's in Milwaukee. They're probably going to lose. So it's like,
that's what it was. Thank you, Manny. I'm sorry. Go ahead, G Money.
No, you're fine. You're fine. So again, we blew a huge opportunity last night. If we would have won that game, we would have tied with Miami for 5th. And Miami's playing Phoenix tomorrow. So I noticed the top of my head. I'm not even looking at things. I noticed the top of my head right now. So it's like, we got Washington twice. We gotta come out with focus, put them down. We can't lose to the Wizards because we got the Bucks on the road, which will be tough.
Mm-hmm.
And we gotta go, and then we're home against the Heat, which will be tough. Mm-hmm. And then we're home against the Wolves, in which we should win that game. So at the end of the day, we gotta beat the teams we're supposed to beat. But at some point, we gotta beat a high level. We gotta defeat a high level team if we're gonna make the playoffs. At some point,
I agree. I mean, at this point in the game, there are multiple reasons why we get in the positions to where we didn't play bad basketball last night. There were a couple things that we could have done better. Free throws, we got to get better at shooting free throws because they free. So but missing a free throw is not why we lost the game. The game independent. Yeah, I mean, it was competitive, and
true.
I don't know what. I always say this when between it used to be the third quarter was our Achilles heel. We could not close out a third quarter to save our life.
Right.
We got better in doing that, so now we transition from not closing out the third quarter to the beginning of the fourth quarter. Everything starts taking over.
Yes, putting RJ in the bench too long kind of screwed everything up. Also, other than Alec Burks, our bench was terrible last night. It's like Alec Burks made some big shots, so give him credit. But what killed us, Burks missed that layup at the end. He should have kicked it. He should have gave it to Randall. If you would have given it to Randall or dunked the ball, we probably would have won that game. Also, a thing that killed us was people forget about this play. We were up by 1, and Shake Mill missed a runner, but we didn't grab the rebound. Danny Green got the board, and that led everything to the whole Randall controversy. If we rebound that ball the first time, we probably would have won the game. There is no Randall controversy. But at the same time, if you're Randall, if you're going to rebound, don't put your forearm on someone's back. Rebound naturally.
But G Money, to Randall's defense, that move is made in the NBA every day. They just don't call it.
It's one of those. It's like one of those understood things. Like especially like late game.
It's gonna happen.
He got a point to be mad. Like that's like like everybody else. Nobody else is getting that call at that time of the game. Like
some players, some will play. Some will get that goal. Some.
Well, and we gotta look at this too, right? And
he's legitimately an all-star, like a star. Like come on, man. Like. Y'all bugging out like that's.
He
don't got the respect yet. He don't got the respect in the league yet. He don't got the respect yet.
He's not getting the calls that a LeBron would get.
And I'm not even talking about LeBron. Like even an Oladipo is getting that call. Like even like B-level stars is getting that call. Like it's not getting that call. Like it's letting that go.
Yeah, I mean, but I think overall, for whatever reason. Our rebounding last night was just bad.
You gotta watch the full game. The stats don't tell the story. You gotta watch the full game.
I mean, rebounds that we should have been. I mean, the ball's right there.
We gotta crash the glass.
You gotta box out.
I mean, dang, and people forget. Harris missed 2 free throws, and Howard almost got an offensive rebound himself. People forget about that. Yeah. We were lucky right there. So I'm saying this: if we rebound the ball, we probably would have won this game. If we rebound and not just that, make our free throws. 10 missed free throws. I'm sorry. Quigley's missing free throws all of a sudden. What's going on? That's what I don't understand.
Yeah. Word. It's basic stuff. And
what is Philadelphia's ranking on defense? Because their defense, I mean, I think
it's top 5. It has to be top 5.
Yeah, they play good. Yeah.
Yeah, they play really good. So I gotta give credit to the defense too. Shout out to Doc Rivers. Mm-hmm. And his defense and the opponent. I mean, we're good defensively, but they look like
they ain't no slouch.
They're no slouch. They're just as gritty as us. They're just as greedy as us, even without Embiid and
Seth
they
Curry.
they have that same mentality of next man up too, because
They do.
They do.
Yeah, they
And
do.
Danny Green came up clutch, big time threes and a floater. Matisse Thybulle came up clutch, big time threes, including the three at the end to put him up 4. Shake Milton, he was shaking and baking last night. 21 off the bench.
That's a player I wouldn't mind trading for, even though that's a player that most players they like. Shake Milton.
You know what you trading for Shake? I'm only trading something like, I'll trade Frank straight up for Shake. Like I'm not.
Because Shake can't play the point a little bit.
Like who are you trading? What are you trading for Shake?
For Shake Milton?
Probably Frank, maybe
Shake
a pick or two.
Nice. Have you seen?
Shake can shoot and can drive.
Dude, like
have you
and can hit a tough shot.
Hold on, let me see. Shake, have you seen his stats?
I don't think. You know what? I'm not familiar with. I'm not.
Yeah, he tends to be efficient. He tends to be efficient from the field and from the free throw line. Like he both. He gets to the free throw line a lot too, and knocks him down.
Gameplay, like I watch his gameplay, and he just doesn't convince me. Like he's not like he doesn't look impactful.
That sample size. I will always say
he's an average player. He's a decent player. That's what I'm saying.
Like that's what I'm saying. I don't think he's a bad player, but like I'm not targeting him. Like I'm not like I want that guy. Like that's the guy I want. Like there's so many people ahead of him.
Well, I'm not. Well, first the most I'm looking to trade is a first round pick at most.
A first round pick for Shake?
No, I didn't say that. I said at most I'm looking to use. Like I'm not one of those. Hey, let's trade 3 first-round picks for Zach LaVine.
No, that's crazy.
Not me. Yeah, right. That's not me. Now that might be people, and that's their opinion, and I don't hate them for their opinion, right? Some people would trade 3 first-round picks.
I think 3 first-round picks is too much for anybody.
Well, I don't agree. I think they're that good. But Bradley Beal for 3 first-round picks for Bradley Beal, people want to do that. I'm not one, but I hear those trade talks. I know that player's value is that high. It's very high. So I am, but me at most, I am looking to make at most either trade second round, 1 or 2 second round picks, or a first. Now for Shake Milton, nice. I'll probably start with that Detroit pick that we have, the 32nd pick in the second round. Okay. And I'll throw in a player. I mean, it depends. I mean. He could score. Let me look at his number because I feel like I'm not. But I like how efficient he is in the field, man. I mean, Frank. I was maybe Frank and that Detroit second wouldn't be bad. I mean, but I don't know. Frank sometimes it's up and down. Like sometimes he has when he scores 13 points, I'm all right with him. But when he underperforms and he has his days where he underperforms.
Yeah, man. I love Julius Randle. He's had a phenomenal year. I mean, he was red hot from downtown 4-7, but 3 of 16 from 2. He has to make those shots in the paint. I'm sorry, Randall. Look, he's had a great year, and his decision he's become more well-rounded. He needs to be better with his decision making a little bit. He needs to show a little bit more IQ. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, Keith. So far, Shake is averaging 13 points, almost 14 points for the season, 13.9 to be exact. 3 assists, 2 rebounds. 875 from the free throw line, get it to the free throw line 3 times per game, and from the field 449. So, but
I feel you. That's decent. That's decent. Like that's
he was
good. It's just not enough to make him a target. Like he's just not. I'm just not targeting him right now. Like
when you target
other targets.
When you target, my question to you is: when you target a player, how many picks are you looking to trade or use?
I mean, no. Well, to me, the trade is all dependent on the player. Like, I'm not even I'm not on that side of the equation yet. Like, I want to target the person I want, and then like apply like what I feel like is the most I'd give for that player. Like, I'd like to get Oladipo.
And what are you giving up for
Oladipo? I'm in a minority. I know I might be in a minority there.
That's cool. But
you are in the minority, bro.
I mean, that's fine. That's fine. But like, I also understand like those major injury recovery times. And I'm telling you, like, cats are not going to be talking the same about Oladipo next season.
But what are you giving up for Oladipo?
I mean, isn't he? Wait, when is his? How much more time he got on his contract?
6 months.
Oh, then I'm waiting. I'm not giving nothing for nobody. I could wait for the.
So you're not trading for Oladipo. You'll wait for the end of the season. So you're not. But I'm talking about anybody you'll trade for right now. Any other player besides Oladipo?
I honestly, if they were open to it, I would definitely investigate a Zach LaVine or Bradley Beal.
Okay, so you see that, but three, you got to give up 3 for that. That's
I don't.
2,
But
3.
that's the thing. I don't know that we have to give up 3. Like there might be a different combination of elements, but like there might be a different.
Are you one of those ones that said I'll trade RJ for Zach LaVine? I've heard people speculate that. No, I know not you, Freezy. Freezy, I know you didn't say that.
Wait,
I'm saying, Keith? Are you one of those that was considering trading RJ for Zach LaVine?
No.
Okay.
No. I want to move. I want to move. Like I want Zach LaVine for the 2, and I want RJ to be the 3 permanently. Like that's what I envision.
Right. Okay. I mean, Zach LaVine, he's playing playing very good. So
he's playing very. And
I would. If I'm Chicago, if you're Chicago,
but everybody else is trash though. Like their young core is trash.
No. First of all, they even named him as part of their core piece. So I think we got to let that. That's it. He's one of the core players, just like Julius Randle is part of our core piece. They said that Patrick Williams, Zach LaVine is part of Chicago's core. They're building around those 2.
I could dig it. I mean, I got you. I'm not saying it's realistic. I'm not saying it's going to happen.
Right.
These are pies in the sky. Like none of us is GMs. We're not Leon. Like none of our decisions make any sense.
But I think they let it be. That one they're letting it be known. Like,
I'm saying if they were amenable to it.
Okay.
I don't think Bradley Beal is leaving the Wizards either.
That's a good point.
But let me if they
disagree. I disagree now. I disagree. I think Bradley Beal is leaving.
I don't know. I don't like not on his part. Like he's not forcing his way out.
I agree with you on that.
He's not forcing his way out.
Right.
They might take the right trade that somebody just like dumps the whole mother load on them for Bradley Beal. But like by Bradley Beal's standpoint, he's not forcing a trade out.
I think somebody's gonna pay. I think somebody's gonna pay that. He is
not Zach LaVine.
Yo, Bradley Beal is nice. So like that's he's nice.
I agree.
I couldn't even imagine like Randall having somebody like a Bradley Beal to pass to, like you know what I'm saying, like somebody who like we wasting heroics on like cats who's not out there really playing grown man basketball. Like RJ is getting there, like he's getting in that direction, but like it's really only like Randall and Rose who play like that level of grown man basketball out there.
Big Dog, who would you rather have though? Just state for the record who you would rather have.
I would. What you mean rather have? I would like to get Zach LaVine. I would like to get my hands on Oladipo before next season.
But you probably not gonna be able to get them both.
Okay, why not? Why can't I get Oladipo at the end of the season?
So are you saying
why can't I trade for one and pick up
Oladipo after the season?
What? Like I'm not doing this stuff for no crazy playoff push. I'm not doing it for that. I'm talking about like I'm trying to build what I feel like is a solid, like these solid pieces to the team as we go forward.
It's another thing too that. First of all, Zach LaVine is already established that he's I don't think he's going anywhere.
Yeah, I mean it's a long shot. You're right.
But
it's a long shot.
I was you and Joe Madden will have good conversations about Obi and all that stuff, and some people right now we're in a situation with an anxiety with Obi. We're underrated with this draft. I think we drafted really well.
Yeah.
So it's really, really underappreciated. It's still underappreciated. We drafted so good that is still underappreciated. We won't know, I think, until 5 or maybe 5 to 6. No, it might. I would say 3 years later, 3 or 4 years later, we're gonna be like, "Yo, man, this was one of the best drafts ever that we probably." I think we're gonna be saying that down the road. Obi and Emmanuel quickly, people are gonna be talking about both of them like, "Oh man, that was one of." So you gotta question yourself when you're talking about trading for Bradley Beal, Zach LaVine, because that's a lot of picks. You can't say Bradley Beal's not worth 3 picks or Zach LaVine is not worth 3 picks when they're shooting 50% from the field, 80% from the free throw line, getting to the free throw line 5 or 6, 7 times. You know, these guys are very good at what they do. So, but at the same time,
I didn't say they weren't worth it.
Okay. No, well, okay. Well,
So
you would hesitate, right? You would just hesitate to spend that kind of money.
Like, yeah, I did not say like they very well may be worth that. Possibly even like throwing a couple a second or two. They're probably worth that. Like, I'm not disputing that at all. I'm talking about what I would give.
Right, but if we could
feel comfortable based on our situation.
And to nip this real quick, I am not pro tanking just because Walt Perry and these guys drafted really well, and this is going to be one of the most underappreciated, one of the most better drafts we probably ever had. I am not pro tanking. Don't get it twisted. I still want to win the season. All I'm trying to say is I still trust Leon Rose, Scott Perry, and Leon Rose, Scott Perry, Walt Perry. So I trust those 3 when it comes to the draft and the development with Kenny Payne, Johnny Bryant. So my whole thing is next year too is I think we are a sleeper team too with the in the draft, regardless of the the lottery pick players. Like, I think we're gonna be set in finding. I think we probably got 2 stars and 2 potential stars, Quickly and Obi. They're 2 potential stars, and it's only a matter of time.
I feel like the jury is not out on Obi yet, and I said that even like when Katz was getting mad when we picked when Leon picked IQ. At 25, like Katz was like, "Oh, we could have got him in the second round. Like, why did
Right. I was one of those. Let me be honest with you.
And what I said was, I was like, "Yo, like maybe they know something we don't. Give it time, let it bubble."
Mm-hmm.
And here we are, like, oh, it's looking like he would have been like a 6 pick if people really knew what his talent was.
Mm-hmm.
So that bubbles me over to like Obi. Like, I feel like we might have seen more from Obi if their original plan had worked out how they saw originally. Like, okay, they was gonna work Obi in, and trade Randall for assets and value, or this, that, and the other. Like, so we would have been seeing more of an Obi show. The offense would have probably been like crafted a little bit more to fit him in, this, that, and the other. Like, Obi would probably look a lot different right now. But because Randall made himself untradeable, Obi is in a position where the team still knows the value of Obi, but it's gonna take time to switch or to mold him into like what he can be used for now. I really want to give this dude one off season with us and see how he comes back next season. I think Obi is going to impress.
Right, I agree with him. The only thing I disagree with you was about Julius Randle. I did anticipate a lot of things. I think he had the recipe to have a good season.
I do think that they thought he would be a better player.
Right.
But I don't think that they anticipated this Randall. Like, this, imagine this. Nine months of no team basketball. Like, the skills that he's exhibiting is team basketball skills that he's acquired in 9 months of no team basketball.
I think if there is one person that probably saw this was maybe Scott Perry, and because Scott Perry and Steve Mills went after Julius Randle. So. But
I say the only person I think saw this was Fizz. Fizz
this guy Randall?
Fizz, this is the Randall that Fizz was trying to get him to, but could not. He was the one talking, and we were laughing like, oh, like he was like, yo, Randall could be like LeBron, and Cats was laughing.
I agree.
Fizz said that.
He said that.
His mouth.
Wow, I didn't know that.
And he immediately put him into a point forward position. Point forward position.
News to me.
It just didn't work out. He couldn't handle the pressure. He wasn't a good enough coach really to coach him through that. But this is the Randall that Fizz was talking about.
Right. Because he kept spinning into double teams and looking to get that bucket and looking to get that bucket. You know how that goes, because he's coming from, I don't know if it's to be true, but I feel like he was coming from that era of Kobe. Well, he played with Kobe Bryant, so he knows about double teams and shooting it. And Carmelo Anthony is another Knick that when you double team, he still looks to shoot. So I'm glad he got that off his game and just became, you know what?
But what about the emergence of R.J. Barrett? I think the emergence of R.J. Barrett is slept on also.
Well,
because nobody thought that this dude was going to come back in. Yeah, nobody thought he was going to be a 75% free throw shooter and a dude that is shooting 30. I think he's at 35% from three now, because he was 1 for 3 in the last game and 0 for 3 last night. So I think he's back at 35%. But nobody thought this dude was going to be shooting 47.5% since January 15th from three.
Freezy, to your point, the problem with RJ is that we didn't clearly get a good look, right? That's why you have those RJ fans talking about he's still on his rookie season. It's
like nobody's not.
So and then you had that, and then you had the what's going on with the team? Is he going to get the ball? Is he getting the ball enough? So we a lot of people look at his rookie season.
Getting the ball enough for what? To play make or to shoot?
Everything, because people were just not happy that he would. I mean, I wasn't complaining about RJ not getting the ball, but people were. I'm talking about what people in the panel RJ's he was left hanging and Julius wouldn't pass him the ball and he's not getting the ball enough, and I didn't see that. Maybe it was there, and I just thought that at that time I was just like, okay, I'm trying to figure out what's going on. What are we doing? But so a lot of people. What I meant to say though is that I don't know if the opportunity. It just feels like a lot of people. I don't know. I'm not gonna speak for other people. I'm gonna speak for myself. I saw him. I went to Madison Square Garden. I saw him a few times. I couldn't. I feel like I didn't have enough time to make a projection of what kind of season he'll have, because it's the season got cut short, and I still didn't have a good idea of his game yet. Like, I knew he could get to the free throw line. I'm happy about the free throw shooting, but I also anticipated some ups and downs, and he had his downs when he was missing his shots. But that happens to every rookie. So I'm not. What I do like is that he's becoming more comfortable. That's the main thing that I like about him, is that I'm seeing him become more comfortable around his teammates. The team. Every player. It looks like every player on the team. Everybody knows their role, and that's coaching. Like, every player knows their role. Like Burks, Bullock, this person, that person. Everybody knows their role. So there's no ego clashing. There's no misunderstand. I feel like there's so much less misunderstandings with this team. But now I feel like next season I can sort of try to make a projection. Like, okay, I think RJ Barrett's gonna have this kind of season. I think RJ Barrett's gonna average 5 assists next season, or 4 assists.
Hey, come on, Haddock Sharon. I do him.
Right. So I could say next season I anticipate RJ averaging 4 assists, maybe even 5 assists if he pushes it. That's the kind of player that I'm seeing next season from RJ. But this season, with all that COVID and the season ending in March, all I saw RJ was just, what I saw a lot? I saw a lot of Marcus Morris. That's what I actually saw a lot from last season. That's what I really.
I'll tell you what you saw, and I'm just gonna assume. You know what I'm saying? Based on, us knowing each other for a while. I believe RJ Barrett is the only person that I've seen that thrived through his sophomore slump. That sounds strange, right? Like I think he's in a sophomore slump type situation, but he's thriving in it. And I know that sounds weird, right? Like why would I say something that crazy? The two statements don't even belong together, right? But I think RJ Barrett has improved so much in every area that the one thing he was good at, he probably didn't improve that. Like for instance, his handles are so much better than they were last year. It's ridiculous. And if you watch the box score, you wouldn't notice. But if you watch the game, you notice when he beats his man, it's not a straight line to the basket trying to get to a left-hand layup anymore. Like the dude is legit weaving through traffic now with handles and not with the you remember the Euro move from last year? Remember the Euro is how we got to the rim. This year,
that's true. I remember that.
It's a mix of Euro and handle. You know what I'm saying? And so and also the other thing too is his 3-point shot has improved so much that it takes like the luster off of other things that he does, like his defense. Like his defense is much improved, in my opinion. Also, so RJ Barrett didn't have a spike in one area of improvement. It's just that my man has improved so much across the board that instead of looking like a downhill scorer, he looks like an all-around.
Yeah, that's true. He does look like an all-around scorer. I would say that. I would agree. Yo, what's going on, man?
Hadouken, what's good?
What's good? How you guys doing?
What's good on, man? Chilling.
Hey, so how do we say it? So people are saying, so people say Hadouken and Hadouken.
Yeah, it's Hadouken Sharon. Foxy says it. Foxy says it wrong all the time.
Foxy says like Foxy said. I said Foxy.
Yeah, he says it in a funny way.
Yeah, I'm like Foxy. It's not Hoboken. It's Hoboken. Like nobody says Hoboken. Right? So he was like, so do I say Hadouken? And I'm like, no, dog. You still missed the point.
Yeah, but this conversation is a pretty interesting one. I've been listening to it since I woke up, and there was just like something that just came out on Twitter that Marvin Bagley is looking to change the scenery, and they're looking for a first-round pick.
No,
I'm just asking if you guys are interested.
I'll think about it, bro. I'm gonna be honest. I would consider it, bro.
I'll think about it, but y'all trust, y'all believe in him? Like what has he done to really kind of like make you feel like he's the guy?
I would take a chance. I would say I'm talking about taking a flyer on him.
You see, the only reason people look down on him, I think, is because he was in the same draft as Luka and he got picked as the second pick. But the only worry about him, I think personally, is the injuries, because that's what has put him back. Because he's not a bad player. He's like 13-11 or 13-12, something like that, and he's been like playing pretty well recently. But it's just
I think the coaching was terrible. How they developed him was terrible.
That's what
Tibbs might be better for him, I guess. Maybe, definitely that.
I agree.
I'm gonna be okay.
No,
go ahead, Freezy. No, let's say real quick. Go, you Freezy, you go, Freezy.
Okay, so what I say with Marvin Bagley, I think if he came here, bro, if he came here, him and Obi together off the bench is crazy. You can't start him. You can't start him over Mitch, and you can't start him over Nerlens Noel because his defense is not there yet. But as an offensive big off the bench, him and Obi together,
you would have to trade Noel in that package, most likely.
Yeah, we'd have to trade.
I don't think it'll probably be no. I think they'll probably want Mitch.
Trade Mitch?
I'm not saying I would think they would want Mitch.
Well, dog, who cares what they want? Hell yeah, you want the best that you can get out of no trade. That don't mean you're gonna get it. There's no way in the world that would be the dumbest thing ever. Why would you trade Mitch for no?
Yeah, there's definitely a team that would risk it though for Marvin Bagley. 100%.
He's a power forward, or is just that? I mean, I know they're relatively close, but is he? What's his main position?
Mainly power forward, yeah. But I mean, because they haven't played Hassan Whiteside for a while. I don't know if he's injured or something. And they have, I think, Rashawn Holmes. I don't know who starts. I don't really watch too many Sacramento games, to be honest.
There's a reason for that.
I'm gonna be honest, and I want to say that real quick. A lot of Sacramento players I would trade for. I don't know, man. I feel like
Lonzo. I meant to say that earlier as well. I would trade for Lonzo.
Lonzo Ball,
100% for the right price. Like the Bulls offered Satoransky in a second, and then the Hawks are involving a trade with Cam Reddish. I feel like if it's that low, they're asking for like a first rounder or a good player. We gotta get into that.
Yo,
if we don't, that's a big loss.
Loss. If he goes low to somebody, I'm gonna be so.
I would be pissed.
I'm gonna be pissed.
Yeah, speaking of Satoransky, I would trade Peyton for Satoransky, even if it's
Peyton gotta agree to that.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah. And Satoransky is not like he's not a starter, but he's a good you would say like a good bench player. He's not
rotation player, right?
He's a
like
good rotation player.
Like he could start, or he could come off the bench, or he could be out the rotation. That's why I like him. I like Satoransky.
But I wouldn't look just to trade for him. I don't think that would be.
Well, it depends how much you want to spend, because I mean we got draft picks and you got my whole thing is one reason why I don't look to spend that much draft capital is because you don't go out of your way to spend, I don't know, was it $3 million to go get Walt Perrin and to sign him to a big contract possibly? Like if you go out your way to have Scott Perry and you sign Walt Perrin, that means you're trying to draft really well, and you're not trying to trade as many draft capital as much as you have, plain and simple. So my whole thing is, when I look at a trade, to trade at most one draft pick, or a second round pick. So when I see Satoransky, I'm like, okay, well, if it's a second round pick, yeah, because like there's gonna be a lot of trades where it's just not gonna get done if you're talking about a good player and draft pick. It's plain and simple.
Yeah, I just don't think Satoransky is someone you would just like trade for, because then we would have D Rose start and then him off the bench. I don't know. I don't feel like that would fit our team in general.
You know what? Great point. It's funny. I started thinking, I'm like, yo, man, why are we talking about Lonzo Ball? We're going to trade Derrick Rose for Lonzo Ball? I mean,
you would have to trade I would trade a Frank or Knox in the Dallas pick from this year.
Hold on.
He's definitely worth that pick.
I would trade our pick before the Dallas pick.
Would you really? I don't know.
Like I feel like we're gonna be higher in the playoff seeding. Like our pick, I feel like their picks might still be better than ours this season. I would like to hold on to the Mavs pick.
The lottery odds work based on placement in the conferences, or does it matter on the actual record? Because I always forget. Is it like the record of the actual team, or
it's the team? It's the league wide record.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I would, if the Mavs somehow get on a crazy losing streak, we would be really mad about that. But I don't know what the likelihood. The likelihood of that is just
they're in the West. They got a tougher time. I just see us being able to end the season out higher than them.
I got a question for you guys, man. I got a question. My whole thing, because you guys like Lonzo Ball, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I like Lonzo Ball too. So shout out to Lonzo Ball.
I didn't. I wasn't a Lonzo guy.
Okay, cool. But here's my question, right? So Elfrid Payton is going to be coming off the bench, right? He's the sixth or seventh man, right? Correct? Cool.
In that scenario?
Cool. Yeah. Who is starting? Derrick Rose or Lonzo Ball? What are we?
Lonzo. I start Lonzo. It's to me.
So Derrick Rose is going to go behind. I mean, I feel like
Man, what's good? I feel like it's Elf and that somebody's getting traded. There's like somebody
right, like you said, but like you said,
will be in that trade.
Like you said though, Alfred Payton, good luck trying to trade Alfred Payton. He has a no trade clause. So Alfred Payton, you have to look at him at this season as your 6th or 7th man off the bench. Lonzo Ball or Derrick Rose going to have to start. I don't see Derrick Rose being okay. I don't know, man. I feel like
Tibbs is going to use Rose. Huh? Rose is only not starting because of minutes management.
Yeah.
Like if Rose was fully healthy, we wouldn't have been seeing as much of Elf as we were seeing.
And
right.
You gotta think about it too.
So if he's coming off the bench, it's gonna be Rose for Elf.
My whole thing is I don't see Rose being comfortable. Hey, Chaplo, yeah, you're right. Yeah. Hey, I don't see Rose. Okay, go. Okay. So I don't see Rose being comfortable Lonzo Ball starting over him, is what I'm trying to tell you. And I don't see Lonzo Ball being comfortable Rose starting over him. I feel like if you're gonna have to make
I think like we discussing problems that is for Tibbs to handle. I'm not even concerned about that.
What I meant to tell you,
he already got Rose coming off the bench.
I'm saying that to say this. I don't think right now the timing to get Lonzo Ball is good because I feel like it might create conflict within the team.
I think that's not even. I feel like that's a non-issue.
If you're thinking of even trading for Lonzo, you're doing it because you have leverage on his contract, so you can match the price and you can sign him. So you're thinking of it in a way to start him, and you want to build on him. And Rose has been coming off the bench in Detroit too, and he's been coming off the bench earlier before EP was injured. I don't think he cares.
But Hadouken, my whole thing is when he was in Minnesota. I know he was younger, like maybe 3-4 years younger. I can't remember. Eventually, he started getting those minutes, and then he started becoming an MVP, and MVP roles and all that other stuff. I mean, you got these people like Derrick Rose, who's a former MVP and had a great season with Minnesota.
Dude,
and is back with his coach.
If Tibbs needs him to play ball, he'll play ball. Like you're bugging out. Like you're creating what you're doing is creating a non-controversy. Like I don't think like that's not going to be an issue at all. Especially for nobody like Rose. Like Rose is Tibbs' guy. Like if Tibbs needs him to not play, look, I got to DMP you this game. Rose is fine. Like, did we win? Fine. Like that, like they about the wins.
Yeah, man. What's going on, fellas, man? I'm hearing y'all conversation, man. What's up? What's going on with you?
Salute, Uncle Worldwide. You already?
Man. What's going on, Uncle Freezy? I see that blue and orange teardrop. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
What's good? Ain't much, Freezy. Ain't much, man.
No.
But hey, I'm hearing what you saying, Ralph. But it ain't nothing to worry about.
Yeah.
Okay.
Man, Freaky said it. Derrick Rose a professional, man. That guy just want to win.
These guys want to win.
And he said it himself that he don't have much time left in them knees, man.
You know what? Maybe you're right with the knees.
Yo, that's the whole reason he ain't starting. He ain't start from the time he got here.
Exactly. Right. It's not maybe. He is right.
Yeah,
he can't be out there playing starters minutes when they need him at the end of the game.
To the playoffs, man. Have an opportunity to get to the playoffs. Right. Be with his coach. You know what I mean? He ain't gonna cause no ruffles. If anything, you got to worry about seeing something like that is them younger players. You know what I mean? But not those players like D Rose.
Great point, Ron.
But I'll tell you this: that game last night, I'm not gonna blame the refs like that, man. Not me. You know why? 53% truth in the free throw line.
Say it again. You said 13 for 23. What you said it was again last night?
It was like 13 or 23, man. We missed 10 free throw shots.
10 free throws.
And on top of that, you didn't value the basketball. You turned it over 17 times. You deserve to lose.
Burke should have passed it to Randall there in that one play.
And late game execution. Alex Burks on that, and he played great last night. But that one play where he was going, they had the fast break on that turnover. You're supposed to drop that thing off the Julius Randle, game over.
Horrible play.
That's what lost the game. Late game execution and turnovers. Turnovers and missed free throws. They don't even go in the ref hand. Yeah, did the ref do some silly stuff? Yeah. I ain't gonna absolve them 100%. And I'm gonna blame Tom for this a little bit too. Because why you sit RJ and bring RJ back with 4 minutes left in the game? When RJ was giving Ben Simmons fits last night on both ends. And the second unit, let's face it, everybody, that second unit played terrible last night. We didn't have it.
Yeah, except for Burks. Yeah.
Other than Burks, that second unit is really not that good.
Did nobody get anything in that second unit?
And I'm going to tell you this, Keith. I know it can change. I know it's early in his career. Some people ain't going to want to hear this, man. But I ain't attached to no player on this team like that. You know what I mean? But I'm going to tell you, I can call it like I see it because I watch basketball and I played it. Emmanuel Quickly is not a point guard. Because he missed. I watched him miss RJ running straight down the middle on an alley-oop. A point guard knows to throw that ball up to RJ going down. You can't teach being a point guard.
Yeah, your mic is staticky.
Staticky.
Yeah.
Staticky mic.
You know what? I'm gonna go out and come right back in, man.
That's not you.
No, it's not you. It's Uncle.
Oh, it's Freezy? Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Because hey, think about this, Free Keith. You can't teach somebody to be a point guard. That's something that's ingrained in you. You know what I mean? And ain't no knock to Quickly. He's a gunner, man. He's exactly what we want him to be. He can shoot that thing. And if it wasn't for him late in that game, when we were struggling, we get blown out. You know what I mean? So I'm going to give a young fella his props, man. But I recognize what he is. Ain't nothing wrong with saying you recognize what a player is. Could he prove me wrong? Of course. But from what I'm seeing, man, I don't see point guard. I see shooting guard all the way with him.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly in the mold like Lou Williams, the guy who he likes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, he might have some good games. He might have some good games with some assists, but I can't disagree to your point.
Yeah, like it's hard to disagree with that because but I also still say it's early, and I feel like the style of play that Tibbs is directing cats to play, like the point guards, like I think he's because Randall is there. Tibbs has really kind of like decreased a lot of the point guard.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that.
In some way, like even like a guy like Elf, who like his whole career he averaged like 7 assists a game. Like to be averaging like 2 and 3 assists a game lets you know that something has changed. Like
I can agree with that, Freaky. You know what I mean? If he's been a passer and all of a sudden now his numbers dip in here and we see who's getting all the assists, that lets you know right there why he ain't getting them. You know, that's a good point.
So if he's got all our PGs like concentrated on being attacking, I feel like Derrick Rose is the only one really suited to be an attacking and passing point guard.
Exactly. He thrives at. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good point.
The other guys can't really they can't really do both.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell you what else, Free Keith. That Lonzo Ball, man, I'm gonna tell y'all like this, man. He should have been here yesterday. And I'm gonna tell you why. Man, hey, how long we been looking for a point guard?
Too long.
How long we been looking for a point guard, Free Keith?
Forever.
Since Chris Duhon and Raymond Felton.
Man, we were
since
looking
the off. Ron, to your point.
Since Coney Island rapper Starberry.
Ron,
exactly.
to your point.
That's my thing. Starberry.
Ron, to your point. Since the off season, this off season that passed, I wanted a point guard really bad with the situation.
You just thinking recent.
Right. I mean, I like to keep it
since Marbury. That's the last.
Right, but I like to keep it. I like to keep it. This team, this season,
No, you can't just look at just this season, man, Ralph. You got to look at the totality because what we have going on right now is a microcosm of thing that was not done with this organization the right way. We should not be looking for a point guard every season. We've been looking for a point guard, man, for the last 20 years, man. And you got one out there that's a complete point guard.
Uncle Ron. Wait, Ralph. Uncle Ron, let me ask you this question though. And I everybody say this, but in my mind, I know Starberry, Stephen Franchise, those were we had them, but Chris Duhon, he had 22 assists. He set the record. Nobody even broke it yet. And then Raymond Felton was a good point guard as well. Yeah, those were 2 point guards we had.
Those guys were serviceable point guards, man.
Okay. I'm not saying they're better than the ones we got now.
Felton was very good. I'm not. You know, that's a North Carolina guy. I'm gonna tell you. I watched him. Felton was very, very good for us. And before Felton, it was Marbury, and that's it.
Hey, Ron, to your point.
And hold on for you get, because I wanted to finish off my point with Alonzo.
Okay.
Because I think this is the reason why this should have been done yesterday. I truly believe getting Alonzo will help unlock Obi Toppin in that second year. Bringing Obi in to play with Lonzo. It's gonna help Obi because Lonzo thrives in fast break. Obi's style of offense, fast break. That's what you saw in college from him. A lot of highlight, getting out in space, running
transition. Yes.
And we're not using the kid like that, man. We're not using it, and not only that, he can help other guys. It ain't gonna just be
the whole team. Better. The whole team.
Obi and Mitch, benefit from it. It's gonna help Randall get the pressure off of him, and it's gonna help these other guys have easier nights to be able to get shots where they can shoot it.
Ron, I just want to say this real quick. And give it back to you. That Phil Jackson traded Tim Hardaway Jr. when Phil Jackson drafted Porzingis, that same draft he traded Tim Hardaway Jr. to get a point guard, but it just didn't work out. It was Jerry and Grant. So I think Phil Jackson really liked Lonzo Ball, but Lonzo Ball was way out of his reach. I just want to put that in the.
Yeah, Lonzo is only 23 years old, 6'6", 190.
Yeah, he was trying, but he just struck out,
What's up, Freezy? What's going on with you, man?
Yo. Hey, Uncle Freezy's in the building. Ladies and gentlemen.
What's good, man? Freezy. Hey, I forgot to ask you when I text you. You know what I mean? I can't send nothing on the package say Uncle Freezy. You know what I mean? Hey, send me your okay, I can do that.
That's my PO box.
Okay. I'm gonna just put Uncle Freezy name when they ask.
You could write on there, ladies and gentlemen, Jackson Heights' very own. Put your hands together.
I got you, man. That thing gonna be smoking today, man. First thing smoking, it's gonna be sent to you, man. Appreciate it.
Hey, listen, man. I watched your show the other day.
Yeah.
Bro, you are the conductor. Bro. Hey, I was watching them egomaniacs. And listen, I mean that in a good thing. I mean that in a good way. I was watching these egomaniacs. Everybody felt like they was right. You know how it is. You know what I'm saying? When you do a live stream and you have 5 or 6 people, everybody felt like their point is absolutely right. And Ron was on there orchestrating, man. He's like, no. Let my man finish his point. And it was like the most beautiful thing you ever saw in your life. Because everybody egomaniacs, but they like, yo, whatever Ron say, go. And everybody was just like falling in line. I was like, yo, I wish.
But you know all of this, Freezy, man, it's just hard. It's that's why I see why, like, once you get like 10, when you go over 7 people, man, it's really rough. It's hard.
Right.
It's hard to try to mediate that thing. And everybody got their points, and I want a ham. You know what I mean? But when we start talking over each other, man, and some people get missed, don't even get an opportunity to speak. It's hurtful. It's hurtful, man. You know what I mean?
That's no bueno.
That's no bueno, Papo.
And and so it's like I'll be watching you. It's like the Oprah Winfrey show. And then when I come back here, it's like Jerry Springer. You know what I'm saying? Hey, both are good and have longevity in their own way. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man. I'll be right back.
Man, yeah. I tell you what, it's funny, man. We had something funny happen on the show, man. And Chop, I wish you was there. I wish I was there. Y'all had caught it. If y'all
What happened?
See it, it was funny. My man Kev, right? So we was talking about RJ, and so I said, okay, well, such and such, you can go ahead and then pass the ball next to whoever, next to the next person to talk. And so I got up and went to go get some water, and when I came back, I noticed they were talking about something different. So I was like, I take it everybody to talk about RJ, and so I said, let me guess. I said, somebody done changed this subject. I said, let me guess who done changed the subject. I said, it's Cornerstone.
Of course.
Everybody bust out and laughed. Everybody, we were just laughing, man. And Cornerstone that done changed the subject. And I was like, he said, what? He said, I'm sorry. He said, you want me to go get the switch? I said, nah, you need go get the tree.
Right. Go get the whole tree. Go get the whole tree, bro. We gonna braid it.
We got to try to stay on topic, man. It's a hard work, man. You put all this time and research on these topics, man. You want them things to be talked about. But I understand we all get excited, man, and we you know what I mean. And it is valid, you know what I mean. We all, I love to hear everybody speak, man. Right. If I wanted to hear myself speak, I'd just do videos.
Right.
And that's the passion of Knicks fans. So salute and God bless them. Yeah.
Right. And then like with me, I can legit get on without nobody and talk for 3 hours. Right. I can do that. I can legit do that and feel comfortable. I'd be comfy with that. Because y'all know I'm a ham. Like I didn't know I was a ham until I didn't know I was a ham for attention until my grandmother was like, boy, get on that choir and get up there and sing. And I was like, mother, I don't want to sing on the choir. Because I used to see the choir boys, they used to look like cornballs to me. They used to have their suit on, they tie, going to church. I'd be laughing. Like, ha, 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 you know. But Miss Green, the choir director, one day was like, hey, Uncle Freezy, get up front and sing this song. And I was like, Miss Green, I don't want to sing this song. She's like, Uncle Freezy, get up there and sing this song. And I got up and I got up front, and as soon as I saw that microphone, and I saw them about 150 people at church looking at me, I was like, just rocking, boy. I was rocking when like 7 years old, just singing, right? And then like mother was like, you like it up there, don't you? I was like, my grandmother, we call her mother because she used to live with us. And my mother used to call her mother, right? So I called her mother because my mother called her mother. You know how it goes. When you're a little kid, you call people by what you hear. But I got up there, I started singing. Man, I got up there, I saw about 150 people. I was like 7 years old. I pulled that microphone out the mic stand and started walking around. And the preacher was like, the preacher looked at me and pointed, and take that microphone back and put that thing. Where you think you at? I thought I was Jackie Wilson. Yeah, man. I thought I was Jackie Wilson, but you couldn't tell about nothing. But anyway, I know I recognize that I'm a ham for the live stream. I just, you know what I'm saying, I'm not an egomaniac. I just like having fun and cutting up with y'all. But Ron, let me ask you this. All right, because I heard y'all mention Lonzo Ball. I heard Zach Lee. I heard Bradley Beal. I think, and I'm gonna ask you a question. I'm asking Ron.
Fire in the hole.
A question, right?
All right.
Right. I'm asking Ron a question, but it's based off of my experiences. Would we be upset if the Knicks don't get Lonzo Ball, but get someone else, maybe like a Robert Covington, a 3-and-D wing, right? That can defend RJ's position, his own position, and Julius Randle's position. Would we be disappointed in a all NBA defender and a 3-point shooting athlete as opposed to getting a point guard?
I said it last night, man, and it took me a long time to get to this point, man, where not being attached to players, but attached to the team, man. And whatever the front office do, man, I'm gonna trust their vision, man, because up to this point, they ain't give me no reason to think that they ain't gonna do what's right in the Knicks, to benefit the Knicks, man. So at the end of the day, what I would love the idea of having Lonzo, because I know the problem we've had at point guard for 20 years. But that being said,
for 40 years, bro, it's 40 years.
Yeah, you're right.
Because we never had no point guard here. When's the last time the Knicks had a point guard, played a point guard spot for us for 4 years? Somebody name a point guard that was the starting point guard for 4 years.
Boy, that's a great point. Because even Mark Jackson and them didn't stay here.
Right.
That's a great point. That's a great point.
What about Charlie Ward and Chris Child? They didn't stay 4 years, or?
I said start.
Oh, starting. Okay.
Yeah.
Man, it's
probably Roy Sparrow.
Man, it's been way too long, Freezy. It's been way too long.
Right.
So with that being said, as much as I know we need a point guard, I know that another problem is that starting small forward position. That's a problem. I'm not fooled by just a game where I see them two guys combined for 41 points, because that's more like an eclipse. You won't see that with Alex Burks and Reggie Bullock. Both them guys normally don't perform on the same night, and more often than not, they don't perform together.
Right.
So small forward, I would not be mad with that position. And I'm gonna tell you who I think they should go get. That kid over there in Toronto.
OG Anunoby?
Norman Powell.
Yeah.
Norman Powell.
He averaging 19 and shooting like 40+% from three.
I would not be mad at a Norman Powell pickup.
And he played both sides of the ball. He played both sides. And he's 27.
And he's an elite athlete. Exactly. Athlete. So he right. And so as soon as we get him, he'd be in that category with an Obi Toppin type athlete, except at his position.
Yeah, he'll start immediately.
Yep.
He would not come off the bench, and that problem solved for that small forward position. Then you can move Burks or Alec, Burks or Bullock. One of them would be gone in a trade someplace else. You could possibly package them to go get a point guard.
Right.
Who knows? But I'm gonna tell you, Lonzo Ball. If we don't get Lonzo Ball, I'm of the mindset that they're gonna wait till unrestricted free agency, and that they probably didn't got win, because these people talk, man. They talk back channels. You know what I mean? And it's already reported that the Knicks are high on Lonzo's list, saying that he definitely strongly is going to consider coming to the Knicks as a restricted free agent. So,
but don't they want a lottery pick for him if it was a trade, Uncle Ron? I heard they want at least a lottery pick for him if we do a trade.
Now, I tell you this, what you got to ask yourself with that. And Free Keith, think about this for everybody who say, well, I wouldn't give up a first-round pick for Lonzo. Given our current projection of where the Knicks going to finish the season, are you convinced that you're going to be able to get a point guard where we draft that's going to be better than Lonzo or equal to?
I don't mind. I don't mind trading a pick for him, to tell you the truth. I don't mind, like, in terms of a first, though. Like, I'm not giving like one a recent first. Like, I'll give you a 223 first plus whatever players, or maybe even throw in a second, whatever. But like, I'm not giving you a 21 first at all.
Yeah,
for Lonzo.
I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that. We got 7 first round picks.
7.
But I wouldn't be mad at giving a first pick for him. Like, I think he's worth it. Like, and I'm not even I haven't traditionally been a big Lonzo guy. Like, but the work that he's showing this season, man, like, the dude is different, and I would love to have him.
And he's developing now, like you said, the work he's putting in. Sorry, Ron, and he played with Julius Randle too.
Yo, your man has hit more threes this season than Curry. Yeah, I'm telling you, like, Lonzo is not playing around. I don't even think that he's getting the conversation that he should be getting.
Yeah, like most improved player. And then the thing is, the Joker averaging
he's not being Randall out for that though.
Nah, he not. He averaging like six assists and playing off guard.
I'll take Lonzo.
That's the crazy thing on this team. And I said that boy would average a double-double.
Yes.
He average a double
with elite defense. With elite defense.
With elite defense. See, that's what I'm talking about. See,
right.
Hey, call Leon. Hey, Leon. Leon, go make the phone call, Leon. Go fly that ball into LaGuardia, man.
That's why I'm telling Leon Rose to get out of the ivory tower and do something. right. Hey, Ron. Hey, so Ron is a vet. Ron's a veteran like myself, right? So what happens is sometimes we used to go out to the field, right? And so for those that don't know about the military, the field is where you do field training exercises, where you practice up your skills and sometimes compete against other units that do the same thing, just to make sure that you sharp when you have to go on your missions, right? So we'd be in the field, and we'd be winning, right? But we'd be losing resources fast. And so the person in charge would be like, yo, y'all winning, but y'all burning through resources. And we'd be like, but the key is winning. And he'd be like, well, boots cost money. And so boots cost money is the leadership's way of saying that we're on a budget and we have to make sure that we stay within the budget restraints. Like we legit would need diesel fuel to go attack somebody, say that would be like 90 clicks away, right? So we need diesel fuel, right? So he was like, yo, 90 clicks, diesel fuel, y'all can road march. That's four road marches. And we like, Top, you legit want us to road march there? By the time we get there, we're gonna be tired. He be like, but we save money on diesel fuel. And then he'd be like, Sergeant Uncle Freezy, boots cost money. And I'm like, well, you gonna wear the boots out if we walk 90 miles with equipment.
And the foot that's in them.
And the foot that's in them gonna have blisters on them. Right? But he like, yo, boots cost money. And I know what he getting at. So Leon Rose is like, yo, I understand Randall is playing 40 minutes. I understand RJ is playing 40 minutes. But in order for us to bring in reinforcements, we got to spend some of our assets. And if we spend the assets, that means we compromise the future for the present. Or we take stuff off the roster right now that y'all have chemistry with to get a piece we think is an upgrade. They might get here and may not be an upgrade. So he's saying, so Leon Rose is like, boots cost money. So I'm telling Leon Rose, bro, if you don't get Julius Randle some help, with him playing all these minutes, Julius Randle is going to break down and fade down the stretch. Right? That's what happens. That's what happens to a guy that you put in a workload on him that is too much for him to carry. He could carry it for a little while, maybe a long while, but after a while, he'll break down. He'll get like some type of injury that'll end his season. And we don't want Randall. We don't want Randall to end his season. We don't want Randall hurt, right?
Right.
We don't want to do that. So go out and get a guy to help carry the load. So when other games come up, when it's really high leverage time, you can see the very best of Julius Randle, right? Last night was a microcosm of what I'm talking about. Like we legit played. Julius Randle played 46 minutes, and that last shot of the game, I'm telling you, if Julius Randle was fresh or had some gas in the tank, that shot goes down. But that shot didn't go down last night. Remember, it rimmed in and out. It was about a third of the way down and came out. If Julius Randle had any gas left in the tank, we win that game just based off that shot alone, right? But we can't say boots cost money. We can't. Leon Rose can't be like, well, boots cost money. To get reinforcements, we got to pay something. Hey,
exactly. Man. And the thing is, Freezy, to your point, you ain't just going and getting anybody.
Right.
Lonzo Ball was the second overall pick, first round.
Right.
The guy is 23 years old, big point guard.
Right.
And you know the funny thing is, I'm seeing the same thing with him that I seen with Julius. Each year, getting a little bit better. Each year, getting a little bit better.
Right.
The Lakers gave up on Julius. They gave up on Lonzo.
And guess what else, too, Ron? If he comes to the Knicks, he'd be in play for the same three teams Julius played for.
Ain't that something? Ain't that something?
Ain't that something, right?
The timeline is
Right.
perfect. This
Right.
guy can build for the future with you. And then not only that, Freezy, you get the guy now, because my thing is I'm not a proponent of throwing away seasons, man.
Me either.
And the East, the way the East is this year, is not what anybody expected it to be this year.
Right.
You know, look at the teams that's up there. Talking about playoffs. Charlotte, Atlanta, New York. Them three right there just let you know the East ain't what it used to be.
Right.
And you got a golden opportunity to accelerate this thing even further, and don't compromise the long-term sustainability for this thing. Because we got all these picks. And you can still these 1-year deals that you know ain't gonna be here, you can get them guys up out of here and start recouping some picks back.
Right. Hey, guess what else, Juan? Guess what else too? So people complain about our schedule being tough, right? So guess who else had a tough schedule is in that same category? Charlotte and Atlanta. Charlotte and Atlanta have tough second half schedules just like us. And guess what else? Lonzo Ball broke his wrist last night and is out for the year. I mean, LaMelo Ball. LaMelo Ball broke his wrist last night and he out for the year. Right? So now we all facing this injury bug. We all have tough schedules.
Yeah.
What's going to separate us from the pack? Leon Rose. What's going to separate us from the pack, Leon Rose? It's going to come down to the front office that makes the shrewdest moves and the coaches that are the most innovative with the talent that are afforded to them based on the schedules that they have left remaining.
And you know what? You said something, Freezy, on the show the other day, man, when you came on the show, that has been sticking in me. Like I've been remembering it. Like sometimes people say certain things and I just remember it. And you made a good comparison. You said, don't let us be the Boston Celtics with Danny Ainge.
Right.
You go buy up all them groceries, being them picks. And then you keep the groceries, you don't do nothing with them, and they rot.
Right. Right.
Because
you just wasted.
Boston was supposed to win and won a championship, man. Let's just be real.
Yeah.
With what they had, they were supposed to push some of them chips in and got players that's supposed to be in there to win that thing, man.
Yep.
He missed the boat, man. He missed the boat.
Yep.
And now they're suffering. I don't want that to be us. Don't be content with just being good. We got an opportunity to be great, man.
Ron, I'm telling you, with limited resources, and so Free Keith and Raphael, man, I ain't gonna talk y'all to death, man. I just wanted to jump in and say a couple things, right? So first of all, the yellow duck over my shoulder is creepy. I didn't notice that till just now, right? So secondly, and most importantly, is this: if we had reinforcements, and I'm not saying Bradley Beal, what I'm saying is if Julius Randle had a competent backup. If RJ Barrett had a competent backup where they could be fresh throughout the game, I think we win against Brooklyn. I think we win 2 of those Philly games. I think we win at least 5 or 6. I think we win those Miami Heat games. I think we're 5 games over 500 right now. If Cats were just fresh, right? If Cats were just, and you can't blame Thibodeau for minutes and rotations because he's playing 10 freaking people. Right, he playing 10 people when he can. You know what I'm saying? It's not a minutes thing. It's a workload thing. Julius Randle legit has to do the heavy lifting for this franchise, right? Like the other day against Orlando, my man, it took him to have 17 assists in order for us to pull out a close victory over Orlando.
That's sinking.
Yeah. My man basically had to play point guard for the power forward position in order for us to win, right? We got to, man, Leon Rose, get out of that ivory tower and come down here with your troops. You got to understand, you got to get that feeling of what it's like to be on the battlefield.
Maybe that's why he was in that 76ers game, Freezy.
Just let Leon cook, man. Y'all think your assumption is that he ain't cooking.
Right.
He is. He's a quiet guy.
He don't talk. He's a capo. They don't talk.
Hey,
they move, and when they move, then you see the movements. I definitely think that there's cooking going on in the background. It's cooking.
I'm with you too, Free Keith. It just ain't being talked about. We the last to find out.
We already hyped, and they're not talking. Can you imagine if they were talking?
Yo, they're making drug moves in the back, and I love it.
I'm here to tell you that they ain't doing that. I'm here to tell you that Leon Rose is a student driver. And Ron, you got any? You remember how you used to teach your kids how to drive? You remember how you gave them the keys, and the first thing they wanted to do was adjust the radio. I'm like, hold on, partner.
Get
And
your head up.
the radio, yeah. You trying to make sure your music right. You better make sure you check your mirrors. You know what I'm saying? You better make sure you put your seatbelt on. You in here talking about G Herbo. You know what I'm saying? You better get you better get right in that driver's seat because you got people's lives in your hands. I think Leon Rose right now is the student driver, and it's rainy outside, so you know he's scared, right? So now you know what I'm saying? It's his first time being in this spot, and he don't want to be the guy. And I don't blame him because it's human nature. He don't want to be the guy that take good vibes from a bad team, a team historically trash, and take the good vibes, the positive vibes that's going on, and ruining it by making a bad move.
Well,
that's where I think he is.
To his point, though, he does have a lot of smart people around him, though. So if they're advising him not to make a move, bro, that's
I feel like even if he doesn't make a move, if there's no moves made, that's a move as well. This is all calculations, and I think like it's been weighed out.
Yeah, I'm with you too on that. That's why I say whatever they do, I'm not gonna be mad at the end of the day.
Yeah.
You know why? For one, they ain't telling us what they're gonna do and then don't do it.
Facts.
You know what I mean? You just don't know what they're thinking. But I'm of the mindset I think something's gonna happen between now and the trade deadline. Somebody's not gonna be here, man.
I hope something happens.
But if it don't happen, I say, hey, we gonna
if it don't happen, then I'm gonna feel like that was probably the best move too. Then
sometimes the best move you make is the one you don't make. You know what I mean?
Was the one you don't make.
Case in point, you know Sam Mitchell. I don't know if y'all saw NBA TV.
Yeah, Sam Mitchell.
When Sam Mitchell said we couldn't give Julius away for a second round pick, the Knicks were trying to move him.
Right.
Nobody took that trade. Man, imagine how we would have been looking.
Do you know how hot we would be? You know how hot fans would be right now?
Yeah.
How they would be clowning us. Y'all had an all-star on your team and you got rid of him. Doing Knicks things, looking to the future, but who's out there in the future? That's what they would have been saying.
Right.
So hey, it's frustrating though, because you know what it is though, is we look and see them standards. And we're like, man, if we get one more or two pieces, a point guard and a small forward, problem solved.
Right.
You know what I mean? We can solidify our spot.
Right. Okay. So I think the easiest move that could have been made and should have been made by now is acquiring Andre Drummond. Right. And so people don't like Andre Drummond because they're like, he make all that money.
Well, Charlie wasn't gonna love you.
Yeah, and yeah.
Because he talking about Drummond heavy.
Hey, shout out to Warren Frank. It was good. It was good. And so I say, man, Drummond should have already been here. And if we had him already, then we'd have definitely beat Brooklyn the other night. And probably
definitely.
100%.
Because a lot of that stuff, because you don't just walk up on a dude. You don't just wake up. You don't just find a dude that gets you 16 and 14. Dudes that get 16 and 14 work, bro. They're like, man, but he don't stretch the floor. Do you know how hard it is to rebound in the NBA? First of all, you're like, but he don't shoot the three. Dog, he gets you 14 rebounds a game. 14.
And on any given night, he can get you 20 rebounds.
Right.
Hey, Freezy, I want to see when Derrick Rose comes back, because last time Derrick Rose played with Mitchell Robinson, it was against the Wizards, and Mitchell Robinson had 10 points and 10 rebounds at the first half.
Right. And then he broke his hand.
Well,
and then he broke his hand.
The cool. That Morris trade got us quickly, so I can't really be mad at that.
Yo.
Hey, listen. Somebody's saying my mic is muted. I just unmuted it, but it sounds like potato chips. I don't know what's going on in the back.
Is it me? Hold on. Let me see. Is it?
Yeah, there's like static.
Yeah, now I'm talking now. Y'all don't hear that, right? That's not me. I don't know. It sounds like potato chips or something.
It was Uncle Freezy.
It's me.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm not eating potato chips, bro.
It's just a noise going on, like a crinkling
It's a
noise.
static.
Yeah, I hear too.
Kind of noise. Check your connections.
It's not me. It's somebody's hacking the channel. I think there's some haters hating.
Nobody's hacking the channel.
Nobody's hacking.
I think it's Leon Rose trying to get in. Leon Rose is like that dude say my name one more time, we gonna fight. Hey, Leon Rose, do something, bro. Do something.
Yeah.
Leon Rose, I understand boots cost money, but you gotta spend some bread. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to be the Celtics. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to be the Celtics, bro.
You have zero idea what's going on in that front office kitchen right now.
All I want to say is that I definitely don't want to trade both picks because I feel like we're Quickly and Obi, and then you give Walt Perrin a chance to draft two players in this NBA draft. I think we're gonna get that's gonna be. We're gonna take off with that. I think we're gonna take off So whatever trade we do, or what player we sign in the off season, and you add that with the players we draft, those two players, that's gonna forget about it.
There's only a few players. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's it. That was it.
There's only a few players that I would give next draft, like 2021's draft consideration for in trade. Devin, if there was a lane that opened up for us to be able to get Devin Booker, I'm definitely giving up them. I'm giving up them pieces. You know what I'm saying? Like he's one of the guys I would love to get here. But like even for somebody like a Zach LaVine or Beal, like yeah, they might be worth the 3 picks, but like I'm trying to push those picks off for as far as possible. Like 2022, 23, like you can have picks from there. We won't possibly need them then, or at least like need high picks then.
And by the way, there was reports that just came out a bit ago that the Pacers and Knicks are looking at the market for Devontae Graham, and Devontae Graham.
Okay,
the Hornets.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
I can
deal inquiring about Austin Rivers.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
if Austin for Devon, yeah, that's interesting.
No, that's the Bucks. The Bucks are looking to get Austin Rivers, and then we're looking to get Devontae Graham.
Oh, so doing a 3-team trade?
No, it's just 2 separate things.
Oh, those are two
separate things going on.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, so let me say this real quick. So Todd Barbie, what's good, bro? It's good to see you in the chat. Hey, one of these days when you're not busy saving the world, you got to come up here and save me from this yellow duck that's over my shoulder. Right, Todd Barbie. Todd Barbie is, man, listen, Todd Barbie been in the chat a long time, man, putting comments and things. Shout out to him. Man, I want you to come up here. Come on, dog. And secondly, I want to say Hadouken Sharon is probably one of the dopest names I've heard in a long time.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, one of the dopest names. And he know his stuff.
Yeah, you remember that video game?
Yeah. Yeah, Street Fighter. I meant to tell Raphael the other day, Raphael, if you ever let me get Gal, Raphael, it's a wrap.
Boom.
Damn.
Boom.
You got PlayStation or you got Xbox?
What about Hadouken?
Yeah, we got both.
That's a conversation, Freezy. We'll get around to that.
You got fired.
Yeah, we got both.
Yeah.
But anyway, Leon Rose is, in my opinion, bro. In my opinion, you have to do something because if you continue to let Julius Randle carry this heavy load by himself, hey, I'll tell you what. Hey, Ron, you ever carry the I forgot what you call it now, but not the M16. It's the other.
M249.
249 M60.
M60. You ever carried the M60?
Yeah, I carried it. Matter of fact, you know they base that stuff on your size, right? So I always was a little.
That's right.
You know what I mean?
So, I know.
I was carrying the 203.
Yeah.
And so we was, matter of fact, we was somewhere, and I said, man, give me that 60.
Yeah.
I said, give me that 60, and I humped that thing, man. I humped that thing.
You know that thing was assigned to me, right? I was
that
assigned
ain't no
the
lightweight,
M60.
man. That is not no lightweight.
You know,
man gonna carry that one.
Hey, look, I'm gonna tell you who suffers more than the person that's carrying the 60 is the ammo bearer.
Yes, the one with him.
Yeah, carrying that tripod and all that.
That's right.
Yeah.
Right, and the magazine with the rounds in it.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
Because we used to be a group. So it used to be the radio dude that's carrying the Singars. The Singar, y'all remember the radio guy? The combo,
the radio guy.
He have all the combo wire and all that.
The RTO.
Yes.
The RTO.
Yes. And then the guy carrying. Yep. And then the guy carrying all the rounds and everything for the M60, and the guy carrying the 60. And they used to be in the middle of the formation, right? Yep. And then you got a point man, right? Yep. You got your point man up front. He usually went to some type of school, like a Trailblazer school, or he was Pathfinder school, or he was an expert at the firing range or something like that, right? And then you put your middle people in the middle, whatever. And then you got your group right there with your radio, your M60, and then you got everybody else. So I got assigned the M60, and it was weird because because I used to do color guard, right? Because ain't nobody in military history of the Army that had better looking boots than me. And I don't care who you point out. People were like, man, George Washington was in the Army. I don't care. I used to take that kiwi polish, boy. Look. I used to get that kiwi and that lighter. Hey, bro. Hey, I'm telling you. So I was on color guard.
Put a little bit of that water in that thing.
What?
Little water, little alcohol.
Yeah. What? To get it to melt. To get the melt on your toe. Remember the toe? What?
Hey, remember this? Oh yeah.
Yes.
When I look at them boots, I better see my reflection in it.
Right.
Right. Facts.
Right. And so I got talked into it because I was on color guard, and at the same time, so I was on color guard. I was boxing on post, and so the sergeant majors, they used to like me or whatever. They used to like, there go Uncle Freezy right there. Uncle Freezy, you gonna represent for the post? It'd be like the battalion sergeant major and the battalion major, sergeant majors from other battalions or whatever. And they used to be like, Uncle Freezy, you better not let that boy beat you tonight. You know you representing. And I was like, yes, sergeant major. And then a couple of them was from South Carolina, old country boys, right? I think one of them was from Sumter, and the other one was like from Columbia, right? So as soon as I said I was from South Carolina, like they were like, where you from? I was like, well, I grew up in New Jersey, but I'm here from South Carolina. As soon as I said South Carolina, made a day. They was like, you got to carry the 60. And I was like, what? You got to carry the 60. And I was like, what? They was like, no, you got to carry the 60 because that means something to a soldier. I was like, yeah, I got you then. I got you. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, I said all that to say this, Leon Rose. You got to do something, right? Because we don't want RJ to get hurt. We don't want Randall to get hurt trying to carry this load. Get these boys some help. You got to get them some help because last night they ran out of gas, right? And you don't have to go out and make the major move, but you can get some support. And if you're able to do the major move and not waste resources, that'll be good.
You made me think about something too, man. We all know this. When fatigue set in, that's when mistakes happen. Mental mistakes happen when you're tired too.
Hey, Rod, I want to add something to you.
I want to think about and go ahead.
I was going to say something real quick. That to your point, not to mention, we got $15 million available, man. Like you have cap space available that's not being used. So that's more reason why people are like, yo, man, Julius Randle needs somebody. If he would have had somebody, a star, somebody better than Bullock and Burks, that would have helped the situation. But the point that we're $15 million under cap, it's like, man, I just wanted to say that.
And I want to think about that. Right? So understand, we all know we know pieces that we need to make the team complete. We know pieces that could be infused into what we got going on, not taking away from the chemistry of the team and kind of what we're building and whatever this the shift is based on where we started at the beginning of the season to where we are now to what we want to do in the future. So my question to the panel is this: is the more appropriate move to make is to make a move or not to make a move? And I say that, and I say that to say this, and I'm gonna clarify because I want to be clear. So what I mean by not making a move would be, say, the Lonzo Ball trade. Do we not trade during the season, or do we wait to free agency when we have the opportunity to get them? Those type things.
My thinking is you don't get to where Leon Rose is without thinking the bigger picture.
He's a chess player.
Right. So that's the thing about like that. I think that's why there hasn't been a move made yet, because I'm like, it's possibly like the people around him are probably saying, don't make a move, or they're waiting for the prices to drop. Maybe the prices are too high. That's a conversation that we should be considered. Like, I'd like for us to consider, is it possible that the prices are too high right now? And people might see the Knicks as a desperate team looking to make a move.
Is it possible that the people that we're talking about may not be a good culture fit? We don't know.
So many maybes.
It's a lot of maybes. It's a lot of what ifs. It's a lot of, you wake up the next morning and somebody said in 1942 that this was going to happen today. We never know, right? But right. I think that based on the information that the front office has and based on how they want to see the team built out, it would be how they base their decision-making process on moving forward.
We got a full 15-man roster. Picking up anybody now, even off of buyouts or whatever, somebody's gonna have to go. Mm-hmm. So I feel like if they're gonna pick somebody up now, doing a trade really is not that big a deal. Like, because you'd have to lose that spot. You need to open up a spot anyway.
Right.
That's why I wouldn't be mad at trading for somebody like trading for Lonzo or something like that, because there's a value in getting his bird rights. So
I was about to say, I'm sorry to cut you off, Keith, but I would say I agree 100% with what you just said. But I would want to see any move that we make to be beneficial to what our needs are. We know we need a point guard that can be a floor general. We know that up front. We need to address the small forward position. We know that up front. So anything outside of those two positions right there, why are we even playing around with that? And I see there's a lot of interest in Drummond. Okay, I got it. I get it. But is that addressing what our concrete foundational needs are? If you're driving a car and you got an oil leak, your oil pan leaking, right? Why are you gonna go get new tires to fix the oil pan leak? That's not addressing what you need.
Can I chime in? Chime in real quick?
Go ahead, Ron.
My whole thing real quick, it's gonna be real short too. That when we were done with the off season, and shout out and Freezy, I think Freezy can remember, we had $15 million available. We were saying, oh shoot, the Knicks are probably planning to make a trade. That was the big conversation around with Freezy and the channel and other channels. We got $15 million available. Oh, wow, these guys are playing smart. They're going to wait until the prices drop, until the situation gets better. They got $15 million of cap space. They're using that as to let other teams know, look, we got the space to take on a bad contract and a draft pick, or to bring in Alonzo Ball, right? To who we can sign for a 5-year deal or whatever. So that was the whole thing that we were going for the offseason. We have $15 million available. We have draft picks. The Knicks are going to make but now maybe the price is too high. Maybe things are, or maybe the Knicks, or maybe to Freezy's point, because you can't deny that what Freezy's saying, that maybe they're not looking to spend at all. Maybe they're not looking to spend at all. Or if anything, they're looking to spend a second round pick at most. Maybe they just want to say, you know what? let's be cheap. You know, and sometimes being cheap gets you far. Sometimes I don't know.
So I'll respond to that this way right here. So how we started the beginning of the season is much different than the position that we are right now. So at the beginning of the season, the Knicks didn't have the bargaining power they have now. So going in, so it would be the same thing if you walked into I love using car analogies, right? Because I like getting over on salesmen. So when you walk into a dealership, day one, you know, I got a minimum wage type job. I'm making, let's say, $50,000 a year, right? And I'm at a Mercedes dealership. And the way I dress when I walk in there, I'm not getting the attention that, you know, the average person deserves when they walk into a Mercedes dealership and have somebody go ahead and say, okay, we're about to give you the kitchen sink so I can get my commission and get you out of here with what you want, right? That's at the beginning of the season. Let's fast forward. Since the beginning of the year, let's go to last year. So the beginning of last year, now I've gotten promoted. Now, instead of making $50,000, I'm making $150,000. So when I walk into the dealership, I'm suited and booted, and people want my attention now, right? They want to know, hey, brother, what can we do for you to get your business? Okay, well, now the ball is in my court. I'm not doing what you're used to me doing, and I think that's where the Knicks are right now, because at the beginning of the year, we were coming off a bad situation. We didn't expect Randall to be playing lights out like he's playing right now, and that in itself. Let's pause on that point right there. Randall's play this year is lights out, and nobody saw it coming. And if you show me one person that can tell me, yeah, G-Man, I know this was gonna come in, I'm gonna tell you a lie to your face, because nobody saw this coming. Nobody.
That's
why they drafted Obi. That the whole point was to move off of Randall, get Obi up in the house, and then have him become the next Julius Randle. That was the plan. Day one at the beginning of the season. But let's fast forward to where we are right now. Randall playing lights out ball. He playing superstar ball right now, and you can't deny that, right?
Okay, now you're talking superstar ball. You kind of right on that. That one, yeah. But you know, carry on, G, Mike.
But what I'm saying is this. I'm saying that the way that what we need to understand is the way that the NBA market looks at the New York Knicks is different than where we started at the beginning of the season. The front office knows we have much more bargaining power right now. So at the beginning of the season, you could have bought me some old okey doke deal, and I might have entertained it. But right now, what I'm telling you, when you call me, be for real. Don't bring me no. You know, you're trying to pass your trash off to me. We're not doing that. We're talking about high-profile trade picks that let me help you, and you help me. That's what we're talking about. A fundamental trade that's going to benefit us both and allow us to do what we need to do to be where we need to be.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And when you were talking about the market being high right now, it definitely is for some players. Because like for Lonzo, I think it's kind of low right now because people are offering like for Satoransky in the second round. They're not gonna accept that. I don't think.
No, absolutely not.
But then you have for Oladipo. I saw a trade they tried to do with the Warriors. They wanted a first round pick and Wiseman, and that just nobody is doing that. I feel like it's high at this point, and then they're gonna end up selling low, like towards the last day, or they're just not gonna get a trade, and they're gonna have to buy out some players. But I think personally, for our front office right now, I think we're definitely smarter, obviously, than last time. I'm not too worried about what we do, but if we do make a move, I think we're looking to sign that player for a longer deal. I don't think we're just gonna get rentals. If we get someone, we're doing it for the future. We're doing it for the next few years. We're not just getting someone for the rest of the year. I don't think that's how this front office works.
So great points. I want to address what Freezy has up on the screen right now. Being cheap gets you into the Celtics situation. I'm not saying we need to be cheap. I'm just saying we need to stay consistent and be smart with what we do with our money. Just because you have money, don't mean you got to spend it. That's not how rich people stay rich. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So if you see something out there that you want and it's worth the investment, then you go and get that. and you do it with all the gusto that's in your soul and in your heart and in your belly, right? Just like Keith is putting that thing down right now because my stomach touching my back. I'm gonna have to go get me something to eat.
But I could wait. I couldn't do
it. But if the Knicks are going to spend money, if we're going to spend that $15 million, it needs to be worth it. We're not spending $15 million on a pipe dream or whatever the case may be. That means I've done my due diligence on the person that I'm interested in, and that person is going to be in one or two positions. And this is how I bring it right back to the original conversation. It's going to be the point guard or small forward. If it's not those two positions right here, don't talk to me because everything is outside of that is glitz and glamour. I'm not interested in glitz and glamour. I'm interested in fundamental basketball to allow us to move forward to becoming champions. That's what I'm interested in.
You see, I completely agree. If it was like if Mitchell Robinson was still injured, like before now, I mean, I think he kind of like tweaked his ankle a little last game, but I think he's fine. Like it was scary. I was worried he was gonna get injured his first game because he just looked a little like off the way he was walking.
Yeah, facts.
But if it was like if he didn't come back yet, I would say that we need a center. But like, of course, if Drummond gets in the buyout, we should try to get a play for him. Like I feel like that's a no-brainer that we are. But right now, it should be a point guard or shooting guard / small forward because RJ can play both. So you just need to get one of those positions.
So I would counter you with that real quick.
Yeah,
so let's talk about Drummond for a minute, right? So in Drummond, we have we got Mitch is back finally. But beforehand, let's take Mitch out of the equation because it's not fair to say let's use this narrative now when Mitch just came back last night. Let's take Mitch out of the equation and think about bringing the Drummond aspect into the equation. So we had Nerlens Noel and we had Taj Gibson playing the 5, right? So obviously, based on the amount of play and what we got as a result from that play, of course you're gonna look for a Drummond because you feel like you don't know what's going on with Mitch. He ain't come back yet. We don't know when he's gonna come back and what he's gonna look like when he comes back. So Drummond makes that makes perfect sense to me because that's an insurance policy. It's like when you pay Geico every month, regardless of whether you have an accident or not. That's why you pay for that insurance. That's what Drummond is. Drummond is insurance. However, now fast forward. Mitch is back. Mitch is only play small sample size. He's gonna play one game. He stepped on his ankle the wrong way and was hobbling for a minute. And I was nervous too. I'm like, well, you just came back and you about to go back out again. So that steers me back to that Drummond situation. But we don't know what that brings. We know what Drummond's sample size is where he came from. We don't know what that looks like on the Knicks. And we don't know how. I'm sure that basic fundamental basketball, he's going to be a benefit to the team. But I guess at the end of the day is this. If you bring on a Drummond contract, who you getting rid of? Because somebody got to go. Who you getting rid of?
Yeah, that's definitely like one thing you have to think about. But we do have 15 mil. And if you do get Drummond, the way I think about Drummond, I don't think he's the best, obviously, but I think he is good for who he is. And the thing about him is that he has played for trash teams his whole career. And if you're putting him into an actual I wouldn't push to get him, but if he's available, you obviously have to. But he's been on bad teams. So if he comes to the Knicks into an actual system, you would think that he would actually like do things you haven't seen before because
he's underrated.
Yeah, he's underrated. Some people overrate him, but he's underrated in a way. I feel like if we try to get him, if he's in the buyout market,
he would do damage with Tibbs.
I agree. With that, I agree. But I think that the question we had, and I saw it in the chat from Moves, not Moves. Who said it? What am I looking at? I can't find it. Oh, Keyshawn said it. So how much does Drummond actually move the needle if he's on this team? From what the way now? Yeah, let me finish what I'm about to say. The way that our team is currently constructed, we don't make any other moves other than bringing Drummond onto the squad. How does he actually move the needle?
We win last night's game and we win the game against the Nets.
Why you say that?
Because we get 0 points from our 5 position.
You remember when the
that's
last
why
shot, how we didn't
because he will be an upgrade of points. He'll be an upgrade of points from the 5 position where we currently have a deficit. That's why. And in games where we lose by 3 points, by 5 points, by 1 damn point, it makes a difference. So yes, he would move the needle.
Okay, so last night, Nerlens Noel got 13 points, 10 rebounds, and 2 steals, and 1 block.
Okay.
So, and that's an anomaly.
He had a good game.
He had a good game. He had a good game.
Is he getting that every night?
No, absolutely not.
That's my point. That guy like Drummond is getting that every night.
Okay, but what you just told me was that Drummond's impact is going to be better than these 13 points, 10 rebounds.
We don't lose by 1 point. I guarantee that.
So, in most situations, I would tend to agree. And that's no lie, because we don't have that consistent input from the 5 position. That's a no-brainer right there.
Randall is the only guy on the team whose production you can go into the game and be reasonable to assume what he's going to give you. Everybody else, even down to RJ, and he's the closest second, but like you don't know if you getting 25 points or 10 points from him. You don't know, like, you know what I'm saying? So like this, I need people at that level. D Rose is another one. You know what he's giving you. Mm-hmm. He comes onto you know exactly what he's going to give you. We don't have a level of consistency that equates the level of play that Randall has on the team.
I agree and to that point, but I still don't think I don't have the confidence, and I won't immediately.
And I'm not saying that Drummond is the greatest guy ever. Like, I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not saying like, oh, it's Drummond or bust or this, that. But when you say that a guy isn't I heard somebody say something about him not being a needle mover. I feel like that's incorrect. I feel like you look at it based on what you're like from our standpoint on our team. We get almost no offensive production from our 5 spot.
Yeah, I agree. That much I agree with. 100%.
Anybody coming in the 5 spot and I'll even take Boogie Cousins. Like that's actually somebody I wanted to school.
I'm with you.
Give me 9 extra points from the 5 every game. Give me 9 extra points.
So I think we can agree to this fact right here, regardless of whether it's the 1 through the 5 position. What we're looking for is consistency and scoring on a night in and night out basis.
Night in, night out.
And I think that moves that in itself moves the needle into putting us into a position to where we're not jockeying back and forth between the 4, the 5, the 6 seed, trying to get to the playoffs.
Like we don't know who we are now. Like we know we're a playoffs team, but what caliber of playoff team are you? Like, are you a 4-5 or are you a 8-7? Like it's.
Here's my question: is the price too high for these players, or is the front office being cheap? Which one you think it is?
I think the price is too high because again, if you go into any type of situation, right, and no one that you deal with on a day-to-day basis that is worth their salt in life will go into a job and say, "I'm in the job interview," and you the person that's interviewing me. I think my salary should be $60,000 a year. You're going to offer me $55,000 a year. So you're lowballing me. And I already know that going in. You're going to lowball me straight off the bat. So what these guys are doing, what the Drummonds and all these other guys are doing when they come into these negotiations and they have these agents out there. So number one, my agent is going for the highest price because he's going to get a commission off that. So he don't care about the fit or nothing else. He's going for the top dollar because that's how he gets paid, right? So, what is realistic for a center that's been in the game for 5 years with, average numbers to come in and say, okay, right off the bat, I expect for you to pay me $82 million over the next 5 years. It's crazy. So now we got to go back to the drawing board and let's bring this back down to something that's realistic. Let's have a realistic conversation as to what we're going to do. And that's why I believe that the front office hasn't made any moves just yet. And the closer we get to the 25th, people are going to come back to their realization. They're going to come back down to Earth, planet Earth. They're going to be walking just like everybody else walking.
Well, I look at it, I think that's correct. I think you're right about that. But also, though, like we're not operating from a position of need. I'm with you. I don't even care. Like these guys might actually be worth what it is those teams want for them.
But do we need
fine? They can be worth that. But from my standpoint, like I'm gonna make sure that like I don't need your guy. I might want your guy. I don't need your guy. Like we weren't really supposed to be this good anyway.
Exactly.
Like we like this is all a plus to us. So like, do you want your guy to leave for nothing? Like we'll just wait until the 23rd and see what you think then.
Yeah.
Like I don't even care if like the deal you have right now in your mind, your guy is actually worth that. I'm still gonna get a better deal on the 23rd.
That's right.
I'm not gonna play my card hand right now. I don't need none of y'all. We can wait.
And that goes.
If we don't get them, it's not a big deal because we wasn't supposed to really be in this position. No way.
And to your point, that goes back to what I said in the beginning, to where at the first of the year, you could have brought a deal to the Knicks, and we may have been in a little bit more thirsty situation. Right now, I don't need you. I don't need you. For you to be here talking to me right now should be a privilege for you. I work for the Mecca. You don't understand. I work for the Mecca. That means that everything that you want in life is right here where I reside. So what we can do is agree to disagree, but at the same time, if you want to come work for me, you're going to have to work under these guidelines right here, point blank, period. So, and unless you want to do that and be a benefit to the team, but most importantly, you got to be a cultural fit. I can't bring no knucklehead in here and disrupt my locker room, because the locker room we got right now. I don't think that that's an issue. I think like the front office and Tibbs are already filtering for that. Yeah,
I have zero fear of getting somebody who doesn't fit the culture. Like,
right, don't front on the front office, right? Don't.
They've been really good about picking personalities, yo. Like, I'm not mad at it at all.
I'm with you. I have no qualms against the front office whatsoever. I'm happy with what they've been doing, and I got faith in them moving forward. And you know, if you had asked me that a year ago, man, look at here.
Completely.
You wouldn't have got that
answer. Thinking of what they would do.
Oh my goodness, you wouldn't have got that answer. But you know, at the end of the day, what we're talking about right now is this: we have today is the 22nd. We have 3 days. 3 days left.
The 25th, right?
25th is the end of the trade deadline. So I think we're not going to see anything as far as results from what we're doing as a team until the 25th.
Till the allotted hour, the last.
Yeah, there very well may not be a trade, and to me that may be as good as making a stupid trade. And
that's what I said before. Is the smart thing to do is not to do anything and just ride it out. Because if you look at what we got going on right now, so you have to ask the question, what are the outlooks that we're looking for? If the end goal is to make the playoffs, we're there already in the playoff mix. Like,
but we lack one piece. We lack one piece, though.
We know. I mean, I'd say we can make it into the playoffs right now with a fully healthy team. We're good. We're a playoff team. Like there's not one piece out there that's going to make us a championship team.
No.
So
bring us over.
There's no be all end all.
After the first round, if we make it, maybe I don't know.
Nah, that's too. You're not making no trades. Then, like you're gonna try to work somebody into your team, like then, that's
too late.
That's too late.
No, I'm not talking about during the playoffs. I'm like right now. That's gonna help us get over the hump as we proceed into the playoffs.
Whether we end in the first round or the second round, like we know that there's not one trade, like a one trade scenario where we'll be propelled to some like playoff, like dominant team. Like so we're not. Our back isn't against the wall. We're not even supposed to be in this position right now.
Yeah, and remember, we only losing by what 1, 2, 3 points, right?
Yeah, and then to keep.
We're already at the win total that Vegas had for us at the beginning of the season. Now we're at that win total.
Yes. That's
right now.
Facts.
It's still like 30 more games to play, like right now.
we might get 15 of them of the next 30, right?
I hope so. From this standpoint right here, and any deal that we make right now, I don't think it should be made from the aspect of playoff aspirations and how deep we can go into the playoffs.
Exactly. Agreed.
We don't need to look at that. I think any trade or any deal that's made right now would be from a standpoint of making our roster better, making that fundamental roster better. So as we go into free agency and the draft coming up, then you have a foundation. Now we have a foundation.
That's why I agree with Hadouken, like that. Any moves made now for guys are going to be moves like they are not making those short-term moves. Like they want that guy to be here for or at least for extended periods.
And the Hawks said that Bogan, I don't know if it's Bogan or Bogdanovich and Cam Reddish are available.
One of the bitches.
Yeah, I don't know which one it is, but he's available already, and they literally just signed and traded him.
Wow.
So Kevin Knox for Cam Reddish is what you're saying?
Can people just leave the Cam Reddish nonsense alone? Like Cam Reddish ain't it. Like he's not it.
The thing about that
I like Cam Reddish.
Yeah, I like him too. When he got drafted to the Hawks, I was upset because I feel like that team he was never gonna be able to shine, because especially now they have so many guards and just shooters. I feel like that place doesn't work for him. And then if we would trade for him, he would reunite with RJ. Something could happen. And then if the Hawks trade him, because they're surrounding a trade around him for Lonzo, it's gonna be Zion and Cam.
If they get him, if they get Lonzo for him, I'm gonna be so pissed off, yo.
Well, they don't need Lonzo.
Nah, Lonzo with Trey would be fire, bro.
Yeah, because he has.
I don't want to think about that.
Are you serious? Trey camped out at the half court line.
No, I want to think about Lonzo for here, not for them.
Lonzo made more threes than Trey too, which is crazy. Trey, Steph Curry, everyone like that.
Like crazy. Lonzo, like I don't understand why more people aren't talking about Lonzo. That's what, like, this is the time to strike him because the key is low on him right now. The price of the key is low on him right now.
I don't think it's low. I don't think
catch up to the fact that like this dude is really kind of hitting this whole season.
No, they won't, because again, people get stuck on big name brands and the glitz and the glamour and the lights. So what they're looking at right now,
the shiny, right?
Exactly.
Right.
What they're looking at right now is who's going to sell tickets, who's going to put butts in seats when we start getting these fans back in the arena, and who's going to allow me to increase my viewership when we start televising nationally televised games. That's
the guy dropping threes and helping you win games.
But you want a small
and who's playmaking too, right?
Yeah, he's playmaker, but
he's a facilitator. Yeah,
Lonzo's on a small market. So unless you go dig for Lonzo stats, you don't know what Lonzo's doing. Ain't nobody checking for Lonzo unless you actually go out and research what Lonzo's doing.
I do know this though. If it is a possibility that he could get to New York, his pops is getting him to they're gonna get to New York.
Yeah, I mean, if LeVar got anything to do with it, all three of his sons be playing.
He'd been talking about the Knicks for Lonzo.
He wanted all three to play in New York earlier this year. He was like, I want all my kids to play in New York.
I mean, it's the Mecca. Who don't want?
I mean, I definitely take Lonzo and definitely.
But I'm gonna tell you on a serious note, what was sad to hear, and I don't know, and this is kind of how you gauge what people go through, right? The dude that's in Charlotte right now with the wrist injury,
the young brother, the LaMelo,
his little brother, right? So and that's sad to hear because he's out for the rest of the season.
Yeah,
he's on pace to be the rookie of the year, right? So and it's sad to hear, and I wish him a speedy recovery and wish him nothing but the best coming back, right? But at the same time, when people go through things like that, if they don't have a good support system behind them, they can be ruined for the rest of their career. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want that for that young man. He's just coming out, a new game, so I wish him nothing but the best from
for real. Yeah, God bless. And tell the chat, listen, man, it wasn't me, man. That wasn't me breaking everything up. It was like, it sounded like potato chips. That wasn't me.
It was still good. Hey, Chop, you know what I'm saying? And I watched him sitting up here a few minutes ago. I don't know what he was eating, but it looked good. So what's on the menu for the
I'm hungry now too. My mouth watering.
I'm just saying. Oh my goodness. Let me see. Clippers nothing in trade talk, Lonzo. So I think at the end of the day, I'm gonna wrap this up because I got another. I'm in between meetings at work. I'm literally working from home. So
okay, sir.
When I pop off and pop back on, I got to go into a live stream for work. But I think that the game last night was winnable. There were things that we did or did not do that put us in a situation to where the game was that close in the beginning. So I think, what do you guys think about? And you might have already discussed this, and I wasn't on the panel at that point in time. But what do you think about Mitch's return and how he played, how he performed?
Exactly like I thought he would. Like, dude, like he's been gone for games. Like, this is not the game to judge him.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
He's been gone for over a month. I didn't expect that much.
I didn't expect much from him at all. Like,
I was just worried though. I don't know. I had a feeling he was gonna tweak something. I just had a bad feeling.
And it's unfortunate, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't look like it's too serious. That it was too serious, but like.
But it's just on the first game back. That's just like that's trash.
We need a fully healthy squad, man. I feel like our squad can do damage if we're fully healthy.
Fully healthy.
When is the last time we were healthy? What's the last game we played that everybody was healthy?
It's been over a month, yo.
I think it was like March 2nd. That's when not March. February 2nd. I think is when Mitch got injured, and I think that's when we had everyone.
We had a real good game. The second game that Rose came. When he came over, and like everybody, like you just see what the team could be like.
Facts. That I believe, and I think that going down the stretch, that's going to be important. Of how healthy we.
Yeah, we need that. If we don't have a fully healthy team, like this is going to be a drag. Like
it's going to be really tough. Does anyone know when Rose is coming back? Like, do they even give anything?
They were talking about this last game, and then like last minute, it was like, oh, Rose is not coming, not gonna. He's not gonna play.
He's taking shots, and he's been practicing the last 2 games. I'm confused. Like,
I think he's going to play against Washington. I believe he's going to play against Washington.
And is that the 14-day? Is it 14 days for the protocol or?
I don't even know what it is at this point. Like he's been
March 2nd or something like that. He's been gone for a long time.
He's been gone for a long time.
I'm gonna look at it as load management. At least he get time to relax.
Yeah, that too.
But he was off for so long in Detroit. So
I'm glad he's coming back for the Wizards. I hope he comes back for the Wizards game because that's a better game and still winnable.
We can't split. We need to get both.
We need to get both those games, but like that's a better game for him to come back and get his feet wet in than like against the Sixers.
And they're in MSG too. Both, I'm pretty sure both are in MSG.
So the both games are at home. Yeah, the 2 games at home.
We need both those games to get us back to one above 500.
And then we play Milwaukee Bucks after that again in Milwaukee.
Yo, we gotta bang on Milwaukee, yo. Like that last game was definitely not a good look.
So let me ask y'all a question, and I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna watch the screen as I ask this question, right? So if Rose comes back against the Wizards, first game, does he start?
I would want him to over IQ.
If it's between him and IQ, then yeah,
100%, 100%.
Yeah, 100%.
I
don't think that he should start. Like in a perfect world, I don't think that he should start. But if it's between him, if the choice is between him and IQ, then I would definitely lean towards him, even fresh.
If EP is there, I would have him start.
If EP is ready to go, then he start enhanced.
Over IQ, I would have him start. I don't know. I rather have IQ off the bench right now. I don't know. It just
he's a 6 man
off the bench.
I agree. So
this is Alec Burks for us to worry too much on Alec Burks carrying us on the bench instead of Alec Burks and IQ. I'd rather have both of them.
So let me ask you a question. So would you rather have Quickly start over Burks?
I'd rather.
Yeah, I don't. I wouldn't want
at the 2.
At the 1. Good question.
At the 1.
At the 1.
The 1. Yeah.
IQ. I would take IQ.
IQ or Burks. At the 1, and then
I'm gonna go with Burks only because he does more point guardy type things than IQ.
But 0 assists though.
I feel you, but he's at least looking for guys like IQ. Don't look for nothing but his own shot.
Right.
Yeah, he's a
That
kind of
fast break
selfish.
for RJ got me so mad that game. Like
Yo,
it's
like
not
our
even
game was wide open. Like,
it's not even just like you're a point guard. That's like an obvious pass. Like I was getting so mad when I saw that because it's so wide open. And like when we talk about OB too, he does not look for OB. Like there's some games where
IQ would look for
see
them.
OB in the corner, and then you see IQ dribbling, taking shots, whatever, or Alec Burks doing their thing. OB is not inserted in the game whatsoever unless D Rose is there or RJ.
OB will be standing under the rim with nobody around him, or like Cat is not passing him the ball.
Like, of course he's not but like when you see him trying, he's not getting what he's working for.
Except for Rose, though. Rose all of the games that we liked that Obi was in, and we thought that Obi looked good, like Rose was responsible.
Yep.
I feel like Rose and RJ are the most like people that actually work with him.
Yeah.
In the pick and rolls, because RJ and Rose are really good at the pick and roll.
And to that point, that will
and it's that system they came from too.
Yeah, that's true. So and that would be the only reason if the Knicks made a move during the trade deadline to bring somebody in, is where I would be okay with them bringing a Lonzo type person in, because that's going to make
Lonzo
that whole offense better, because you have a point guard that's looking at the floor. You know what I'm saying? And you would increase Obi's, I guess, you would get him more in tune to what he's used to and be rewarded for making those slashes to the basket versus, making the slashes and you standing around and nobody sees you.
All right, so let me ask you a question, G-Man, and the panel, and maybe people in the chat. But 3 days away, right? And we don't know what's going on. They so silent, so quiet. They doing mob moves, like Keith said, right? What would be your ideal trade before the deadline or by the deadline? Is it going to be Drummond, Lonzo, and Bill? You know what I'm saying? Like, who would you guys rather at that allotted hour?
Honestly, Chop, I would rather for us not to do anything.
I want Lonzo.
I want
Lonzo.
So
I want Lonzo.
It depends on the price. It depends on
Lonzo.
Yeah.
But if I could, in a perfect world, if I could get Lonzo for like say Frank in a first, I want that.
In a heartbeat.
Yeah. It depends on the price. But I stand pat on what I said before, is unless you're gonna bring somebody in here that's gonna totally upset the apple cart and then change the trajectory of what we're doing right now, it's not even worth it. Because you can get it, especially if they're gonna be a free agent at the end of the season. Why are you going to jeopardize picks and money when at the end of the day, if you already want them and they want you, then we just wait.
We got 7 picks though. We sitting on 7 picks that we definitely can't use all of them. So
we can't. But again, I think that just because if you got $100 in your pocket, you know what I'm saying, you're not just going to run out to Walmart and buy a whole bunch of toilet paper just because you got $100 in your pocket.
Yeah, I need some money left over. Yeah,
exactly. Be smart with what you're doing.
Hey, Chuck, my thinking is, like, I've thought about making trade using a first round pick for a player. I thought of those scenarios. I just don't think that the front office, having them go after Walt Perrin, and I just think that they really don't want to trade a first round pick for a player right now. They just don't see it. And if I invested $3 million or whatever it costs to go after Walt Perrin, and I also who helped bring in Alec Burks to the Knicks, and also Johnny Bryant. So I see that happening. Like, Walt Perrin has to have a lot of power in that office. So I'm like, there's no way maybe a second rounder. And I think that maybe that was even difficult for them to do.
And we still got money too, Ralph.
No, all I'm saying that trading for Derrick Rose and the second rounder, Dennis Smith Jr. and the second rounder, I think that was probably difficult for Leon Rose more than we even anticipate, more than we think. So I think trading a first is like, you don't even know how impossible that would be.
You could easily become
in the front office. I'm talking about front office conversations and that tension.
But even from the front office standpoint, like, you can only have 15 guys on the team.
Yep.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like the amount of picks and the first and second round picks that we have hoarded over the next 5 years is not like, that is ammunition, my guy. That is not, those are not all picks that they expect to be here.
That's right.
And we still got Iggy Brazdinkas. He's a piece that could be traded too,
like,
right?
yo, you're bugging out. Like, yo, like they're waiting to fire off the gun. I do not think that they're not willing to trade any first. I think he's very shrewd about what he feels like the value of a first is. You know what I'm saying? Like, definitely. And I don't think that there are guys available yet who are of that caliber. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think a guy like Levine or Beal is really like available.
Not right now.
And also, maybe they would only consider after this draft. Maybe they'll consider it, but I think right now, today, to your point, Free Keith, they'll rather just wait, do this draft, reconsider after the NBA draft. But right now, they staying pat, and there's no rush right now for them, regardless of the season. So
no rush, no fuss.
And maybe Leon Rose could tell Tibbs, "Hey, listen, man, I was loyal to you. I did bring you Derrick Rose, and I did, Alec Burks and Austin Rivers. He did the best he could. Maybe I think
that was a waste. Rivers, I forgot we even had him.
Yeah. He wasn't a waste.
He's not a waste.
He's not a waste.
He was good for what he was brought in here for.
Yeah, he helped us win. He helped us win a few of them games.
He did. I got to give him respect.
Let's not forget about the Detroit pick we have this year, because it's the 32nd pick. That pick is valuable in this draft.
Oh, I do keep forgetting about that.
Yeah, that pick is really valuable in this draft, especially. We can make a move with that.
About that.
We could use 2 second-round picks, and that won't be valuable. And then I just saw that the Sacramento Kings offered Marvin Bagley to the Pistons for Sadiq Bey, and they declined.
Wow.
For Sadiq Bey, and they said no?
Yeah, Marvin Bagley for Sadiq Bey.
I would have took that trade in a heartbeat.
But Sadiq Bey's having a good season, though.
Sadiq Bey's doing nice.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I would have taken that trade.
Bro,
but Sadiq Bey looking like a player.
He's looking like a player.
We never know.
No, but it's the Pistons decline. The Pistons decline.
Yeah.
Oh, then that makes sense, because I'm definitely not no.
Yeah, but I didn't think they would just do it straight up, because they're saying it as if it's straight up. Yeah, they said it's straight up.
No,
I would not expect that to happen.
Straight up, that's a dumb. Anybody with eyes would be like, nah, that's a shishky kind of trade. Like
that's interesting that they're trying to deal with the Pistons. That's weird. I don't know. The Pistons aren't doing anything. Like
they're not. So I'm about to throw a curveball based on what Uncle Chop just said, right? So think about this. And as Knicks fans, we have a tendency sometimes to delve into the mediocrity of the league, right? We don't see ourselves in positions to where we say that we are deserving of having, top bill type players, those superstar athletes. We are happy in dealing in the mediocrity. So think about this for a minute.
Okay.
The front office that we got going on right now, with the moves they have made and the moves they have not made, as silent as they have been, there have been reports out there that says that in the offseason, a superstar and an all-star are going to force their way to the Knicks. That's been reported. Now, how true that is, or it could be just fodder to get people clicking on Knicks sites or whatever the case may be, I don't know. I don't care.
That Knicks for click stuff, yeah, right.
Yeah, I hate that. I hate it.
That doesn't matter to me. But I watch Knicks games every night, and I see what we're doing and kind of see how we're moving, right? But on the off chance, just think about this for a minute. On the off chance, at the end of this free agency right here, there's a superstar at the end of the road. I can't tell you who that is, but I'm just saying. So we're talking about the Oladipos, we're talking about the Lonzos.
I'm thinking about Ron Cleveland, the Claw.
Yeah, that's the first person who comes to my mind. I'm just saying. I'm just saying the people that we're talking about right now. We're talking about Lonzo. We're talking about Drummond. We're talking about who else is out there that we talked about? Lonzo, Drummond,
Powell.
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 You know,
Terrence Ross.
people like that.
Mobamba, stuff like that.
So when do we elevate our way of thinking to say that I'm through talking about those guys? What I want to talk about now is I want to talk about the Kawhi Leonards. You know what I'm saying? What does it take to get Kawhi to play for New York?
And then, can I say one thing too? Because what you just said makes me think about this as well. Because now teams are looking at us differently than previous seasons.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
we only losing by 1, 2, 3 points. The refs are. We are forced to be reckoned with. Teams are feeling when we play them. Kawhi, these people are watching.
Cats is finding it hard to make it even to 100 against us.
Yeah, because we
tell them
what's going on. We are defensive
that much. We keep them down too.
So this is the crazy part right here, right? I want you to think about this. I want you to, everybody that has the ability, if you're not on your phone and you're next to a laptop, go to your screen right now, pull up YouTube or NBA Sports or whatever it is, and I want you to look at the standings. I want you to look at the standings and see what the differences between the number 1 person in the Eastern Conference and the number 10 position. And then I want you to look at that in the West. Look at that in the West. So if you're in the Western Conference right now, and you are mired in mediocrity because of what your roster is, and you may not have what you need, if you bring your talents to the East, what does that do to the East? Think about that for a minute. Think about that. Because that's elevating your standings. So if I come in and I'm only scoring 15 points a game in the Western Conference, but if I move to the East, I'm scoring 25 points a game. That just up my stats.
You made me think about special ed. Think about it. Think about it.
Chop, you took me back right there, brother. You took me back. Right
yeah, I think it all depends on how we finish the season. I feel like either way, people are gonna look at us and see that our foundation is getting stronger and we actually built a culture unlike before. So people are definitely gonna look at us, but I hate when like that thing came out. I mean, Brian Windhorst is a like strong like analyst and stuff like that. He knows a lot of things, but
he does.
He's legit, yeah.
The only thing that bothers me about that is that see like all these videos come out, but then if that superstar does become available and we don't get him, it all goes on us.
So I think to your point is this. I think what is different now than then, because if you take me 10 years back, then I would agree 100% with you, because Brian Windhorst and that whole major media platform is all people have. I think what they're not getting right now is platforms like this right here, to where you have real life people talking about real life issues that know real life basketball, that live and die by our organization. We know the stats we're talking about, we know the people that we're talking about, and we know the impact that those people have if we talked about bringing them into the team. And if you think about it, now, do this right here. Now, I want everybody in the platform and everybody in the chat to do this. I want you to go to every New York Knicks stream in the next 24 hours. And then what I want you to do is turn on ESPN and Fox News, not Fox News, Fox Sports tomorrow, and see how many of these takes are regurgitated on major media streams like they came up with them.
Man, they probably take out. I would take. I don't even watch them. Still.
They do. Yeah, I've seen it.
They take out.
Chop, I've seen it firsthand, and I'm sitting here scratching my head like I heard that somewhere before, but you didn't say that. Who said that? And I had to go back and think about who said it. I mean, and this is free. This is free information for those major media streams. They don't have to do any homework. They probably in here right now. I promise you, they got somebody here right now listening.
Writing it down, right? Writing everything down.
Taking notes. I'm
taking notes, right?
A report came out, by the way. Derrick Rose is not in the health and safety protocols anymore, and it says the probable is Emmanuel Quickly, sore left ankle, Mitchell Robinson, sprained left ankle, like we were saying. And then questionable is Elfrid Payton. And then
I thought Quickly had a hamstring injury.
But you see, Mitch did get hurt from that, so I would sit out. I'm not risking him getting injured.
Now listen, the next thing too, and not to cut anybody off, but I want side rail, but back to Kawhi Leonard, he didn't want to go to LA. I mean the Lakers, LeBron, whatever. He went his own team. He looked like a competitor, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think he sees what's going on with the Knicks. He want to come here and help Julius Randle and compete. And they see something
back to the cold, bro. Y'all need to relax with that.
All right. Bro, listen. All right, Kevin Durant, James Harden, and Kyrie Irving, they want to make a nucleus. That's their own perspective. But I think there's a star out there that see what's going on here, and he want to come here to compete because the East is weak. You got not weak like that yet, but you got Philly, you got Brooklyn, and then you got Milwaukee Bucks, right? I think there's somebody's gonna come here from the West or a star that's gonna come here.
Hold on.
In the off season.
Hey Chop, I just want to say this to Free Keith. Free Keith, what Kawhi Leonard doesn't want is to be in the same situation he's in with the Clippers. That's what he doesn't want. So I could see him in New York.
Yeah.
I could see him for the simple
free agency
because I say
right. He didn't sign that thing. Yeah.
He didn't sign an extension.
I mean, I would love him, and I definitely would love Kawhi in New York. But like to me, like he went somewhere. He got traded to the Raptors, won a chip with these Moes, and left to go to LA because like that's where he wanted to physically be.
Yeah, he wanted to go home. He wanted to go home. Right.
He could have just as easily, if it was about basketball, he would have just as easily.
It was about basketball though. It had basketball.
But he could have stayed and competed for another chip with the champions.
Yeah,
well, the thing is he thought
you think they wouldn't have made any more moves to make him happy?
Hold on. The thing is he thought he could win with Paul George. And I don't think he's happy.
No,
with Paul George.
I understand you. I'm saying like he felt like he could. He didn't try to get the Raptors to get Paul George.
My whole thing. He thought.
No. Like think about what I'm saying. Like understand what I'm saying. He just won a chip with a team. The whole thing.
But that was
So now
he knew that was a tenure. He knew that was a 1 year tenure.
So what you have is proof that this team can go the distance. So you have physical evidence right now. So if it's about basketball, your best bet is to stay with the cats who got the chip, who just helped you get the chip. So now he didn't. There was no.
It's cold in Canada. Keith, he wanted to come to LA. It was cold out there.
I'm getting to that. There was no talk of him trying to pull Paul George out there. So there was no talk of that.
My whole thing.
Wait. Paul George wasn't him pulling him there. I think Paul George came on his own.
My thing is more than the actual basketball was the location. Like he wanted to be in LA.
He wanted to be in the United States of America.
I mean, I don't even whatever the case was that, but I'm just saying, like he environmentally created a situation for himself in LA. So, like environmentally, it's part of the equation. I think that's going to play heavily in him coming back out east.
I agree.
Go ahead, Ralph. Go ahead.
My whole thing is he tried, I think, and failed. He tried and failed to create the same situation that was in Toronto with the Clippers. They even got Serge Ibaka out there. He thought him and his uncle thought that they could, look, the Clipper situation was a good situation. They had Shea. They made it to the playoffs.
On paper.
They made it to the playoffs with Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, and he wanted to be the extra push to take him to the championship. He said, you know what? Make a trade Shea, and I need you to get me Paul George. We're going to win it all. It didn't happen in year one. Can it happen? He doesn't start. It's looking like he doesn't believe so anymore. That's the situation. But right now, I don't think it's been reported he's not happy with the Clippers.
Nope.
He said he's concerned, and he's definitely concerned.
So my whole thing is, again, what he doesn't want to be is in the same situation as where he is with the Clippers. He doesn't want to have to doubt.
All right. But Ralph, I'm asking you a question, Ralph. Hold up, Ralph. Did Kawhi suggest the Clippers to get Paul George?
Yes.
Or they did that on their own?
No.
To bring him in.
Let me answer. Hold on. You asked me. I want to answer. Yes, he's the one that forced Jerry West's hand and Doc Rivers' hand to go get Paul George. That's why they gave up so much for him.
All right, so that's the next question I have now. Because now in my mind, I'm like, well, Kawhi only wanted to come to the Clippers because you have a great coach like Doc Rivers. Now he's not there. You think he want to be there now?
He didn't want. He did. There was
Doc Rivers.
The situation with Doc. It was a situation with Doc Rivers and his daughter and Paul George. Like that was a huge situation that it just didn't make sense for Doc Rivers to be there.
I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, so Doc Rivers went out to the 76ers with his with Seth Curry, who Seth Curry was getting at him in the playoffs.
That's right.
So he was Seth Curry when he was in the playoffs, who eliminated I think Seth Curry's team possibly even eliminated the Clippers, but I could be wrong. But long story short, he ended up.
But isn't the Curry son with his daughter? Isn't the Curry son that's on his team now with his daughter? Oh no.
Yeah, son-in-law. Yeah, Seth Curry is
son-in-law. Yeah. So before we go any further, Ralph, let me address something that's in the chat, right? Because I got Keyshawn in the chat. Keyshawn said Toronto wasn't willing to give up Siakam for Paul George or Westbrook. Then he says, so Clippers got Paul George for him. And then he goes on to if he asked for Paul George and Westbrook in Toronto, they didn't want to give up Siakam at that point.
I'm gonna need facts on that. I'm gonna need facts on that. Like,
I'm just reading
the chat.
Westbrook. It was Siakam for Westbrook, but they declined because they were trying to keep Paul. They were trying to keep Kawhi from leaving, so they wanted to trade Siakam for Westbrook, but they did not accept the trade. I didn't hear anything about Paul George before to Toronto.
Hadouken, I got a question. Why you need to make a trade when you just won a championship? Why you need to trade for Paul George when you just won a championship if you're Toronto?
I tell you what.
No, it's to keep him, and I don't think it wasn't Paul George. It was for Westbrook.
It's because to win that championship, an epic level of monumental injuries had to happen for them to get it. That's why you need to trade for Paul George to continue the next season.
They were going to lose that. There's no way they were.
They definitely were going to lose that.
Easily going to lose that. That's why they wanted Westbrook to keep Kawhi because they knew Kawhi wanted to leave to LA. And then the thing is, it goes hand in hand with what you and Keith are saying. He wanted to go to LA, but he also wanted Paul George at the same time. So it just goes hand in hand with what he wanted to do. He went to LA and he got someone he wanted to play with. That's just how it worked. And then Toronto couldn't make it happen with Siakam for Westbrook because they wanted someone to play with him, so it didn't work out. There was no Paul George to Toronto from what I heard before. I don't know.
You guys think Westbrook will ever win a championship? I don't know.
Not as the main guy.
Yeah, unless he ring chases.
Not where he is right now.
Career.
Not where he is.
Unless he defers.
No, he needs to go someplace. Look, listen. So, just like in anything that you do in life, right? That you have more than one person. If you're an individual and you're working on an individual project, what you do is impactful for you and your efforts. If you involve more than one person, that means that there's going to have to be a collective understanding of what our efforts are moving forward and how we want to incorporate what we got going on to accomplish this goal. You're talking about 15 people on the roster. And all these 15 people, although they make a lot of money, no one sees themselves lesser than anybody else on that roster. Now, we understand that some of us have more athletic abilities than others, but at the end of the day, I'm on the NBA team. I play for whomever my team is. I play for the New York Knicks. I could be Theo Pinson right now. Theo Pinson has a slot on the New York Knickerbockers.
He's a mascot. He's the mascot slot.
He's winning. That's the best life. Theo Pinson is he's a beloved player on the team.
He is.
He's getting millions of dollars. He has none of the pressures of having to play.
Exactly. He got the best of both worlds.
So who don't want that life?
Yo, this dude is winning right now. Y'all cats is laughing at him. Like this dude is.
He's at home and he's winning games.
I wish I had. Somebody please tell me what Theo Penson's contract is right now.
It's like I think it's like $2 million or $1 million. I don't know, something like that.
That's crazy. And he ain't got to play one minute in the game. I mean, when he gets in,
he gets paid millions of dollars to be a scrimmage player.
Yeah. Come on, man.
And like a cheerleader, but that's good energy.
And the dudes love him.
They do.
Loves him.
He is loved in the locker room.
It works for the organization, and that's what when I was talking about earlier. When people come into the organization, understand what your role is going to be. I'm not bringing you in here to score 50 points a night. That's not your role. If you're a veteran, if I'm signing you as a veteran and you are, say, 8 years in the league, I'm not bringing you here to be a scorer. I'm bringing you in here to groom and educate these young players and get them in the mindset of what it takes to be an NBA player.
And G-Man, you said that. You don't want to trade for a player that's going to disrupt what we got going on right now. That's what you did say before, right?
Absolutely not. And that would be a disservice to not only the team, but I don't think, based on the front office that we got right now, they're not going to let that happen. They're going to head that off at the pass. So they got filters out there. They got people out there in the streets that, in the black coats and the top hats and the sunglasses, watching you at the bodegas and everywhere else that you go to make sure that you're not doing anything that's going to disrupt the culture that we got going on up here in the squad.
You know what? I think it's us Knicks fans. We too idealistic, if that's the word to use. We thinking about this, that, get this player, get that player.
I agree.
That's the thing, yeah. So
the average Knicks fan, and again, I've been a Knicks fan. I am 52 years old. So as a Knicks fan, and I've been a Knicks fan my whole life. So unless you are 53 years old, you cannot contradict what I'm about to say. I'm just gonna say it up front. So what I'm about to say is this: Knicks fans, and like I said this before, we are emotional. We like what is
indeed
nice and new now that we think that we can interject into our current situation and make us better. Rightfully so. I have no qualms about that. But at the end of the day, when it doesn't work, then we get to doing this. We get to pointing fingers. We want to trade people that we just drafted. We want to trade people that have been contributing the whole season. And just because you want that shiny new piece. And the shiny new piece may not work for you. It may not work for it may work for you for 2 games. And then the next 30 games, we lose it.
Lonzo Ball could work though.
But tell him, man, that shiny piece might be from Canal Street. It might turn.
It might be. It could be. So I am not against going out to get. I would say this, Ralph. I'll say this. If tomorrow morning when I wake up and I click on my Twitter and I see that we got Lonzo Ball, I won't be mad. I'll be jumping up and down right here in this chair right here.
Hey, you better FaceTime me. We could jump up together like you.
So happy.
Hey, so I was reading Hoops Hype, right? And they said something like the Knicks are reluctant to trade for. What it says? Let me. What did it say? Something like they're reluctant to trade for Lonzo Ball when they could get him for free in free agency, right?
And that's what I was talking about.
And
yes.
But what they don't say is this. Just like
they don't need him for no playoff run.
Exactly. We already
don't need nobody for no playoff run. So anybody gonna be traded, like Hadouken was saying, is going to be for future. Like I'm really wanting you for my team.
Yeah, that's why
Yes.
I feel like it's better to trade for him now if you do, because you have leverage on his contract. There's gonna be so many teams looking for him and overpaying.
That's the only reason. That's the only reason I wouldn't mind trading for Lonzo now. Is because like his bird rights will have value, and it might end up biting us in the ass in the end. Because if we wait till the end of his contract, we're gonna have to pay out the nose to get him.
Yeah, and we can match him.
Right.
We have the leverage if we get him. We can match the contract.
So if we trade him now, like we're gonna have to get rid of somebody on the roster, any way to pick him up.
Yep.
So like,
right.
If we can
So you learn something every day.
We get his bird rights. So like now, like we can beat any offer that he gets.
Yep.
Exactly.
And
instead of us doing
fans gotta relax.
later on.
You're
listen to the knowledge. These fellas is dropping on you.
Unless they're fairly sure that he wants to be in New York. Because I think from a Ball family perspective, like New York is the glitz and glamour place that they kind of want to be. That may figure into like Leon just knowing that he's wanting to come here anyway.
But see, from that same aspect, Keith, is this, right? So if even if you knowing that, so you have two options right now. So you have 20 seconds. You have 3 days to say, I'm willing to trade you whatever that trade package is. If you don't want to go with that and you want me to wait until free agency, I'll do that. But I know for a fact, because you're a small market team, you're not going to be able to outbid my offer sheet when I send it to you. And he's coming to me anyway. So
we got Leon Rose.
You would be crazy not to get something for Lonzo right now when you can, versus being what's my man name? Who is the GM for the Pelicans?
David Griffin.
David Griffin. Oh, he was from Cleveland too.
Definitely smart too.
Griffin is a smart guy, right?
Yeah.
So I'm quite sure now. I see Griffin and Leon Rose in the middle of Delancey Street with a showdown, both with top hats on, and with a stare down going on, right? But if I firmly believe that the Pelicans are going to go with whatever the best deal they can get. But Leon Rose and the front office is not giving up the house for Lonzo Ball. And Lonzo is going to be a figurative piece long term in my opinion. I could be wrong. I don't know. It's just my opinion. And opinions like, everybody got it. I'm going to leave it at that.
Yeah,
Just a question I want to ask, because Hadouken, I know you have and Ralph, you got the computer up, whatever. Who's the other point guard on that team? I know they got Brandon Ingram and they got Zion. So
Bledsoe, they got Bledsoe.
Eric Bledsoe. Okay, there we go. Right.
Lewis,
okay.
And then Nickeil Alexander-Walker.
Kara Lewis is a young boy too, right?
Yeah, he's a rookie.
He's a rookie.
They already. I'm pretty sure they definitely know he doesn't want to return there, so they need to get whatever offer they want. And I don't know. It's definitely a coincidence. I think, in my opinion, that he's sitting out the last game he sat out. He's most likely sitting out next game. I feel like he's definitely getting traded.
So that's the next thing now.
On their end, it would just be, I think, in my opinion, just dumb not to trade him for something.
Looking at their squad, who do they need?
Exactly.
Right. Who do they need on their squad? Though is the next thing
now.
they
need. Getting anything would be better than walking away with nothing.
Let someone like Lonzo, who has improved this much, just run away from you.
So with them 7 picks, we got some 7 picks. We only probably like 4 or 5 of them. Like, I don't know, probably like 2 of them, 3 maybe even.
So Chop, this is what I would tell you, brother.
3? Nah.
This is what I would tell you.
Them 7? We're gonna keep maybe out of all of those, maybe 3 or 4. 4.
Yeah, probably. I'd say that. Like that's gotta realize we can't just be hoarding. Like, these things are assets, but like there's only 15. There's only 15
and these are assets. These are assets that could be used in trades and deals along the way. Yeah.
Don't be Danny Ainge. That's all I'm gonna say. Don't be Danny Ainge. Because Danny Ainge had picks for days, and he took them and put them in his bed and.
And let me knock on wood, because listen, let me knock on wood right now, because players are getting hurt.
My whole thing to that, if I can say, I'm gonna chime in real quick, Chapel. Go ahead. To talk about that hoarding, you gotta remember about the first time Leon Rose was in the draft. What he did, he had 2 first-rounders and he had a 2nd-round pick. Made a bunch of trades. We ended up with just Obi, Emmanuel Quickly. We traded that 2nd-round pick for future 2nd-round. It was a whole thing. So we also got to remember, we got to leave Leon Rose leverage just in case there's a couple of stars in there, a couple of gems that Walt Perrin and Scott Perry see that, hey, guys, don't touch that Detroit pick, these 2021 pick. We're not going to use it because come draft day, it's also going to be the same thing as last year. So it's much different. I think I give Leon Rose a little bit more credit than Danny Ainge.
Oh, absolutely.
From last year, because the way he's able to just move around and do this and do that, and get players he needs and wants, and also get a future first round pick. So we gotta give him room.
100%.
I think we gotta let go of that Boston comparing the Knicks drafting and the Boston comparison, because again, Leon Rose did not just one trade, 2, 3 trades, and you're wondering what the hell, what in the world is happening here? Like, what is going on? But it worked out. I think if it didn't work out for you with the Obi pick, maybe down the line you'll see that Leon Rose did good with the draft picks, and they know what they're doing. They get you future draft picks, and they get you the right players for this system. Let's see. It's only a matter of time.
Leon Rose is obviously a wheeler and dealer.
Yeah,
like he's proven it. Like I am in no way concerned about him making a bad deal for anyone.
Absolutely. And let me clarify, because the only reason I brought that,
you know what, he need to say that again, because I think the fans, and I see the chat, everybody, we need to do this, do that. I think we're worried. Don't forget, like he just said, man, this is not the regime that we had in the past. This is Leon Rose. And G-Man, you ain't worried either. Ralph ain't worried.
Not at all.
Keith ain't worried.
But I'm confident in what we got going on.
But Chaplo, to respond to that, right? Because we're not in the tanking season, man. We're in the middle of it. We're in the seeing this team
in the middle. I like that.
We're in the middle where we're seeing this team, where I'm gonna speak for myself. I'm losing my mind because I want to win the next game.
Yes,
of course.
So every game matters right now. It's like, listen, man. So I personally understand people when they say we need to make a trade, because I'm like, man, you can't jeopardize the Knicks. I don't want the Knicks in the play-in. I want the Knicks in the playoffs.
I'm not even aiming for no damn playoffs. I mean, play-in.
Yeah.
No, but listen. You see what Ralph is saying though, and listen, don't front. And I know everybody can agree. The chat, whoever's a Knicks fan, I've been Knicks my whole bloody life. Listen, man, we've been accustomed to this. We've been losing. That's what we do every year.
Yeah. That's what we used to.
Since like after Spreewell and them, every year after that, we've been trading players here and there in mid-season, coaches. We've been accustomed to that. So we losing. We gotta trade this, trade that. This is the first time, there's a commercial, right? That says a tree grows in Brooklyn. This is the first time we have a whole bunch of young players. Is a team developing and growing here in New York, right? Let's keep them together. Remember, listen. Golden State Warriors, right? Remember when Mark Jackson? It was Klay Thompson, Steph Curry, and then Draymond came in. They developed together. You know what I'm saying? As a unit. Look at how these boys are playing right now. Remember last year we was like, there was a rumor. Julius Randle and RJ Barrett, they don't get along. They're not passing the ball to each other. Look how they look right now. Everybody, Penson, like everybody said, you know what I'm saying? Like he's bringing everybody, the whole squad, they look like a cohesive unit under Tibbs. We growing right now. And to G-Man's point, and Free Keep, I don't want to do nothing ridiculous and stupid, but with the Lonzo Ball trade that could possibly, even if it does happen, that's one piece I will bring in. But these guys look good together right now. Pause. We playing together. And I don't want to disrupt that camaraderie that they built. You know what I'm saying? Even though we losing, we're not getting blown. Pause. We're not getting blown out, right? Pause. We losing by 1, 2, 3 points. You know what I'm saying? There's things they need to adjust. And I know the fans, we always see the mistakes that Tibbs does in his coaching decision. Why you kept RJ out? You should have, you know what I'm saying? But he probably having players in there so they could get a little taste too as well and get a little burn and learn from their mistakes, if you will. But they are growing together, and I don't want to disrupt that.
Yeah, I completely. Let me just say something real quick. I completely agree with what you said, and just going back to what we were talking about with the draft picks, like from what they did this year with the draft picks, they were just flipping it to get higher up. We had like what did we have? We had I think like the 33 and the 27, and we went down to like the 25th and the 30, like lower down. We went 25 and 27.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like this. I don't know if you agree with me, but this year, no matter where our Dallas pick is, and our pick this year is, I feel like no matter what, we're gonna try to flip those picks and try to get either a bit higher up or go down, but get more picks and more assets. I feel like they're just gonna be working with it like really well during the draft. Something I don't know. I looked at the Mavs schedule when we were talking about it earlier, and they don't really have that hard of a schedule, so it's tough with that. But I think that we're gonna work with those trades and try to trade down.
And remember, these are dangerous players we playing with. Like Free Keith said, Leon Rose, World Wide West. That's what they've been doing as a profession. They know who they you know what I'm saying? They stacking chips. They poker players.
Well said, Chaplo. Hey, yo, Hadouken, I want to respond to what Hadouken said. Hadouken, remember,
guys, I'll be right back. I got the word.
Okay, cool. Hadouken, right, remember, they had the 38th pick and they had the 27th pick, and they traded up to 21. They traded up all the way to 21, and you're like, oh snap, what the hell's going on? The Knicks got the 8th pick, and then they got the 21st pick. Then they go from 21 and they trade down to 25, and they went. That's when they got
23, didn't they?
Oh, it's 23. It was 23. Yeah, it's 23.
Hampton was picked at 23. I remember.
So remember, they had the 27th and in the second round. They traded up.
And then traded 23 and walked away with a second for 2022.
It was so much wheeling and dealing. Oh my goodness!
It was.
So it happened so fast that the Knicks fans were like, "What are you doing?"
Very smart.
It was all smart, and fans were like, and even when it ended up like with Obi and
quickly
IQ getting picked at 25, fans was like, oh, why'd they do all that to get to IQ at 25? Like we could have got him in the second round. Now look.
Right. I
was one of those that thought that we could get
and
him
nobody
later,
from who's from that second round. Who's from the second round is even getting spoken about right now.
Wow. And Free Keith, not to mention,
I didn't think about that.
We got Obi, we got Quickly, and we have draft picks.
And nobody from that second round of that draft is making any noise.
Yeah, and let's not forget we got someone from the Jazz. I think it was like Evan something. We took it was Davis, and we took him in for considerations. They gave
and
us
I think we waived him, right?
And we flipped him for 2 second-round picks.
Oh snap!
We flipped him, and then we got Amari Spellman and Glenn Robinson III, and we flipped him again for another second-round pick. Like we just got mad picks from.
I think we got like 5 second-round picks from 2022 or something like that.
Yo, Keith, you don't want to roll no dice with Leon Rose in the back of MSG. Like, yo, Keith, that's Leon. Let's roll some dice. No, you don't. You don't want to roll.
You got it. You got it.
So my whole thing is you gotta give them cushion, man. So when it comes to this year's draft picks, I'm leaving it all alone, man. I'm surprised they even trade that other second round pick for Derrick Rose, but that's Tibbs' guy, Derrick Rose. So I think they did him a favor. But right now,
all those players, yeah.
No, but right now, I want to see what they do with this draft, and after this draft, I want to see, maybe I can see them consider trading draft picks, but Obi, Manuel Quickly. I don't know if we're gonna resign Frank Ntilikina. I don't know what's gonna happen with Knox. I don't know what's gonna happen with Mitch. Maybe we keep him or whatever. But it looks like because Free Keith makes good points. There's only a 15 man roster, but
and we got all those 15, so somebody gonna have to go anyway.
Yeah, so maybe they'll I don't know what's gonna happen. People have been saying trade Frank and Knox. But Frank.
There's other people too. Like
yeah, we have Braz
Iggy's on the team.
Braz still there.
On the team. Like we forget these people. Like you know what I'm saying. Like Iggy's on the team. Pinston's on the team. And I'm sure Katz is not out there gunning for Pinston, but Iggy is looking like a player right now in the G League.
Yeah, right. If he doesn't have defense, I think one team is willing to take a risk on him
because he could fit in somebody's system. Hadouken, you're right.
Iggy going. I can see Iggy getting the attention of some team.
He got the offense and he has rebounds, but his defense is something that many people just don't want to see him on the court for that. But
so you're gonna compare him to Gallinari? Can we compare him to Gallinari? Maybe a young Gallinari, or no?
You
I
could.
like
You
Iggy.
never
I'm
know.
not like I feel like with some development, like he's definitely a player.
I was
Yeah,
hoping. I was
just not
hoping.
for this team, I think.
I was hoping Joe Ingles. That's what I was hoping for. Joe Ingles wasn't drafted, and he's a good
Playing
shooter.
insane.
He definitely doesn't shoot as well as Joe Ingles.
Yeah, he's
Right.
leading the league. I'm pretty sure right now in like true shooter percentage for threes, like in his three, something like that. He's playing really well.
When I saw him in the highlights, I'm like, oh man, maybe we got a Joe Ingles, but apparently not. I don't know.
All right, listen, Ralph and Keith. I don't think he was on earlier. I wasn't on earlier. I was on, but I was still in and out the car. And then I heard Ralph and them talking about the thing possibly with Fournier. They was talking about Fournier and Terrence Ross, right? Earlier, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then and I think I heard somebody said, well, if that was to happen, Frank has to be in that trade because I think y'all said Orlando likes Frank. They want Frank, or no?
Frank.
But I feel like, do you guys think that Evan Fournier is like a difference maker?
I
think he's a problem sometimes. I mean,
he's averaging like 18. He's having a good season. Like he's a shooter too. Like we need that on the wing. I think he could play shooting guard.
And he's a way better facilitator than Payton, right? Or Frank Ntilikina or Alec Burke running the point. Yeah.
Tibbs is not looking for facilitation from the point guard spot. Like y'all need to get over that.
Yeah, I don't think he is. He's definitely looking for like defense mainly. That's why you see Alfred starting. He likes the defensive guards.
And then Woodson is a defensive coach too, so I don't know how that works.
Yeah, he's like a big man's coach. Right?
I think that what Tibbs is looking for is more shooting and from point guard or shooting guards. Everybody. I don't see.
Yeah.
You know, Julius Randle could run the point, and unless you're a threat on the floor, you shouldn't be on the floor. That's why I like Frank.
Yeah.
That's why I like Frank when he scores 13 points for the game. That's when I'm like, okay, I'm like, then I'm like, we shouldn't trade him. But when
this is what makes him. This will make Derrick Rose very efficient for his style of play or that system because he used to be an explosive point guard, but to have him on the floor too as well, a player like that. That's why he probably give quickly a lot of burn more, or because he could see a little bit of D Rose if he was to. Or I don't know.
Rose need to play with Frank.
Yeah, and you could see like from recently, I don't know if you guys noticed, but we're shooting a lot more threes recently. Like we're shooting a lot more. Like it's increasing. And Tibbs was saying before, like, we're gonna try to shoot more, and now you're seeing us shoot a lot more than we used to.
So what's the attempts and free throws made stats, Ralph?
Well, for like threes, I'm pretty sure we're like at 29 or something now that we shoot per game, but we were like at like 26, 27, somewhere like that. But we're definitely like, if you just watch, you could tell we're shooting a lot more threes and looking more for it.
Yeah, obviously, yeah.
Yeah, because Tibbs says that if you're open, shoot the three. If you're open,
yeah, because Burks be throwing it up for no reason, right?
Unless you're Mitch.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like he is gonna shoot.
Sorry, Mitch.
I feel like he is too, but that's like the biggest tease in the NBA. Like
every time, like you saw him like practicing like the last few days. They were like he was like shooting the mid range. He always shoots it, but just doesn't trust it in game. I think he will though, and once he does that opens up. That's like the biggest if for our team. I think right now, like
in the mid range, it is a part of the game that is very effective. You can still score. Everybody want to shoot from the outside. Yeah,
that's why people want to trade for Miles Turner because he can shoot and he has like the things that even though he doesn't have as good rebounding as Mitch, because Mitch is like leading in defensive rebounds. If he just shoots a mid range, it opens up the floor. Like you get RJ cutting in, you have Randall going in the paint with easier layups and stuff like that. That's just something we need to see later on in the season, hopefully.
From who, Mitch?
Yeah, from Mitch.
I want to ask you this question now, and I'm gonna ask this to Free Keith because I remember we used to bring in Rasheed Wallace to work out with some of our players or whatever and talk to them. But for a player like Mitch, and we see the thing from the off season, he's shooting threes, YMCA, he could dribble, right? Who you want to see work out with Mitchell Robinson to develop that? Remember, Elijah One worked out with certain big men back in the days as well. Some other players, some certain power forwards to get that back to the basket. Even like that little mellow shimmy, back you down, turn around and shoot that mid range. As far as a big man, because I know that post game doesn't really exist too much, but that one little drop, boom, turn around and pop. Right? Who would you want to see Mitch work out with?
I don't know if I have a person in mind that I want him to work out with so much as like I just want him to have more time with Kenny Payne and Woodson
and Kenny Payne leaving, right?
Like it's looking like he's, you know what I'm saying, like Cats is offering him gigs. I really hope he don't leave just after one season.
We need him. We need him.
We need him, yo.
Season, half the season.
I agree.
Isn't there a thing I heard before? He's the big man whisperer or something like that?
Yeah.
Yo. Kenny Payne is so important for us right now.
For the power forwards and centers, they need to practice with him. And like they have like a good off season like this season where they could actually like really practice, because now they don't have like that many practices. Like they said early on in the season, we're doing all this with barely any practice. Imagine if they actually had the practice with Kenny Payne and they just practice solely on the post moves for Mitch, for OB.
I didn't know he was that kind of person.
All of them.
Or that kind of coach.
He's really big for us. If people don't see it, like he's actually an important factor. That's why he's getting head coach jobs.
Now, listen, if he was as assistant coach, we can't be mad. He's going to get a head coaching job.
He getting offers. He ain't getting jobs now. Remember, he just getting offers.
Yeah, he's getting.
Okay.
And he's interviewing, I think, for Depot, right? It was Depot, I think.
But can we be mad? We can't be mad because he's an assistant coach. He's going to get a head coaching job. Why not let him go?
Yeah, it's obviously better for him, but I mean, you are going to be mad because it does. He is a key person for the players.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of players could be sticking with him like that. That's some of their guys. Like a lot of people like just look up to him. Like some people are like with Johnny Bryant a lot of times. Then some people are with Kenny Payne. It's like they got their own people.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a cool thing, man. That's a good thing to have, man.
Like you see, like RJ got Johnny Bryant. Like you see him like studying with him on the side because he does more for like guards and stuff like that. He doesn't work with the bigger guys. And then you have Kenny Payne. He was in Kentucky, right? He was an assistant, so he was like with Kevin Knox. He was with Randall. He's talking to Mitch. He could talk to OB, help him out with his post stuff. Like,
and AD, right too, right? AD as well.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know.
Yo, speaking of AD, man, I mean, I don't want to, what's going on with Anthony Davis, man? Another Kentucky guy. I have a concern about him and his injury, man.
Keep him out till the playoffs. He has an Achilles. If the Lakers are still like
you think
their team is gonna be bad, that's why
the Lakers not getting it again this year.
By the way, they're I don't know if anyone said this before, but they're looking to shop Montrez. They were saying this earlier. I don't know why they would do that, but LeBron.
He should have stayed on the Clippers
for a month at least.
That's because Montrez is trash. Montrez is trash. Remember how bad he looked in the playoffs last year?
Yeah, he looked garbage last year for them, but he went down by like a few points this season. But like recently, he's been playing good. But then you're not gonna have anyone on that team. They're definitely gonna look for a trade.
He's passing the ball good though too. Yeah. He's been getting some assists more than he's having a career high in assists, I think.
Yeah, if you're in the front office, you can't be greedy with bringing AD back, because if AD tears his Achilles after having all that, your season's done.
And that's
then
why
LeBron injured. Like that's just a bad look and bad for the player. That's being selfish.
That's the Hadouken, and that's why I think that AD might be done for the season
until playoffs. I think.
I don't think they'll risk it. I don't think they'll risk it. So when I saw LeBron get out for 6 weeks, I'm like, you know what? They should just call this season a wrap. Give Kyle Kuzma the minutes, Tyler Horton Tucker the minutes.
He did good last game. Because a talent hoarder.
Yeah, because the problem is, we're dealing with, it's not looking like a great signing in Anthony Davis. Not that you see that Achilles, he has an Achilles situation, and
the Lakers are in panic mode right now. You're gonna see them be in a lot of trade talks, even though I don't think they have that many assets. Besides, they have Taylor and Horder Tucker. They're not trading Kuzma anymore.
Now this goes back to Hadouken. You said this, right? This goes back to what I was saying. We got 7 picks in the stash, right?
Yeah, that's
And
what
I'm knocking on wood. A lot of players is gonna get hurt. Moves gonna have to be made, bro.
That's a good point. Yeah. All depends on how it works out though for them, because a lot of things are buzzing right now. Like Aaron Gordon. Oh, I don't know if I heard you guys say it earlier, but they said that Aaron Gordon announced that he wants to be traded, and he said it's not to a rebuilding team, but he wants to be someone that can make a playoff run. I think I heard Free Keith say that
Aaron Gordon wants to win. Yeah, Aaron Gordon is talking about
wants to win. He said.
I'm not really a fan.
And he said that after he played us, right? We played him the other day. He's like,
nah, they said that today.
I'm not a big Aaron Gordon fan though.
How old is he? Like 25, something like that. I wouldn't trade for him either because they want a first round.
Yeah, and I don't feel like his game is like
that's the same price for Lonzo. Like I'd rather trade for Lonzo.
There's better options at his level.
Aaron Gordon is an elite defender though.
Is he a small forward?
He got small forward, power forward, centers.
Definitely not bad, but I think they're having his.
I think he's a bad player. I just don't like. He doesn't tickle my fancy.
So hold on. Wait. Hold on now. Because I know y'all was talking about this earlier, and I told you, Ralph, I was missing it. I was in and out the car, and y'all was talking about the trade with Fournier, maybe Terrence Ross, maybe Aaron Gordon. They're all in Orlando, right?
Yeah, they're going on and the Rockets are going on a selling spree right now.
Yeah, and then you would keep, Chop, you would keep Fournier and Frank together, and so
Fournier,
yeah, Fournier, because Fournier is that's facilitator from the 2 guard spot. You know, like,
defensive player.
Kind of like in that Ginobili mold, but not as athletic and skilled as Ginobili, right? But
and they 2 Frenchmen.
Yeah, a finesse facilitator from the 2 guard spot. But Fournier and Frank are the FIBA France backcourt.
That's a fact. Yeah, that's right.
That's funny. Yeah,
to be off the bench, right?
Yeah. Do you guys think that they will just sell and just trade Fournier and trade Terrence Ross and trade? I think Vucevic is the one that they're keeping as their core, like Vucevic, Jonathan Isaac, Cole Anthony, and Markelle Fultz. I think that's gonna be a lock for them, but I think there's definitely gonna be a pursuit for Aaron Gordon. And bro, I saw the Hawks were trying to make an offer with the Celtics for John Collins and get back a trade around Jaylen Brown like that. No, you're asking too much. No one's giving you Jaylen Brown for John Collins.
John Collins is nice though.
Yeah, but he's not better than Jaylen Brown.
Not better than Jaylen Brown.
Like
I didn't say he's better.
And him and Tatum together, I don't think they want to break up that nucleus.
The market is too high right now for some of these players. Like I'm telling you, they want so much that on the last day they're just gonna sell cheap. Some of the teams they're just not gonna trade them, or they're just gonna get less than what they were asking for being greedy.
Hadouken, for me, the problem with John Collins is injury. But
defense. His defense is not.
Yeah, but he's up there with in terms of power forwards and centers. He's a problem.
Yeah. This year he hasn't been playing as well, but I mean recently he's been playing.
Well, that's why there's beef between Trae Young and John Collins. That's what John Collins probably wants out because he's like, yo, I'm better. Wow. Yeah, that's the whole thing. The main reason John Collins is bro, that's a huge beef.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's tough. I don't know. And they said that D-Rose said that he had COVID, and he said that it was him and his whole family and kids had it, and he said he had all the symptoms. So prayers for him go out like even more.
Yeah.
And
for
he
real?
said it was like 10 times worse than the flu when he had it, and he's going to join. He has to take contact first. Tibbs said. So we're gonna see. Hopefully he's gonna play tomorrow.
No, because your body is weak after everything. Like getting yourself back. He was shooting around though, right? Wasn't he?
Yeah, he's gonna need to put on even more minute restrictions because it gets your breath gone. Like Jason Tatum said that he still has breathing problems from that.
Oh, wow!
Because it goes to your lungs. It goes to your lung. But guys,
it's a respiratory. Yeah.
You're right. But I was going to say something about Fournier real quick. So he's on his last year of the contract.
How much is he getting paid?
17. I mean, I don't care. 17 minutes doesn't kill me. But I'm like, what are we giving up for Fournier if we try to give?
That's where the numbers got to match. Throw him Austin Rivers.
Yeah, we already have 15 mil, so we would have to just throw in a player. But you obviously have to give like I would say a Frank or a Knox. You would have to. I feel like in any trade,
But we want to keep Frank. We want to keep Frank.
Needs to put a Frank or a Knox in it.
No, but if we're gonna put Knox in, we gotta get Terrence Ross or maybe Aaron Gordon. If we're gonna throw Knox in,
I don't know. It's like either or. You could just switch it out.
So what's this trade saying? So no draft picks, or there's going to be draft picks attached?
I wouldn't give. Would anyone?
I agree. I
would give a second. Unless you throw in Mo Bamba, that's when I think about something like we were talking about before when Mitch was injured, and he's still injured again. If you want Mo Bamba, and I would take a risk on him, you could put a first round in if they want to like not be in the same team anymore. Because I feel like Mo Bamba would be a good shot because the development for him on that team has been trash. He doesn't even get minutes. He doesn't do much on that team. So if we really want to, we could do that. But I didn't
notice that.
I feel like we might stay away from the Magic.
And these are just trade scenarios before or by the 25th.
Right, because every time I hear a Fournier deal, I'm like, great. I mean, that sounds good. But then I'm like, oh, stop. He's on his last year. Like, at least Lonzo Ball we have his bird rights. You know what I mean?
Because he's restricted too, yeah.
Right. But Fournier, he's on his last year, and we got like, 3 more months to go? 4? Let's just say 5 months at most. Yeah. I don't know about how I feel about using a draft pick, which probably Orlando's probably demanding. I mean, you have 32 teams in the league. Somebody might give you a draft pick for Fournier and for Terrence Ross.
Yeah, like I was mentioning earlier, I don't think we're
first
making
rounder
like that. Not a first rounder.
Second. I mean, I'm sure that's the starting point. They might bring the price down, but they're probably going to say, hey, listen, we want a late first rounder or something.
Anybody giving up a first rounder for Ross need to be fired.
Yeah. And I still don't think we would trade for. I don't know. I thought before we were gonna trade for them, but like we were talking about earlier, I don't think we're gonna do it unless it's a long-term deal that we would do with them. I don't feel like a Terrence Ross or a Fournier is someone we would re-sign because I'm pretty sure we're re-signing D Rose, so we have that solidified for the next 2 years probably after this. I don't think we would re-sign Terrence Ross or Fournier.
Terrence Ross has a 3-year deal. His salary is up to 2022-2023 season. But
you said this was his last year.
No. I made a mistake. I apologize.
Oh, you looking at it?
Fournier is on his last year, but Terrence Ross is on his. He has up to 2022-2023.
Then that's different. I feel like okay. You see, I would give a player and a second for him at most. I would not put in a first at all.
Okay.
Like the only way I would ever think about putting a first is if you get Fournier and him, or Terrence Ross and Mo Bamba. That's the only way I would do that.
That's a good deal.
And is Terrence Ross a small forward?
He's shooting guard / small forward. Yeah.
What was his height? 6'6"?
Let me check. I think he's like 6'5".
6'6".
6'6", right? Because we already got RJ. So in my mind, I'm like,
that's actually.
Hey, I can solve this whole thing right now. Get a guy, make the playoffs, shed salary, and get a dude with playoff experience, and it just solves everything.
They got to be a small forward.
DeMar DeRozan. Yep, DeMar DeRozan.
DeRozan? Why you said him? And you never said this before, Unc. You did this so perfect.
Yeah, DeMar DeRozan. DeMar DeRozan is an excellent secondary ball handler playmaker. He can defend 2s and 3s, maybe some falls in small ball lineups. And he'll come in right away and be the secondary scorer off rip behind Randall. That means it'll be less pressure on RJ. And RJ could be the third scorer.
He's probably the Spurs' best player.
Yeah.
Pop ain't let him go.
And he's a free agent after the season.
Oh, he's a free agent. Okay.
That's actually interesting. He is having a career year this year. He could have been an all-star over Mike Conley, in my opinion. I mean, Mike Conley did get snubbed a few times before, but let me check what he's doing right now. I know that he recently has been shooting more threes because he wasn't comfortable with shooting them before.
And he's an athlete.
I'd rather Zach LaVine, but then you said DeRozan. I'm like,
49% from the field and 32% from the three-point line.
I'd rather LaVine over DeRozan.
Yeah, it's obvious, but like this is a free agency, like for this summer.
On free agents, okay.
You don't really got
in the off season.
This is like kind of a whack free agency. Besides, like the only superstar is Kawhi, and then you have DeMar DeRozan, and then you just have like Dennis Schroeder and stuff like that. Yeah, he's definitely having a good season, but I don't know.
Schroeder remind me of Avery Johnson. I don't like him.
How do you think that will work? I mean, I do agree that he will be the second scorer, and then that would leave more open space for RJ. But I don't know if they would do that.
I would think about this. Is DeMar DeRozan? Just think about this. Is DeMar DeRozan better than your combination of Reggie Bullock and Alec Burks?
Yeah, definitely. He's
right?
He's near.
So that you saying that he's gonna have to come off the bench?
No, I'm saying he starts at the small forward or the two guard, whichever. Wherever you want to play RJ.
Why did they say he's a power forward on positions? Oh, they're bugging. I don't know why it says that. You can continue.
Yeah, because he's playing small. He's playing some small ball.
For
San Antonio. Yeah, but with us, we want him to play the two, and so he can guard 1, 2, 3s.
The one through 4, he could probably guard. Yeah, sometimes.
Right, and
you think that will mesh well with him and RJ and Julius Randle?
Right. Right, because he's a secondary.
Derrick Rose.
Right, because he's a secondary ball handler, playmaker.
Okay. Yeah, that would be interesting.
Yeah, better than Oladipo getting. Oh, some people want Oladipo. Yeah.
Nah, man.
Okay.
So Oladipo, for one, is probably going to cost you more.
Right. He wants a 4-year deal. He wants a 4-year deal.
Yeah, and Oladipo.
He think he's Akon. He's Akon nephew.
Right. And so. The thing with Oladipo is, though he puts up numbers, his numbers are wildly inefficient. And Duke and Sharon just said that he just mentioned DeMar DeRozan's numbers. While he's not excellent from 3, right? He does everything else well.
His free throws is 88%. His shooting from the field is 49%. You can't ask for more than that. That's a good player to pick up.
Yeah,
and then playing under Tibbs with Randall and these guys, it might be even better.
The Spurs, it's a defensive coach. He would work well with them. That's just like the way it is here, in a way.
Right.
I never thought about DeMar DeRozan.
Like before, I thought about it like earlier in the season, like when people were saying to trade for him, but I wouldn't trade for. Like I hate the idea of thinking to trade for DeMar DeRozan. But if you get him in free agency, that's something to think about, definitely. I don't know if we would do that, though.
Uncle Freezy did that song. Let's give him something to think about.
I want to give a shout out. Who's the one talking about Harrison Barnes? That idea was something kind of good. Harrison Barnes.
And he's a small forward. Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody in the chat. Somebody in the chat is talking about Harrison Barnes.
Yes.
Mark Swift, maybe.
18 million.
Yeah, I think I would strongly consider trading for DeRozan. I don't think you have to give up much. I don't even think you have to give up stuff in this year's draft. I think
not trade. But he said in the offseason he's going to be a free agent.
No, I know.
No, but I was talking about trading too, so he's bringing it up.
Yeah, I'm talking about trading for him right now. That way he can help Julius Randle and RJ Barrett carry the load. So these dudes won't have to play 42 minutes a game in tight games. You know what I mean? Because the only thing worse than 3 guys having to share the load against everybody, from bad teams that want to knock you off to good teams that have better rosters, is 2 dudes carrying the load against bad teams that want to knock you off and teams with better rosters. You know what I mean?
But then the acquisition of Andre Drummond, I mean, I don't know, somebody else in the big man position as well, because we got 2 two Twizzler sticks. I'm skinny just like both of them.
I think that you said you think that it's not gonna be as much for DeRozan, but I feel like the Spurs have a smart front office, so they would try to go for the best offer. I think DeRozan would definitely get a bargain. And since the Spurs are always like on getting like good picks, like you see their whole roster is mainly full of their picks, the picks they developed through years, and they've been doing that for a long time. I feel like they wouldn't trade.
And the Spurs historically don't trade in season.
Yeah, they don't do that. They wait till the off season.
Yeah.
You never just see them throw away people. They like getting their younger guys or just like the guys they drafted and just slowly developing them behind other players they have.
So that trade is not going to happen then by the 25th.
Nah.
I would say that the Spurs with the roster that they have to let their young guys play because they have Lonnie Walker, Keldon Johnson,
Murray.
Yep, and DeJounte Murray. They also have
Derek White,
Derek White, and the cat, the kid they drafted this year.
Devin Vassell. Yeah, they barely give him minutes.
Right,
and he ain't getting no burn. People like them.
It's because they have Rudy Gay, LaMarcus Aldridge, and DeMar DeRozan.
They're most likely trading. They said Rudy Gay and LaMarcus Aldridge. LaMarcus Aldridge is definitely gonna get bought out or traded for. Most likely bought out, and then I heard the Heat are really trying to push for Rudy Gay. So I think Rudy Gay and LaMarcus Aldridge are going to be out of there by the end of this trade deadline or getting bought out. Right. That's the smartest thing they could do. They need to play. They need to play Vassell. Vassell is. The person I was high on was LaMelo over everyone. But Devin Vassell is definitely a good defensive player, like Popovich would like, and then he could shoot and do the things you need to do for a point.
Hey, Hadouka, I just want to respond to something you said, but because you said you don't see the Spurs making a trade this mid-season, right? And LaMarcus Aldridge, I think he's going to be traded by the trade deadline. You don't think so?
Yeah, no. The only person I said they wouldn't trade is DeMar DeRozan. That's the person. I think LaMarcus Aldridge or Rudy Gay is definitely a buyout more likely than a trade, but they're definitely gone. I think from the Spurs.
That's what I was thinking. I'm like, man, if it's possible that they'll trade LaMarcus Aldridge, then maybe it wouldn't be far-fetched to see DeMar DeRozan traded also.
But the thing you got to get from that too is that I think that LaMarcus Aldridge is I don't think he's happy with his position now because he got benched. He's on the bench now. He's been playing off the bench.
Right, because DeMar DeRozan also has been on the rumor since last year too. Well, actually, since earlier.
Yeah, earlier this year. Yeah.
Earlier this year, that's true. That's good.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna be thought of getting traded earlier on too, but then it simmered down by a lot. So I think at this point, from him playing like an all-star, I don't think they would trade him anymore. I think they just they would take LaMarcus Aldridge and Rudy Gay off the books, so they can open up more room for their young guys because their roster is good. I think they're number 5 in the. I don't think anyone expected them to be this high in the standings on a packed West bracket. Yeah, they're 7th right now, 22-17. But they still could miss it, but they're ahead by a good amount, so they could definitely make the playoffs.
They moved
and Ralph, let me ask you this question too. And Hadouken, right? I want to go inside of your head, Ralph.
Right.
We talked about so many different scenarios. Uncle Freezy threw DeRozan, and it's like, so much. What's gonna happen? What would you rather happen? And we talked about Lonzo Ball is the best scenario. Hadouken, correct?
Yeah, Lonzo Ball for me is the best scenario on a wing if we can.
What do you like, and what do you see, and what do you think? Digging in the mind of Minolta. I'll think you're too young to remember that commercial. Ralph, what do you think? Leon Rose, that front office, right? What do you think they're gonna do? What's gonna happen, and what we need? Because I know Uncle Freeze is gonna shut the show down just now. We've been here for 7 hours. I came late.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I gotta shut this thing down, man, so I can get some sleep.
All right.
Elgin Baylor passed away.
He left us in the back. He left all of us in the back. Everything, the party shut down in the front. We still in the back. Everybody like, there's still some people.
But to your point, to answer it, I like Lonzo Ball. I like the idea more of getting Lonzo Ball, but I don't know, man. I'm gonna be honest. I think I like. There's two things I want. You gotta think short. You gotta think about this season, and you gotta think about long term.
All right, yeah. I'm glad you put it. You said short, yeah.
Right. So two things that I like. I like going into the draft with Leon Rose and having those 2 first-round picks and the Detroit pick. Love it. Love it. I'm with that. Now to go into this season, how can we win games? What would be a good situation for the Knicks? I mean, Lonzo Ball would be great. I think he would be a great fit. I just don't. It depends on. Listen, man. David Griffin was there with Cleveland, so you know those boys are shrewd over there. You know how they work. And we got Brock Aller, so we have Brock Aller from Cleveland. They have David Griffin from Cleveland with the Pelicans, and hopefully we could work something out. But them boys, it's not for cheap, because I think when Cleveland traded Jordan Clarkson to the Utah Jazz, did they get a first-round pick for him, or they got a second-round pick? I don't remember, but it was something.
I don't know too much of all this.
Right, but listen, it's gonna cost you. It's gonna cost you bread,
Yeah, man. So I'm gonna get out of here and wrap it up, man. Thank y'all for coming through, man.
Hey, yo, drop that intro
for like 6 hours. I'm on the phone. I'm on the phone. Let me see if I could do that real quick. From the phone.
By the way, rest in peace to Elgin Baylor. He sadly passed away.
Elgin Baylor passed away.
The legend. Yeah, they just from natural disasters. So
Bodega Wi-Fi.
All
rest
right,
in
y'all.
peace.
I'm out of here. I'm gonna throw
you can't drop the intro, right?
Look. What's this?
I rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal. For how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles.